Tantor Audio, an RB Media audio brand, presents The Holidays with Mr. Mitchell by Raylin Marks. Narrated by Jeremy York and Stephanie Rose. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Introduction. Jim. There was something about Southern California that never let you feel the change of the seasons. Not the way you would in New York. There was no crisp bite of fall air, and no yellow leaves fluttering down to announce change. The city didn't slow down into cozy holidays, it just kept moving. Everything remained steady, predictable, and beautiful. This atmosphere was always fast-paced and precisely the kind of rhythm that fueled me. "Mr. Mitchell?" I didn't glance up from the spreadsheet. "1 minute, Brooke." And there it was. Hawk. Sliding another expense onto my books. Italian marble floors for the Palisades Hotel, listed under Mitchell and Associates. A slow grin tugged at my mouth. Sneaky bastard. I leaned back in my chair, already reaching for my phone to schedule a face-to-face with Titus Hawk, when the scent hit me. Cinnamon, cloves, pumpkin. Pumpkin spice already? Christ! Wasn't it just Christmas? Brooke appeared in the doorway, mug in hand, beaming like she'd just gotten a Harvard acceptance letter. "I thought you'd love a pumpkin spice latte?" "TikTok loves pumpkin spice lattes," I said, pulling open my calendar. "I prefer espresso, or an Americano. Something that doesn't come with sprinkles and music." Her smile dimmed. "My wife and oldest daughter would adore you for this, though," I added. "Me, not so much." These days, it felt like I was a walking HR complaint waiting to happen. Every new temp secretary seemed to think flirting with the married billionaire boss was a sport, but that was a game I didn't play. "How are Avery and the girls?" she asked, walking in farther, setting the cup on my desk before leaning against it like she owned the place. I pushed back from the desk, putting plenty of space between us. "Schedule a meeting with Titus Hawk for 3. Call his secretary to arrange it. I'll be with Spencer and our acquisitions team until then." "So, you don't want this? I got it especially for you," she said, batting her doe eyes at me and pushing out her bottom lip in an overly exaggerated flirtatious pout. The idea that I came off to her as the kind of man who would fall for a 20-something intern's best attempt at fuck-me eyes would have been laughable if it wasn't so off-putting, amongst other things. My brows lifted. The coffee or the extra effort? She blinked, flustered, as she seemingly realized her attempts at seduction hadn't come anywhere close to landing. "How long have you been working as a temp for me, Miss Landon?" 2 months, Mr. Mitchell." "In those 2 months, have I ever hinted I'd be interested in flirting with anyone aside from my wife?" "No, but we aren't—" "No, we aren't," I cut in, voice dry. "But you are behaving far too familiarly for my taste, which means one of 2 things. Either the temp agency failed spectacularly in screening you, or you played them well. Either way, it ends today." The color drained from her cheeks. "I didn't mean to offend you." "Good. Then consider this a professional course correction," I said, turning back to my desk. Whether it was Hawk Global sneaking in expenses or interns sneaking in smiles, one thing was certain: nothing got past my desk without me noticing. My boardroom on the top floors gleamed like a jewel box, 60 stories up, with glass walls spilling sunlight across mahogany and steel. From here, the city looked small and manageable. Exactly the way I liked it. When I entered my executive office suite, which I used only for meetings with business associates, I saw Titus Hawk was already at the table. I observed his attitude, as if I should have paid an entrance fee to enter my own room, while he sat back, jacket unbuttoned, looking like the devil who sold you your own company and made you thank him for the deal. His brother, Colton, lounged across from him, phone in hand, casually waiting for me as if I'd bent the need to be in their presence and not the other way around. Then, of course, there was Wyatt Hawk, swirling a glass of whiskey like it was evening in Madrid, not 3 p.m. in Southern California. I walked in with Spencer, my VP, who was already muttering under his breath about numbers and margins, the poor bastard. The man had been doing nothing but numbers with the acquisitions team all morning, and now he was flanking my side to deal with Titus's petty bullshit. "Jim." Titus's voice carried that easy arrogance of a man who didn't just own the room, he built it. "Glad you could make time for us today. Have you seen the floors yet?" "Oh, I saw them." I slid into my chair, expression calm but sharp. "The problem is I saw them under my ledger." Colton smirked without looking up. "Told you he'd catch it before lunch." Wyatt chuckled. "Barely had time to pour a drink." I steepled my fingers. "Here's the problem, gentlemen. Mitchell & Associates doesn't pay for Hawk Global's shopping list. You want marble? Fantastic. Put it under your own accounts. Mine are off limits." Titus leaned back, shrugging. "Details, hermano. At the end of the day, it's all about investment in the same project." "Wrong," I said smoothly. "At the end of the day, it's about control. My company, my lines. Your company, your lines. Partnerships don't mean I carry your overhead, Titus." "Listen, Hawk, we're not the stupid fucks you wish we were." Spencer slid a file across the table. "This Italian marble that costs over 6 figures, that little line item slipped into our build." "Slip is a harsh word," Titus said, grin tugging. I let out a low laugh. "So is absorb. And we both know Hawk Global loves absorbing companies they merge with." That got a flicker in his eyes, quick, sharp, amused. "Don't tell me you're worried we'll swallow you whole, Jimmy. I like you too much for that." "You like me because I don't roll over." I leaned forward, holding his gaze. "And you should know better than anyone that Mitchell & Associates doesn't get absorbed. Not by anyone. Not even you, my good man." Wyatt raised his glass. "Now this is fun. 2 titans fighting over tile." "This isn't fighting," I said, sitting back again. "This is business. Titus knows the game. He pushes, I push back. The balance holds." Titus's grin widened. "And outside of this boardroom, we drink to it." "Exactly," I said. "But inside this boardroom, you keep your floors where they belong. In your books." Colton finally set his phone down, eyeing us with bored amusement. "So basically, you're saying to play fair?" "No," I corrected. "I'm saying to play smart. There's a difference." Titus leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table. "All right, Mitchell. Consider it corrected. Floors will be back on my books. This is why I admire you, friend." "Good." I stood, smoothing my tie. "Because if I have to keep playing accountant for you, I'll start charging consulting fees." The room eased into laughter, and while we went over the future purchases for our exclusive hotel going up in Pacific Palisades, Brooke quietly opened the door. "Excuse me, Mr. Mitchell? Are you still planning on leaving for Monaco at 6 this evening?" I glanced at my watch. "Thank you, yes. Call the captain and inform him my driver will have me at the airport in 30 minutes. "Yes, sir," she said, then carefully slid out of the room. Fantastic. At least 3 annoyances solved today between provocative secretaries, sneaky bastard business partners, and even closing a multi-million-dollar acquisition. The rest will have to wait. I stood. If I don't get my ass on that jet to Monaco, I'll have Baron Devereaux, Vitali, and Ashford running my deal into the ground before sunset, I said with a sigh. It's too bad. I was looking forward to buying the rounds tonight, Titus said, gripping my hand in a firm, brotherly handshake. I grinned. Drinks are on me, friend, I said, as I stepped toward the exit. In fact, my temp secretary is serving up a cheerful pumpkin spice latte to thank you for all the fun you offered me today. With that, we all parted ways. I couldn't wait to be wheels up in that jet. I wanted to FaceTime with my wife and the girls and make this damn trip to Monaco short and sweet so I could be back soon, relaxing at home with my family by the weekend. Maybe I'd take the girls out so they could indulge in their very own seasonal pumpkin spice delicacies, something they looked forward to every year. As I fondly pondered the joy they derived from their sugar, spice, and everything nice treats, one other thing kept bouncing around my mind. I wasn't ready for the damn holidays to be here again.
1. Avery. I loved fall mornings in Los Angeles, even if, for all the critics out there, I knew we didn't really get seasons in Southern California. The palm trees didn't shed their fronds, the sun didn't care if it was October, and my kids were still begging to swim after school, but it was still in the air. You know, that crisp edge in the air when you step outside before the traffic turns Beverly Hills into a parking lot. Meg Ryan said it best in You've Got Mail. Don't you just love New York in the fall? It makes me want to buy school supplies. That line lived rent-free in my head this time every year, and I swear I could smell pencils just thinking about it. And even though I wasn't strolling past corner bookstores in Manhattan, every sip of my PSL made the world feel like a possibility. And yes, I said PSL. That's shorthand for pumpkin spice latte, because apparently coffee drinks deserve acronyms now. Silly? Maybe. But honestly, it was my seasonal love language. One sip and suddenly I was Meg Ryan in a turtleneck, typing on a clunky computer and falling in love with Tom Hanks. Dear Lord, Mom, you're doing it again. Addie's voice cut through my nostalgia from the driver's seat. She was 15 now, newly armed with her learner's permit, and filled with enough sass to fuel an entire CW drama. She was my mini-me, down to the arched brow she had just aimed at me. Care to enlighten me about what exactly I am doing again? I asked. I don't know. It's that weird face you get every time you drink a pumpkin spice latte. She glanced over, chuckled, and brought her eyes back to the road. You look like you're about to elope with your coffee. If it keeps me alive while you're behind the wheel, I lifted the cup in a mock toast. I'll marry this shit. I looked back at Izzy in the back seat and winked. She was my adorable 9-year-old, who was quiet as a whisper, charming as hell, and every bit of Jim in the personality department. Dad makes that face when he kisses you, so maybe you should just marry them both, Izzy said with a shrug and a giggle. Addie snorted so hard she almost swerved. Can you imagine Dad fighting Starbucks for your love? He'd probably buy the whole chain. I groaned, pinching the bridge of my nose. Jesus, I can't even drink coffee in peace with you two. Truthfully, I wouldn't trade these moments for anything. Addie, sharp and sparky, rolling her eyes like it was a competitive sport, and Izzy, soft and cuddly, but always watching, always knowing. Jim might own skyscrapers, but these girls owned me, and they were growing at the speed of light these days. By the time we pulled into her high school, Addie hurried out of the driver's seat, grabbed her backpack, and was off before I could even buckle myself in behind the wheel. As Addie hurried away like my very existence was a social hazard, Izzy hung out the window, blowing her big sister kisses goodbye until the security guard waved us on. 2 completely different kids. Both mine. Both everything. I waved at the security guard as I pulled around and out of the school. Let's get out of here and get your cute little butt to your school, shall we, Miss Izzy Bear? You're driving now, so at least I know I won't die, she said, mocking the dramatics of her teenage older sister. Your dad might argue with you on that, but I'll take that as the best compliment since you raved about my baked chicken nuggets the other night. Izzy and I both laughed and cranked up our Spotify jams while I floored it to get my youngest safely to her school. In record time, of course. I smiled after Izzy jumped out of the back seat of the Rover, saying goodbye with her usual way of walking backwards and blowing 1,000 kisses before turning around and skipping up the steps and into the brick building. Damn, I loved our kids. Even when they caught me and their dad stealing kisses and comparing that to my love for the perfect fall drink. My mind wandered back to this morning. Jim had kissed me goodbye like he always did, like I was his entire world, before he headed downtown to his office to play King of the Universe. I was so fortunate in love and life, and I was happy to focus all that gratitude this morning so it could ground me and keep me centered for the day ahead at the women's shelter I'd founded years ago. Phoenix House was my pride and joy, serving as a safe haven for women who were survivors of domestic abuse, and it was a daily reminder not to take my beloved relationships for granted. By the time I pulled through the gates of the shelter, my latte was half gone, and the warm smell of cinnamon clung to my sweater. I loved this place and everything it had done for women, empowering them in ways they never thought possible and helping them start over. The place rose out of the hillside like something out of Architectural Digest. Glass, stone, and sprawling gardens. My close friend Bree designed it, and since she was a world-renowned architect married to Alex Grayson, my husband's best friend and former VP turned architectural mogul, she didn't exactly get to say no when I called. And lucky for me, she didn't hesitate to rise to the occasion. Bree didn't just build a shelter. She built a fucking sanctuary. It wasn't sterile or institutional. It was the furthest thing from that. It was strong, exclusively private, and beyond stunning. It was built like a modern-day castle carved into the hillside. I told Bree that I wanted a fortress of safety disguised as home, so she took my vision and made it an even better reality. Inside, the air hummed with life, joy, and happiness. More importantly, you could feel the hope and promise of a brighter future the moment you stepped into the atrium. The visual beauty was matched by the comforting aroma of coffee brewing somewhere down the hall, the sweetness of fresh cinnamon rolls delivered from Bailey's Bakery down the street, and the sound of children's laughter coming from the enormous playroom, which was basically a slice of Disneyland without the lines. And even with that warmth, there was always a soft murmur of voices, carrying equal parts of fear and hope. Today, I received a referral from one of the investors I'd met at a gala for the hospital, and I had no idea what to expect. It wasn't often that one of the wives from the crowds at my husband's company events showed up, but the way I saw it, it didn't matter if you came from poverty or wealth. We are all the fucking same in this world, and we could all use someone to help us when we can't find a way to help ourselves. I walked into the large and inviting welcome room to find Claire Whitmore sitting stiffly in one of the lobby chairs, her hands clasped as if she were holding herself together. Fuck. Men could be such bastards, bringing us women to these states because of their own insecurities. "Good morning," I smiled warmly, announcing myself into the room. She glanced up, eyes darting nervously, already rehearsing excuses for why she might bolt. I knew that look. I'd seen it too many times. The look of someone who wanted to run but wanted even more to stay. I walked toward her with a smile that wasn't polished or professional, just real. "You must be Claire." She nodded, her fingers cold when they met mine. "Thank you for meeting with me." "Of course. Come on, let me show you around." We entered the main hall, sunlight pouring through the large windows. The walls were painted in warm, earthy tones and decorated with oversized canvas art from workshops we had held here, along with paintings donated by my best friend Ash from her gallery. I loved how the rugs softened the stone floors, giving the space a cozy, warm feeling. Each corner had a small, intentional touch. Flowers, baskets of blankets, or books stacked casually as if someone had just stepped away. "This isn't a shelter," Claire murmured. "It feels like a home?" I finished for her. "That is the intention, anyway." We passed another playroom for the itty-bitty kids. Floor-to-ceiling windows looked out onto a courtyard where pumpkins were lined up, waiting to be carved. Inside, the children tumbled over beanbags and stuffed animals while a volunteer read from a storybook. Claire's hand tightened on her bag strap. "My daughter would love this. She'd have it every day if you wanted her here." Her chin trembled before she looked away. I kept us moving to keep her mind moving and not locking up in fear of change. We passed the soundproofed, cozy counseling rooms, and around the corner, we reached a small medical clinic with 2 nurses and a doctor working in rotating shifts. Finally, we arrived at the private suites. Queen beds with memory foam mattresses and duvets, small kitchenettes, and double doors opening to alabaster balconies overlooking the gardens. Each vacant room always had a welcome basket on the nightstand, filled with toiletries, snacks, and even a journal, and the spa-like bathrooms were stocked with self-care bathing products. It felt like a women's retreat that offered a vacation no one wanted to leave. That was a key point. No one was eager to leave the comforts of their own home, whether big or small. It was a frightening feeling, all while trying to reclaim their life from their abuser. Claire stepped inside, blinking like she didn't trust it. I thought it would be rooms of bunk beds, shared bathrooms, lines for dinner." "Most are," I said, "but not here." She touched the duvet. "This is too much. It's the bare minimum of what you deserve." She swallowed hard. "You don't understand. My husband is already telling people I'm leaving him for another man because I cheated on him, and that I'm the one destroying our marriage. If I left and came here, it would cost him the control he has over you." My voice was steady. No room for bullshit. "That's what this is about. Not you. Him. Abusers rewrite the story to make themselves the victim, and people eat that shit up because it's easier than facing the truth." Her eyes filled, but she didn't look away. "Listen, you don't have to defend yourself to the world right now," I said, softer. "You don't owe anyone your reputation, your excuses, or your shame. You owe yourself safety. You owe your daughter a life where she sees her mom stand up and walk away from abuse. That's it." Her lip trembled, but she shook her head. "I can't." I hated those words more than anything. I can't. They usually meant I don't want to, or I won't. But I understood why she felt that way. Accepting change, leaving the comfort of your environment, abusive or not, was terrifying. Trauma bonds gripped us in the easiest places, feeding on our fear of change and our desperate craving for familiarity. So, I wouldn't pressure her or be bold about anything. I would just gently nudge her along, understanding how difficult her decision was. I nodded once. "Okay." She blinked at me, startled. I smiled reassuringly at her. "You're just not ready," I told her. "And that's okay. Leaving isn't one step, Claire. It's 100 tiny ones. You already took one of the hardest just by walking in here today." Her shoulders sagged. "Everyone says I should just leave. But Sweetie, you're surviving," I cut in. "That's not weakness. That's reality." Tears slid down her cheeks, and she whispered, "Then what do I do?" "Why don't you come back?" I said. "Not to stay, not until you're ready for that, but come for the free counseling that is offered by psychologists from St. John's. We'll all be here to help you remember who you are and help build the muscle you need to walk when you're ready. And when you are, we'll have a room ready." For the first time, she smiled, fragile but genuine. "Thank you." "Don't thank me. Just promise me you'll come back and take advantage of the therapy sessions." She nodded, clutching her bag tighter, and walked out. I stood there in the quiet, watching the door close behind her. Every part of me wanted to chase her down, lock her in this room, and keep her safe until the scars faded. But that wasn't how it worked. You couldn't rescue someone by force. You could only hand them the tools, open the doors, and wait for the day they were ready to walk through. By the time I left the shelter, The sun had started to dip, painting the sky in smudges of orange and pink over the hills. It had been a good day. Not perfect. They never were, but good. I'd watched a handful of kids laugh themselves silly in the playroom, saw a woman smile for the first time in weeks during art therapy, and walked Claire through the doors even if she wasn't ready to take the key. That part stung. It always did. But I'd learned not to measure success by who stayed. Sometimes victory was just getting them to show up, sit down, and talk. She'd be back. I had to believe that. I smiled when I took the turn that headed into the Hollywood Hills. The traffic thinned as the city gave way to winding roads carved into the mountain. The trees thickened, streetlights grew sparse, and the noise of LA fell away like someone had turned down the volume on the world. The iron gates pulled slowly open when I pressed the button, and I drove up our winding driveway, taking in the beautiful place Jim and I called home with our 2 girls. Jim had called it an architectural masterpiece when he first brought me here. He wasn't wrong. The sharp angles softened by stone, the sweeping glass walls that transformed every view into art, and the infinity pool that wrapped around the main level, as if it had grown out of the hillside, were a marvel. Back then, I'd called it a resort carved into a mountain. Now, it was just our home. I pulled into the drive, past the garage that still looked like a damn car museum, and parked beside Jim's favorite toy of the week. Stepping out, the air was cooler here, crisper, carrying the faint scent of pine mixed with chlorine from the pool. The house glowed from within, every wall of glass catching the last light of sunset. I paused at the steps, taking it in the way I always did. I would never get over the view stretching from the San Gabriels to downtown to the Pacific, the place that still felt a little too surreal for the girl who used to count nickels and pennies at a fast food drive-thru. I exhaled, letting the weight of the day fall off my shoulders. I pushed through the glass doors, and the first thing that hit me wasn't the view. It was the smell. Garlic, rosemary, a hint of wine simmering. The kind of scent that wrapped around you and made your stomach growl even when you weren't hungry. I thanked all the gods daily that Jim loved to cook. He called it his therapy, and we girls called eating his delicious food our therapy. The man could run $1 billion empire in the morning and plate a 5-star meal at night. It was one of those things about him that had floored me from the start. The man didn't just cook, he created. Like he couldn't help but pour precision and passion into everything he touched. I followed the sound of music, jazz, low and smooth, and walked into the kitchen. Jim stood at the range in rolled-up sleeves, moving like he belonged in a Michelin-starred restaurant, not our kitchen in the hills. He glanced over his shoulder, caught me watching, and gave me that crooked grin that still punched me straight in the chest. "You're home," he said, like it was the best part of his day. "The only thing better than this view would be you cooking without your shirt on," I said, arching an eyebrow at him. "I heard that," Addie hollered from the study. Jim turned and held a wooden spoon of sauce to my lips. "Taste it, my love. The shirt will be removed by you later." He finished with a wink and a tender kiss to my lips before turning back to the sauce he was stirring. My heart did the stupid flutter thing it always did, but before I could respond, I heard Addie's voice float back in from the study. "Mom, you're late. Again." "Homework before sass, kiddo," Jim called back without turning from the pan he was stirring. Izzy's little laugh followed, and I pictured her curled over her worksheet with a pencil, dimples flashing. I dropped my bag by the counter and leaned against it, watching him work, the house humming with the sounds of pencils scratching, pots sizzling, and the soft comfort of normalcy. The day's weight slid off my shoulders, one layer at a time. It was a perfect ending to a hell of a start on this new fall morning. The kids were back in school. My husband had returned from being overseas after a week, and I was now ready to fully immerse myself in the changes of my very favorite season.
2. Jim. My favorite time of day was when I was home with my family, and the busy chaos of my work faded to absolutely nothing. After being away for over a week, handling a deal overseas, and then flying to the England office for a few days, I arrived home late yesterday afternoon, intending to give my family the attention they deserved. Hell, I just fucking missed all 3 of my best girls. Being able to pick up Addie and Izzy from school was enough to breathe life into me again. My family grounded me and kept me sane in an insane world that seemed to pull me in every direction but them these days. Dinner was fantastic. Everyone was trading stories from their day at school, and I even got in a few fun jabs myself about work. Avery seemed a little more troubled by her day, though, so when she stepped away to take a call from a woman she'd met earlier, the girls and I finished up the dishes. I figured I'd ask more about her day once she was done, and before I had to wrap up a few last-minute work emails. It wasn't a typical family night here, but not unusual either. Avery's women's center demanded her attention just as my company demanded mine. And of course, being in grade school and high school came with its own demands via hours of homework for the girls. The best part of this family dynamic was how we weaved our way through these obstacles and were always present for each other, especially at dinner when we revealed our funny stories from the day. "I'll do the dishes for a week if you finish that math problem," I told Addie, stepping into her downstairs office, seeing that she was bent over her desk in frustration. "Really?" She looked over at me and beamed. "Of course not," I answered, deadpan. "But I'll say I will." I crossed the room, seeing defeat written all over her stressed-out face. "Dad, I can't get this at all. It makes no sense, and the teacher won't explain it right for those of us who are too dumb to understand math." I half smiled, then examined the algebra question she was stuck on. "Before I help you," I said, popping her AirPods out of both her ears, "these have to go. Listening to this nonsense is taking up more brain power than necessary." "It helps me concentrate," she countered. I glanced at her phone. "Taylor Swift helps you concentrate on breakups and young love. Romance should be the furthest thing from your mind while focusing on your studies." "Oh, God!" She sat back in her chair, flustered. "It's not like that. Her beats keep me motivated." "Motivated to stay on the same math problem since I started cooking dinner over 2 hours ago, kiddo?" I asked. She stared at me like I was the most annoying person on the damn planet, and I couldn't resist smirking at her. Oh, the frustrations of being a teenager and navigating schoolwork in a world where no one truly understands real-life problems. "So, now I can't listen to—" "First, I want you to listen to me," I interrupted her, ending the endless cycle of drama this was about to spiral into if I let it. I knelt to get closer to where she sat at her desk. "Nobody, especially you, is too dumb to do math." I smiled at her. "This coming from a man who is a master at the subject," she said. "Yes, precisely. Math is a game, sweetheart, not a challenge. In fact, it can be a fun riddle to solve if you learn it in a way that engages your brain and interests." She smiled. "We both know it's you and Izzy who love math, games, puzzles, and riddles. Mom and I just love—" "To get speeding tickets flying down the highway, I know." I arched an eyebrow. "Hey, that officer didn't give me a ticket today," she shot back. "That's only because he would have rather punished me for letting you speed through a 25-mile-an-hour zone." I paused, then shifted gears. "Let's back up. I really want to help you see this as fun instead of a challenge. Trust me, once I'm through with you, algebra will be your favorite subject." "Algebra is evil." "What's the problem?" I ignored the dramatics. 3x minus 4 equals 11. It makes no sense." I grabbed her pencil. "Okay, let's make it easy. Let's pretend this is a Taylor Swift concert." "Seriously?" She sighed and rolled her eyes. "Go with me," I answered with a smirk. I began scribbling out the equation while explaining. "See that minus 4? Think of it like a Ticketmaster fee. To cancel it, we do the opposite and add 4 to the other side." "Huh? Why?" "Because math is fair. Whatever you do to one side, you must do to the other. So -4 and +4 together make 0. That's when the scam fee disappears, and now you're left with just 3x. Okay, she seemed to be following. Now, we need that x on its own, so we divide by 3 to get there, I said, while I showed her the 3 dividing on the other side. That's the whole point of algebra, stripping everything away until the answer is standing there by itself. She looked at the 11 we'd added 4 to, seeing it was 15. So 3 tickets are $15, she blinked. And if we divide the 3, then 1 ticket is $5? I tapped the page. Exactly. X equals 5. Algebra is just the world's biggest Ticketmaster scam. You're always undoing fees to see what's real. She laughed. Okay, that's actually brilliant. Of course it is. I still hate it, and it's confusing. Well, I'm sure Taylor Swift will keep you focused on your last 10 problems. She popped in her AirPods and smiled. Thanks, Dad. Hopefully I can get the rest done without your help. Any time, kiddo, I said, standing up and kissing her on her head. Finish up, and then it's lights out. I strode out of the room and saw Avery across the hall, sitting at her desk with a cup of tea, obviously rattled about something. Is everything okay? She nodded before I could even finish asking the question. Okay, I'm going to check on Izzy. She's done with homework and in her bedroom. I'll be right in there to hold my lover. I smiled at her. Yeah, thanks, babe, she said. It's just stupid bullshit. I'll explain it when you get back, and I'll tuck in the kids after this is out of my way. I'll be back in a flash, I said, walking toward the staircase that led to the girls' bedrooms on the second floor. Downstairs was where we kept the library, study, and offices, our designated workspaces for the girls, so homework stayed out of their rooms and in a shared area. That was my rule. Bedrooms were for sanctuary, for escape, not for all the shit that had to be done at a desk or computer. I smiled when I walked in and saw Izzy quickly pull her hand behind her back, most likely hiding a cookie she snuck from the cookie jar while everyone was distracted. I see homework is done, and you're finishing the last of... What show is this? Dad, shh! Blair's about to ruin Serena's life again. I don't know if I should be worried you know that sentence, or that you snuck one of my cookies and are hiding it from me. Her cheeks flushed, and her dimples popped with her bashful smile. You want the other? It's the only way you're getting to keep the one you're eating, so yeah, hand it over, kid. I took the cookie, sat on the side of her bed, and frowned at the dramatics of the show our 9-year-old somehow got into. Why are you even watching this? I questioned, taking a bite of my chocolate chip cookie. Mom and Addie watch it all the time. We call it girls' night when you're gone. I'm not allowed to watch it without them, though. She cringed, and I laughed. You are quite the sneaky little rebel tonight. I ruffled her hair. What's it about? Boy crushes? Dad, she rolled her eyes. Well, it just looks a bit boring to me, I said. That's because you don't know what real TV is. Ah, I said. What's it about? So maybe I'll watch too. Nope. She popped her lips as she dragged out the word and grinned. It's the show we watch when you leave, so that way we don't miss you so much. I smiled at her and hugged her. Perhaps that's a fantastic way to pass the time. I know how it feels to miss all of you, and I don't want any of you to feel that way. She leaned into me, and I watched the characters narrate their way through some issues that had likely occurred 2 seasons prior. As much as I wanted to stay with Izzy in this state, I really needed to check on Avery. And of course, finish responding to those goddamn emails. All right, kid, I said. Mom's going to be here in a bit to tuck you away for the night, and now that my cookie is all gobbled up, I need to finish some last-minute things for work. Enjoy your show until Mom busts you for watching it without her. I was going to turn it off, she said contemplatively. But since you and Mom always talk forever, I think I'll watch another episode. It's 9:30, dude. It's time to wrap it up, I challenged my feisty kid. Go brush that sugar out of your teeth first. Fine, Another eye roll. Girls were fun to raise and bond with as a father. You'd usually get greeted with a snarky comment, followed by an eye roll, earn their appreciation, exert some authority, and wrap it all up with a parting eye roll. Damn, I loved it. I walked out to Avery just as she stepped from her office. Pulling her into my arms, I studied her tired eyes. What happened today? It's the woman who wanted to come to the center today. She went to the hospital last night. Apparently, it was a domestic case, she said against my chest. Fuck, I said, resting my chin on her head. I know you can't give personal details, especially since I may know her husband, but is there anything you can say? Sadly, she didn't want to come to the center, but I still don't feel right saying anything without the woman's expressed permission. It's understandable, I said, holding her tighter. I'm so sorry you have these days, Ave. I wish I could fix it all for you. She stepped back and smiled. A hot bubble bath and my favorite glass of wine will most definitely take the edge off. I arched an eyebrow. I can offer more than that, my love, I said, running my hands over her shoulders. Oh, trust me, you will. I just need to get these raw nerves settled. Then your gorgeous self is going to finish what we started last night after I got home. You're damn right we are. I cupped her chin and kissed her lips. Let me get the candles lit and the water flowing. I've got all of that, she smiled. Go take care of those emails, then join me when you're done. Deal. I walked into my office and rushed through the emails that needed my approval before morning. It was hard to focus on work with nights like these, knowing my wife needed me in more ways than words could express. I still hadn't had enough of her since returning from London yesterday. 3 emails down, and I noticed that my secretary had flagged the Special Events Department memo as holiday approval. My lips twisted with annoyance at the endless list of holiday obligations. It felt like we'd just finished with all this crap, and here it was again. I scanned the list, thinking maybe this year we could switch it up instead of repeating the same tired routine. Still expensive enough to show appreciation, but different, because we'd done the same damn thing last year, and the year before that, and every fucking year before. Click, charcuterie boards. Click, champagne. Done. 7 seconds, and everyone was covered, from the hospital to the London office to downtown Los Angeles, and, of course, every company Mitchell & Associates had acquired. Everyone would be receiving fresh, unique, and different Christmas gifts this year, and it took less than a blink to make the decision. Not that anyone would notice. Everyone had too much shit going on in their lives these days to even notice me trying to change up their holiday gift this year. What was important now was enjoying the rest of the night with my wife, and being quietly proud that it only took me 30 minutes to handle these minor details before work tomorrow.
3. Avery. I was stepping out of the bath by the time my tall, dark, and so handsome it was beyond me at times man walked into the master suite. Steam still curled around me from the bathroom, scented with lavender oils I'd poured into the tub. My mind had finally begun to shift from the heaviness of Claire's situation to the quieter ache of how much I'd missed my family tonight. The bath and wine helped me peel away the weight. Still, the guilt lingered. I always wondered if I was doing enough, if offering women like Claire a safe place to land ever truly counted. I couldn't save her. Not completely, but maybe I could be a voice, a helping hand, or even just a presence when she needed one most. Hopefully, the counselors at St. John's, where she'd been taken, would encourage her to step towards saving herself. That was something I couldn't do for her. I exhaled and tried to let it go, because now, standing in the doorway, was my husband. Hungry green eyes locked on me, dark hair mussed from his day, and a grin so devilish it promised trouble. Looking at him, I remembered there was still light in my world. I smiled back, then let my towel drop and tugged my hair loose from its twist. His eyebrow arched, slow and deliberate, and my body reacted like he'd flipped a switch.
You,
he said, voice deep as he pushed off the doorframe,
are going to feel exactly how much I love you and have missed you this past week.
In one move, he scooped me up and slung me over his shoulder. I squealed, part laugh, part thrill. It didn't matter that we'd made love last night. My body and my heart had been waiting for this all week. "Where are you taking me tonight, Mr. Mitchell?" I teased, swatting his firm ass as he carried me across the suite.
"Well, now that your squeal probably woke the girls, we'll have to get creative."
I laughed louder. "You know they love to knock just to ruin our fun."
"I know,"
he said in that man-on-a-mission tone that always made me melt.
"We did the garage last time, didn't we?"
"There's still a dent in the Rover's hood, yes," I admitted, grinning at the memory. Our creativity left its marks, literally.
"Kind of makes me want to relive the moment that caused the dent,"
he said, his laugh low in his throat as he carried me up another flight of stairs. Attic or rooftop, either way, he was determined. "Attic sex?" I teased, arching a brow.
"Not sure I want cobwebs up my ass,"
he muttered, finally setting me down. I cupped my face in his hands and kissed him. "Damn, I missed you." His mouth covered my breast before I could even catch my breath, sending sparks through me. My fingers worked at his belt, eager and needy. He groaned, pressing me into the wall, lips trailing down my chest, across my throat, up to my jaw.
"I don't give a shit about cobwebs,"
he growled, sliding his fingers into me and hitting my sweet spot without hesitation. Pleasure made me gasp, my body arching into him.
"It's either under the stars or in the attic. Where do you want me?"
he murmured against my shoulder. "I don't give a shit," I panted. "I just want you." The next thing I knew, he had me in the attic. The air smelled faintly of cedar and dust. Boxes towered, stacked with baby furniture, old toys, and other forgotten bits of our life. My eyes landed on a rocking chair I'd sworn to donate years ago. It had been at least a year since I'd set foot up here. "We really need to go through this place," I muttered, half horrified and half distracted by Jim's mouth on my skin. He caught my tone instantly, smirked, and yanked a blanket from a box.
"Later,"
he said, laying me down. And then there was no space for thought, just his hands, his mouth, and my body remembering how to unravel for him. His tongue teased, his lips lingered, his fingers played me like he'd been starved for months instead of days. I bucked into him, gripping his hair, and still my eyes strayed stupidly to a tower of holiday boxes. Focus, Avery. For the first time ever, the thrill of Halloween decorations pulled at me while Jim's mouth worked its magic. "I need more," I begged, breathless.
"You'll get it, baby. Trust me."
"No, now," I demanded. He moaned against me, switching tongue for fingers, deliberately drawing it out. Normally, I adored his patience. Tonight, the boxes were winning, and I hated it. I yanked his hair until his gaze locked with mine. "I'm not going to come this way. I need you inside me." His brows knit.
"You never go straight for that. You want it over quick?"
"Yes, well, no." I glanced at his freed length. "Wait, are you losing your heart on?" He sighed, exasperated.
"Hard to stay in the zone when my wife is mentally cataloging storage bins."
"We're in the attic."
"So, we've done it in the basement before, too, and you managed to forego taking inventory of our cleaning supplies."
"That's not the point."
"Then what is?"
My eyes landed on a box marked Halloween 2022.
"Christ,"
he muttered, following my gaze.
"Please tell me you're not planning centerpieces right now."
"I need you to fuck me so I won't," I chuckled. I had to love marriage, and sometimes the interruptions didn't come from kids or phones. Sometimes they came in the form of cobwebs and holiday boxes, and my OCD. He froze for a moment as he slipped into his typical Jim fixes everything with an executive decision mode, and then I went down on him. I was desperate, but Jim pulled me back up to bring us face to face. "Well, that's a first," I laughed. "Why are we so off tonight? Now I can't give you a blow—"
"Ave," he interrupted me, still smiling. "I'm not risking my special guy while you're mentally hanging fake bats. You're right. The only way you'll stop thinking about those boxes is if I'm inside you."
"Exactly. Then put me against the wall and fuck this out of my mind." His grin was my answer. He lifted me, kissed me like he owned me, and thrust deep as my back hit the rough wall. The particle board scraped, but his rhythm burned hotter. "Fuck yes," I moaned, circling my clit as he drove harder.
"I missed this,"
he growled, lips closing over my breast. "Me too," I breathed, nails in his hair, body clinging to his. Our rhythm turned frantic. Pulse matched pulse.
"We're doing this all night,"
he swore. "Yes. Jim, fuck, I'm coming." He slammed deeper, kissed me harder, and we shattered together. "Ah!" I shrieked when a sharp stab lit my backside.
"Yes,"
he groaned.
"Again. Shit, yes."
"Jim, no!" I yelped, realizing my ass had landed on a nail. "Jim! Jim!" I gasped, the pain burning.
"What's wrong?"
"You literally just nailed my ass!" I cried, half laughing, half wincing. I turned around after he pulled out of me and stepped back to figure out what the hell just stopped the climax he was about to have.
"You're bleeding," he said, spotting it. "The builders are dead men."
"What's going on up here?" Addie's voice floated in. Panic shot through me. We scrambled for blankets. Of course, they were from Addie's baby box. So much for the nostalgic things we wanted our daughter to hand down to her children one day.
"Addie, we're fine. Go downstairs. We'll be there in a minute,"
Jim said, voice stern. She snorted. "Maybe keep it down, you horny old people." "Addie, that's not what—" I started. "Dad's pants are over here," she chimed. "I literally took a nail in my ass to avoid this exact moment," I muttered. "What?" Addie pressed. My eyes darted to the Halloween boxes. "We were trying on Halloween costumes and my ass landed on a nail," I said, hoping to salvage our dignity. "Right," she said with a laugh.
"Just head to bed, kid."
Jim took control.
"We're going to have to run down to the ER and get Mom a tetanus shot,"
he said, arching a brow at me.
"Let's head to the hospital and dodge our teenager's commentary."
"Okay," she answered, still not believing our half-lie. "Perfect plan," I sighed. "I'll see if Bree and Alex can sit with the girls."
"Addie will be fine here. I'll alert security to up their watch while we're gone tonight."
So much for reunion sex, night 2. A nail had claimed me before Jim did. Addie would never let us live it down either. Still, at least the excuse was believable. I wasn't screaming in ecstasy. I was screaming because of a contractor's mistake. If it came to it, Jim could even throw on his old wizard costume from one of these boxes to back up our story. Honestly, who gave a damn anyway? The chaos made it even more fun. I might have hurt like hell, but it made for one hell of a story. I just had to make sure that story didn't involve tetanus.
4. Jim. The crash of waves below the cliffside blended with the sharp clang of steel beams locking into place. Pacific Palisades didn't do anything small, not the ocean views, not the price tags, and certainly not the development project Titus Hawk and I were standing in the middle of. I adjusted my cufflinks as I listened to the foreman lay out the day's work. Behind him, crews moved like a well-oiled machine framed against the Pacific horizon. Glass towers and sleek villas would rise here, an empire of concrete and steel. The Hawk brothers didn't fuck around, and Titus had roped me into co-developing this site, as if he knew I couldn't resist a challenge this big. "You're still thinking hotel plus residences?" I asked, my gaze scanning the blueprint Titus had unrolled on a makeshift table. he smirked, his eyes flicking up from the plans. Hotel, residences, and a private club. Something exclusive, something the billionaires' billionaires will beg to get into. Of course he said it like that. Hawk had never played it safe a day in his life. I ran a hand down my jaw, considering the numbers. It'll sell. You know that, but don't underestimate the politics of a build this size. Neighbors will fight. The city council will drag their feet. Titus leaned back against the table, arms crossed, watching me with that predator's grin he always wore when he smelled blood. Which is why I want Mitchell and Associates on this. You know how to close, no matter the opposition. I sighed. You are already aware of the conditions I placed on my company whilst doing any work with Hawk Global on the West Coast. This is my world and my empire. My vision was not to cater only to the wealthy. Our agreement was that if I went into any hotel business with your prestigious builds, it would be wealth and luxury at the middleman price tag. Hawk smirked. Of course, he answered. No one will be turned away. I folded my arms, studying my sly business partner. In the end, will the price tag be the thing that makes them turn up their noses? I'll make sure it doesn't, my friend. He pushed off the table he'd been leaning against. I just need you focused on yourself and on your bulldog of a VP who's handling the petty shit that could slow this down. One of the workers hammered in a beam too close to where we stood, the clang reverberating up the frame. Instinctively, I glanced at the nail gun in his hands, and Avery's laugh from last night passed through my mind. You literally nailed my ass. The image of her still glossy eyes, ecstasy building before the nail seemed to get her, replayed in my mind, and I ached to be with her, to make up for everything going to shit. Even so, I smirked, despite myself. All good? Hawk asked, arching a brow. That nail gun seems to have triggered some kind of response, and by the looks of it, I think it's not a bad memory. No, it's nothing, I said, straightening my tie. It just reminded me I need to have my contractors triple-check every damn nail in my house. Oh? Titus chuckled, shaking his head. I've heard some shit in my life, Mitch, but lovers and nail guns? That's a new one. I rolled my eyes and pulled my sunglasses back on. Nah, man. I will say, though, my wife does keep my life interesting. I can only imagine, brother, he said, before the foreman returned after being pulled away earlier on an urgent build matter. My mind drifted back to my lady, while Titus entertained the man. I loved how she kept me on my toes, how there could never be a dull moment if we tried. The truth was, Avery kept me grounded. Even standing here, surrounded by millions of dollars worth of steel and men who followed my orders without hesitation, it was Avery's laugh that anchored me. The thought of her softening my edges after a day like this reminded me why I did it all. The foreman called out numbers, and Titus's attention snapped back to the plans. I let mine drift toward the horizon, where the ocean stretched endlessly blue. Business was good. Power was addictive. But what waited for me at home tonight was all that mattered, and everything that kept me going. After wrapping the morning business meeting with Titus over lunch, I headed back to the office to catch up on any business I hadn't been able to handle over the phone. We had 3 acquisitions on the table, each worth over $4 million, companies that should have been begging for our attention. Easy deals, in theory. But of course, these bastards all loved to act as if we needed them, not the other way around, which turned everything into a string of meetings and a goddamn hassle. Mr. Mitchell? Brooke looked up from her computer. It's going to have to wait, I said, breezing by her computer after having read another needy text from Bronson on this fucking hassle of an acquisition. It can't, she said. Do you have an emergency? I said, confused. Marco D'Amico is here. He's already in your office. I turned from her and walked toward my office, jaw tightening. No one walked into my office without being invited or having an appointment scheduled. Marco stood there in a rumpled linen suit, gold cufflinks flashing like he'd dressed for nostalgia instead of business. He didn't move to shake my hand, and I didn't offer one. "Most people wait to be scheduled," I said flatly. He smiled, as if he thought he was charming. "My father never waited for invitations, Mitchell. Neither do I, especially when it's about my family's legacy." There it was. Legacy. I gestured toward the chair opposite my desk. "Sit." He did, and leaned forward as if the office were his. $4.3 million is an insult for D'Amico's fine provisions. You've seen the crowds. You know the Beverly Hills and Malibu stores are bleeding cash, I interrupted, voice cutting in like steel. I slid a file across the desk. Your net margins are at 12%. The Malibu location loses money 3 months of the year, and your e-commerce is a goddamn joke. The only thing keeping your valuation above $4 million is the Beverly Hills lease and your name recognition due to a TikTok viral video from a mukbang influencer. His jaw clenched. You talk numbers, Mr. Mitchell. I talk history. 50 years of family craft, imported meats, olive oil from Umbria. You think people come to us for spreadsheets? No, they come for nostalgia, I said. And nostalgia doesn't pay the bills. I watched him huff and strain not to roll his eyes in frustration at me. I leaned forward, lowering my voice. Here's the difference between us. I don't need D'Amico's. My empire runs just fine without artisanal mortadella. But I see potential, and my wife loves your panini, which is the only reason you're sitting here instead of on your way to bankruptcy court in 2 years, give or take. His brows shot up, but I didn't let him speak. I've already funneled nearly $1 million worth of business your way personally. Every charcuterie board at my headquarters, at my regional offices, at my retreats, at my events. I've had you provide them. Mitchell & Associates alone represents $850,000 in annual contracts for you. You know what that means? It means I've already made you relevant again. I also plan to order more for the company for this year's holiday season, unless I should take my business to someone else. I let the words settle before driving the nail in. So, here are your choices. Take my $4.3 million, keep the D'Amico name on every storefront, and watch your brand expand to Vegas, Aspen, and Miami under my umbrella. Or walk out of here, lose the contracts I've handed you so far, and watch your numbers dry up until your daughter is forced to sell at half the price. Marco's eyes flicked to the file he hadn't wanted to touch. He knew I was right. Pride had him straining against it, but pride didn't pay rent in Beverly Hills. You need me more than I need you, I said, leaning back calmly. And I don't make the same offer twice. Silence. Then, finally, in a voice tight with swallowed pride, I'll speak with Claudia. Do that, I said, rising and turning back toward the city view beneath my office. And next time, make an appointment. Thank you for your time, he said, voice strained as he rose and quickly let himself out of my office. I texted Avery earlier that unexpected bullshit had slowed things down at work and I'd be home late. By 8, I was finally sending my last email after being stuck at the office all night and wondering if I'd end up sleeping here at this fucking rate. It was just part of the damn business sometimes, being on the top floors while everyone else was out to dinner or enjoying their families. My door creaked open, and my heart nearly jumped into my throat when my wife's leg was the only thing I saw. Her red heel was slowly gliding up the side of the door as my heart picked up pace. God damn, I loved when she did this, and especially after days like this. I know I didn't schedule a meeting, Mr. Mitchell, she said, walking in like a goddess. She locked the door behind her, turned back to me, and pulled off the long black coat she'd worn with her heels. Fuck me. The only thing she'd worn with her red stilettos. "You're so gorgeous," was the only response I had to this much-welcomed surprise.
"Does that mean I'm not wasting your time, like Mr. D'Amico did today?"
Her lips were painted bright red, her makeup flawless and intentional, and I was already hard with desire. "Should I punish you, lover?" I said, trying to play her game. She pushed my computer screen to the side, slipped onto my desk in front of me, while I instinctively slid my hands up her thighs, pulling myself closer to all the beauty spread out before me. Her hands gently ran through my hair. "Oh, you're going to fully punish me tonight. No distractions. Smooth desk, and memories of one of our first enjoyable moments together in England, when I woke up and caught you working late like this." "I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to drive down here at 8 in the evening." She looked at me with sympathy, her fingernails tracing my forehead. "Baby, 8 in the evening was 3 hours ago." "What?" I said, looking at my watch. "Fuck." "Fuck is exactly right, and that's what we're about to do." "God, I love you," I said, before she lay back on my desk and spread her legs, inviting me to take her any way I wanted. She softly moaned when my hands gripped her hips with purpose, and my lips and tongue ran up the insides of her thighs, gently claiming and tasting my wife's smooth and flawless body. Her soft whimpers and fingernails swirled in my hair, bringing me closer to where her sex was already pulsing and glistening. My tongue swept through her folds as she moaned. God damn, she tasted like warm caramel melting across my tongue. I needed this. I fucking needed her. My dick was aching for more, but until Avery was racked with cries of pleasure for surprising me like this, I would wait. Her hands reached up to grip the edge of the desk, while she quickly escalated into beautiful pleasure. I slid my fingers into her slick entrance, moving and circling along the spot she loved to ride aggressively into ecstasy. Her hips bucked and her full breasts bounced while she heaved, and everything began to tighten around me as I moved my fingers in her. "God, yes! Oh, Jim!" she cried, her orgasm building. She grew wetter, her hand reaching into my hair, pulling it, and guiding me to taste her pleasure. My hand slid out just as her body tensed, bucked, and my mouth went directly to where her delicious, slick sex was feeding me her orgasm. My tongue went into her, tasting and desiring more. I wasn't going to last if I wasn't inside of her. My pants were off while Avery was still squirming in ecstasy, and I pushed in to feel her squeezing and pulsing all around my hard cock. The look in Avery's eyes told me exactly how she wanted this, and I answered. I thrust hard and deep, driving us both toward the edge, and to my thrill, she rode it higher, another shattering orgasm building to join mine. I climbed over her, pressing her back against my desk, pinching one hard nipple, but craving her mouth, her lips even more. My body tensed, pleasure surging through me like electricity searching for a place to ground itself. Avery's legs wrapped around me, holding me tightly while I exploded into her, both of us coming undone in the most violent yet beautiful way. "Fuck," I said breathlessly. "Damn, I love you." She kissed the top of my head, where it rested in the center of her chest. "I missed you today," she said, "and I wasn't going to let work steal you away from me again." I kissed her dewy flesh. "I'm sorry, but hell, having sex like this might train me to start doing this more often." She laughed. "Baby, if you do this shit often, your hand will be what reminds you not to leave your wife wanting more at home." This was everything I loved about my wife. Life may have been hectic and busy, but Avery and I always found a way to give each other what we needed, right when we needed it most.
5. Avery. If someone had told me 5 years ago that I'd be standing in the middle of a pumpkin patch in Los Angeles at a festival I organized for a women's shelter, I would have laughed them out of the one-room apartment that I could barely afford. Yet, here I was, heels sinking into the grass of Westwood Park, surrounded by hay bales, cider barrels, and more pumpkins than I realized Southern California could grow. Scarecrows lined pathways, and wagons overflowed with gourds of every shape, color, and size. Even though we didn't get the full experience of the autumn season in Southern California, the Farm Fresh Fall Festival brought that to life for us tonight. Jim had rented out the entire park, permits and all, because of course he had. I would have been happy with folding chairs and fairy lights strung between the oaks, but my husband didn't do small. If Mitchell and Associates were going to sponsor the fall festival, apparently Westwood Park had to belong to us for the night. But as I looked around, it was clear to see that it wasn't just a festival anymore. Under strings of golden fairy lights, stacks of hay and pumpkins mingled with Mitchell-level touches. There were gourmet cider stations with copper samovars steaming in the brisk October air, heaters disguised as rustic lantern posts, and a sound system that made the jazz band sound like they'd been imported straight from New Orleans. Security blended into the crowd, wearing jeans and sweaters to maintain a casual atmosphere. And the crowd? God, it was exactly what I envisioned. The women from the shelter were enjoying themselves while their kids ran wild between booths, giggling with painted faces and caramel apples in hand. They were the heart of this night. This was their festival, and their chance to feel joy without fear and to have a holiday that didn't remind them of what they'd lost, but of what was still possible. Holidays were the worst for people dealing with divorce, separations, or strained relationships, especially when it was so hard to leave in the first place. I didn't want anyone to feel loss or sadness or wish their family was together when the whole reason they left was to save their lives from the toxic family environment that was making them so unhappy. Plenty of my husband's associates and other client investors were here too, floating through the crowd in tailored suits and expensive shoes, pretending they didn't mind grass stains or glittery pumpkins. They weren't who this was for, though. Not tonight. Tonight, they were just a bankroll for me, a tax write-off for them, and the necessary means to keep the shelter's lights on. If they enjoyed sipping cider out of mason jars and pretending it was charming, all the better. "Mom, watch this!" Izzy's voice rang over the music. She was red-faced and giggling as she fished a plastic duck from the prize pond, her ponytail flying everywhere. Addie stood beside her, arms crossed like a tiny CEO, watching like she'd coached her to win the prized duck. "I gave her the cheat code to dunking for ducks, Mom," my teenage daughter said, trying to steal the spotlight. I laughed. "Cheat code?" Addie smirked. "Yes, because the ones with the faded paint always win." "I'm confused." Jim appeared at my side and handed me a steaming paper cup, his Tom Ford suit looking hilariously out of place against the hay bales. "Hot cider for the lady who insisted on pumpkins instead of catering from Spago." "Thank you. And I'm just as confused, but at least they're having fun." I took a sip, the warmth spreading through me. "What you should be more concerned with is the dunk tank I insisted on that you promised to get in." His green eyes sparkled.
"That was under duress and not in writing."
"Still counts." I winked, taking another sip and shrugging.
Well, well.
Jim's younger brother, Jake, approached with his and Ash's oldest kid, John. I smiled at John, who looked identical to his dad, but was identical to Jim in personality. "How's my handsome nephew? Is Kaylee with Mom?" John stood as if he were one of the influential executives here, with an air that said this was merely something he had to attend.
"She's doing the duck dunk with Izzy and Addie,"
he answered.
Of course, at 11 years old. Big John here is too cool for any of this.
Jake responded.
More like too cool for any of us,
Jim added. Hey, babe, this is spectacular. I love everything about this atmosphere, my best friend and Jake's wife, Ash, said as she handed John a caramel apple. Here, honey bunny. We all covered our smiles when John's cheeks flushed red, mortified that his mom had just embarrassed him in front of his Uncle Jim, whom he admired more than anyone.
Where's mine?
Jim covered for him, just as he always had.
Real men get their own caramel apples, Jimmy,
Jake answered, taunting his son.
Is Jax coming tonight?
John asked, ignoring him.
I was hoping Cam and Jessa were coming and he'd be with them.
Unfortunately, no, I answered. Jessa said that Jackson has a coaching event at the high school.
See? Now that's something cool, doing things like that. Not this,
John said, matter-of-factly.
Says the man eating the caramel apple his mommy just got for him,
Jake teased.
The party can start now. We have arrived,
Colin said, approaching with his wife Elena at his side and their 2-year-old daughter on his shoulders, clutching her ankles as she giggled. John! She shrieked, bouncing on her dad's shoulders. Hi! Colin set her down. His kids were practically cousins with all the other kids, but they were especially close with Jake's kids. It was adorable watching John try to navigate the younger kids' adoration while still convincing himself that he belonged in the conversations of prominent executives and doctors.
Serafina, don't,
he half warned, half chuckled.
Your cotton candy is sticky.
Hey, John, Elena said as John was wrangling Serafina. Can you take little Alex to the girls over at the pumpkin walk?
Pumpkin walk?
John said, highly annoyed that he was forced into babysitting duty.
Yeah, dude, Colin said. It's really awesome. They play music and you hop on the patches in circles, and if you land on one, you get a free pumpkin to carve. God.
He rolled his eyes, and my lips pinched in humor. That's enough of the attitude, mister, Ash said with a hint of warning in her kind eyes. Go enjoy yourselves with the kids. Uncle Alex and Aunt Bree are on their way with the twins, and you have Addie to help you. John's gaze darted so blatantly toward where the school kids were congregated that he immediately gave himself away, a rookie mistake in front of Jake and Colin. The doctors weren't just masters at calling everyone out and giving them hell. They also loved teasing the kids when they thought they were too cool to enjoy any holiday or event they should be celebrating.
Well, there's the reason for the attitude,
Jake pointed out first.
His little crush is here. I don't have a crush on her or anyone, Dad,
John snapped.
What's her name?
Colin prodded.
Rosie Bennett, and we're just friends.
John held his ground. Friends is the best place to start, I smiled.
Why don't you ask your friend to join you and all the kids?
Jake taunted.
Because she's not here to babysit. I am.
He rolled his eyes.
Protective of her time?
Jim joined in.
Good man.
He nodded.
I'm gonna go watch kids bob for apples, I guess,
John said, sighing and hoping someone would tell him he was off the hook.
It's the pumpkin walk,
Colin corrected.
Over there,
he said, his eyes wide with teasing excitement.
Ugh.
He gave a long, exasperated sigh and marched off to fulfill his big cousin duty.
Lord, once these damn kids hit any age past 10, they suddenly turn into our enemies and act like we are only here to piss them off,
Jake said.
You acted the same way at his age.
Jim defended his nephew.
We all did. It's part of growing up.
The men fell into conversation, and then Nat and Spencer arrived. Their daughter clung tightly to her father, who joined the men, while Nat came over to join Ash, Elena, and me. Damn, girl. This is everything I love about fall and more. I swear I wasn't in the mood for the holidays to be here yet, but this makes me want to hire that badass event architect so she can decorate our home and plan a massive brokerage event. She smiled at me. Avery, this is spectacular, and it's everything that this city and your center needs. By the way, I have promising news about Claire, she said, always knowing inside shit beyond even the most powerful men in Jim's company. Oh? How did you know about her? I asked. She smirked, drinking her most likely spiked cider. Honey, you don't get to be where I am in real estate without knowing each and every elite soul who wants a slice of California property. I was really hoping she'd take me up on coming to the center, I said. I just can't win them all, I guess. They're never yours to win, Ash corrected me with the truth I needed to hear. I can confirm that the disgusting pig of a broker, who is Claire's husband, was arrested on the domestic charges she filed. What's more, many women from his firm are coming forward with accusations that do not bode well for him. So, let's just say that after the lawyers and penal system are done with him, Claire will be living quite well financially. I covered my mouth in shock, heartbroken for Claire and all the other women who'd been degraded and abused. Nat read my expression. He manipulated their commissions in exchange for services, and that never lands well with a judge or jury. Spence and I have already taken action to save the company for Claire and merge it with my brokerage. And the moral of the story is, nice people do win, even when they can't see it coming. I raised my cider cup. Well, this is a time to celebrate a win for women who have been abused, and that the truth always comes out in the end. Indeed, Nat said. Oh shit, there's Kat, the event architect I was just talking about. You girls must meet her, she said, waving her over. I turned and saw a woman in an emerald silk dress who seemed entirely too glamorous for a fall festival. Her black hair was swept into a sleek knot, and her eyes were sharp, like she'd already redesigned my event before I'd said hello. She cut through the crowd like she owned it, then stopped directly in front of me with a smile that was equal parts polished charm and professional critique. Nat Spencer, you doll! She approached, half professional and half sass to match Nat's personality. These are my friends, Ash, Elena, and Avery. Avery designed this whole thing, and her husband's decorator brought it all to life. Nat said, Girls, this is Catalina Velez. Wonderful to meet you all. Your festival is absolutely charming. She smiled warmly. She looked at me and held out her hand. Mrs. Mitchell, I've heard a lot about you. I blinked, momentarily thrown. Nat was just informing us that you actually arrange these events? Kat practically goes into battle mode to make sure everything runs smoothly, and one would never know there was a flaw. Nat raved. Nat, you're too much. Kat chuckled. Nat and I met when I was called in to salvage an elite event for her brokerage, a multi-million-dollar merger that had to run flawlessly. We pulled it off, impressed everyone, and people are still praising the event and donating, she added, nodding toward Nat. You saved the fucking night is what you did. The press arriving when they weren't alerted before. Fucking everything. It's what I do, sweetheart. Kat looked at me. I love your vision for your women's center. If my dearest friend had dared to seek refuge in a place like yours, she would still be with us today. I am happy to meet the woman who is working tirelessly to continue to help women find the courage to leave toxic and sometimes life-threatening situations. It's a challenge at times, that's for sure, I said. And I'm truly sorry for your loss. Sadly, it is something I often experience in this line of work. But instead of letting the sad stories overwhelm me, I try to let them inspire me to do more, to throw more festivals like this, so women can enjoy the simple things in life, or to do whatever else I can to help them reclaim their lives. It's a beautiful movement, she smiled, and thank you for your condolences. I don't speak of her often, but I attended and donated tonight because I want this to expand and for more awareness to be made. Perhaps with your vision and mine, I said, you can orchestrate my husband's annual charity event. He hosts it every Christmas holiday for his company, and together we can increase more investments for the charity. I would gladly help, she said, her smile igniting the love that I held for doing things like this. It was a beautiful night with fall in full swing. Halloween was just a week away, with Thanksgiving soon after. The holidays always seemed to come so fast after Halloween. But surprisingly, I didn't feel the usual pressure that came with the holiday season. Instead, I felt ready to step into the holidays with open arms, to savor their warmth and cheer, and to let their energy fuel the work I loved and the cause I stood for.
6. Jim. "Have a wonderful Thanksgiving, Mr. Mitchell," my captain said, as I turned to the steps to exit my jet. "You do the same, and extend my wishes to the rest of the crew, Laister," I said. I didn't have time for pleasantries with my crew right then. I was rushing back to beat the clock so I could make it in time to have Thanksgiving dinner with my family. The trip to Dubai took longer than planned, but shit, at least Spence and I nailed that bastard. "Can we slow the fuck down a beat?" Spencer, my VP, said, scrambling to catch up behind me. "Jesus, Jim." "Evening, Mr. Mitchell," my chauffeur acknowledged, as I handed him my travel bag and slid into the back seat. "Did Avery threaten to take off your balls with the turkey carving knife if we're a second late to dinner?" "No," I smirked, texting Avery and my girls on a group chat as the Bentley pulled out of the private airport. "Jim, we're on the ground, in the car, and on the way." Addie, "Hurry up, Dad. We can't eat until you bozos get here." Avery, "Can't wait. Turkey's almost done." Heart emoji. Jim, "Me too. How's Izzy Bear?" Addie, "Mad she doesn't have a cell phone and can't text." 2 laughing emojis. "Remind me to get Izzy a cell phone this year for Christmas," I told Spence with a soft chuckle. "Breaking your no cell phones until 13 years old rule already? You're getting soft in your old age." I slid my phone into my coat pocket. Nah, I just love hearing from the girls while I'm away on business, and unless Avery hands her phone to Izzy, then I don't get to hear from her until I get home. "Quintessential old-age softness, like I said," Spence pressed. "But the way you pulled the dick CEO routine on the flight crew and shoved your luggage at Alistair to toss in the trunk for your entitled ass proves you haven't fully aged into a softie just yet." I rolled my eyes. "Oh, please. They're all my employees, and they understand things get a little impersonal at times while working for me." I said it confidently, but after thinking it over, I kind of felt like shit about my behavior. They might have been my employees, but they worked hard to meet my high standards, and they deserved better from me. "Alistair, please forgive my lack of manners," I announced from the back seat. "I deeply appreciate your timely pickup and handling of my things." "Never a problem, sir," my driver said, focused more on the traffic jam we'd just driven into on the 405 than on me being concerned about being a dickhead on Thanksgiving Day. "Apologies for the traffic," he said, glancing in the rearview mirror, his thick accent floating over the partition. I exhaled and looked at Spence. I need to ensure the airline staff is compensated above and beyond for their stellar services in getting us home today, and also because they nearly missed Thanksgiving because of our overworked sorry asses. "Already handled, Jimmy," Spencer said, scrolling through emails on his phone. "I slipped the captain a healthy gratuity for him and the crew." I nodded. "I swear everything this year has been going non-fucking stop," I exhaled, reclining further into my seat. "How the hell are we even at Thanksgiving already?" He dropped his phone into his lap and smirked at me. "Don't tell me you want to be back at Halloween dealing with Colin and Jake dressed up as Woody and Buzz Lightyear again." Lord, I chuckled at the memory. Those clowns have more fun on that damn holiday than the kids do. Why did they dress up as Toy Story characters? I stopped asking questions about those two long ago, my friend, I said with a laugh. "Alistair, perhaps this exit will avoid the endless brake lights. Can we take side streets?" "Apologies, sir," Alistair's calm voice floated back. "This is the only reasonable route to the venue." I scowled. Venue? Avery said it was dinner at the house. I looked over at Spence. Just close friends. Spencer's mouth twisted as he returned to scrolling through his phone. Maybe she upgraded the definition of close. I leaned back against the leather, fingers tapping restlessly on my knee. We've been gone too long, Spence. I just want a quiet night with her, with the girls. That's all. He drawled, not even glancing up. And you believe Avery when she says she's planning something quiet? Fair point. The Bentley inched forward, trapped in the sea of traffic, and my patience thinned with every yard we crawled. The glow of red lights reflected across the windshield, painting Spencer in hellfire as he chuckled under his breath. "What the hell's so funny?" I asked, agitated. He finally set his phone down, grinning. "You, all buttoned up and sweating bullets because you're about to walk into another one of Avery's ambushes." I shook my head. "She said the house. Just us at the house." "Jim." Spencer's tone softened, though his grin never left. "You sound like a crazy man who's just lost all sense of control." "I feel that way," I answered. "Thank God I slept on the flight home to have the energy for whatever charade might be awaiting us tonight." "Holidays stressing you out, big guy?" "When everything always seems grand scale, yes. This didn't need to be an event. God bless my wife, because I know she means well and loves surprises, but damn. These days, it's like we're trying to fit in with Titus's way of life." "Mark my words, for you shall choke on yours soon enough," he said, as if he were quoting Shakespeare. "Do you know something I don't know? Who the fuck am I married to, dude? My wife knows everything, which means I do as well. Why wouldn't you at least make me aware? Again, you know who my wife is, right? If I betray her, I don't just lose my balls, I lose my dick too. The whole package, gone." I opened my mouth to argue, but Alistair smoothly cut in. "We're nearly there, gentlemen." I frowned at the freeway signs. Downtown? My pulse kicked up a notch. "Alistair," I said slowly, "where are we going?" "I'm under strict orders not to divulge that information, Mr. Mitchell." Alistair shrugged and gave me a look that said, "I'd also prefer my balls not to be removed." A look I was all too familiar with tonight, it seemed. "You'll see, sir. That's all I can say." Spencer laughed outright at that. "Christ, man, even your own staff is on lockdown with the big bad CEO." I pinched the bridge of my nose. "I hope my wife has compensated you well for this, Alistair," I grumbled, knowing the man was finding amusement in my discomfort, as he always did when Avery planned these things behind my back. I wasn't upset. I'd just been looking forward to a quiet dinner and a bourbon. I imagined having a cigar with my brother and friends while the kids watched movies in the theater room and the ladies went to play board games or entertained themselves with stories in the cozy living room. All that sounded so goddamn enticing, but instead, after a long-ass flight, I was in downtown Los Angeles. When the car finally pulled off the freeway and curved toward a grand historic building lit up against the night sky, my heart nearly stopped. Valets rushed forward, uniforms crisp, as I read a glowing banner that stretched across the entrance. "Giving Thanks Gala, in support of homeless children." I blinked, stunned, as Alistair opened my door. I stepped out of the car, hearing music drifting out, all stringed instruments, warm and elegant. Inside, golden light spilled from chandeliers onto rows of white linen tables, neatly set, with silver glinting off the lights shining above them. And everything was surrounded by fall florals bursting in rich, warm colors. I noted where a silent auction lined one wall beyond the dining area, and photos of shelters and smiling children displayed beside sleek bidding sheets. And at the center of it all was my stunning wife. My selfish and spoiled rotten mood, ignited by traffic, doused the second my eyes took in the image of her beauty. She looked like she'd stepped out of a dream, burgundy satin flowing as she leaned down to adjust Addie's microphone. "Dad's here now," I heard the mic pick up her excited voice. "It's go time, baby." I watched with pride as my oldest daughter's eyes sparkled as she lifted her chin and spoke into the mic, steady and sure. "This year," Addie said, her voice carrying to every corner of the room, "I asked if we could do more on Thanksgiving than just sitting in our big house. I wanted to share with kids who don't have a house at all." She smiled at me, then confidently nodded toward the guests. Applause thundered, echoing through the grand ballroom as she finished her little speech, and my chest tightened until it hurt. Avery's gaze found me across the room, her smile private and knowing, like she'd been waiting just for this moment. Spencer nudged me, his voice low with amusement. "Worth the traffic, I'll say, eh?" I couldn't even answer him. All I could do was stand there, floored, staring at the two people who'd just redefined what Thanksgiving truly meant, for me, for us, and for everyone here. For once in my life, I didn't give a damn about traffic, deals, or deadlines, because everything that mattered was standing right there in front of me. I slowly approached the stage, meeting my wife first. "My God," was all I could say. "She wanted to surprise you," Avery smiled. "I'm beyond surprised." I pulled Avery in closer. "You know, I really wanted to be pissed off," I chuckled, while Avery's eyes glistened. But our daughter just reminded me of the true definition of the holiday that I rushed home to celebrate. She shocked me when she came up with the idea out of nowhere. "Hey, that was a great speech," I said, seeing Addie approach. "I believe I'm looking at the next CEO of Mitchell & Associates." I let Avery go and bent down to hug Addie. "Thanks, Dad, but that's not a road you'll ever catch me going down," she laughed. "Do you love it?" "I love you," I said with certainty. "What made you think of this?" "I was just scrolling on my phone one night, and I saw a bunch of videos showing people going to homeless shelters. It just made me feel bad that I had more than they did. So I asked Mom if we could do something on Thanksgiving that would help them have a place to go that's as nice as what we have." "A true heart of a queen," I said, smiling and pulling Avery into my side. "Even though she has more than others, she uses her privilege to share with those less fortunate." "Perhaps royalty is in your blood," I teased. "I highly doubt it," she chuckled. "But I think after tonight, we might raise enough for new shelters to be built." "And I will gladly match the donations raised tonight," I confirmed, as Izzy ran up to my side, gripping me in her usual bear hug. "Thanks, Dad," Addie beamed, hugging her mom as if their ideas worked to kick off the holidays in the best way possible. I turned and hugged my youngest, having missed all my girls even more than before. "And I'll sweeten the pot, but only if my Izzy Bear shares the delicious apple pie at home that Mom made for me." I glanced at Avery. "I'm still getting my apple pie, right?" Avery laughed. "Of course. We couldn't take away the only thing you love about Thanksgiving." "And I'm going to share with you, but only if we do the ice cream trick," Izzy said, bouncing with the excitement that only the promise of pie and ice cream could give. "Duh," I said, wrapping my arm around Izzy's shoulders as I turned my attention back to Addie. "Then I'll be working with Titus, and he'll also gladly match donations when we bring in Brienne to design the new shelters just like she did for Mom's." "No way!" Addie practically screamed. "Seriously? Do you think Titus will go in?" Avery asked. I grinned. "Titus wants to keep me as a business partner, so of course he will. Now," I looked at all three of my beautiful ladies. "If you'll excuse me, I need to soften up our guests so they're more eager and delighted to donate generously on this lovely day of giving." "Now you're being corny," Addie said. "But I still love you." "You better," I said. I leaned into Avery and discreetly kissed the side of her neck. "I'll make up for my absence here tonight, lover." Avery's cheeks flushed the perfect tint of pink, and I knew our time together later would complement what I'd witnessed here tonight. My 15-year-old daughter caring more about those less fortunate and using the position she'd been blessed with to help give them something close to what she has. It was a relief to know that, despite working so hard and often, Avery and I were somehow making a lasting, positive impact on our children. They both had beautiful hearts and souls, and though they were surrounded by luxuries few would ever be lucky enough to experience, they were growing up to be grateful, humble, and charitable. I couldn't possibly have been any prouder. 7. Jim. After the whirlwind kickoff to the fall season, traveling, galas, events, and every other seasonal obligation thrown into overdrive, I was honestly thankful I'd rejected the special events department's follow-up email requesting approvals for the Christmas charity balls. We already had charity events coming out of our asses these days, so keeping Christmas low-key this year for me and the entire company was exactly the balance we needed. We'd been buried in so many events this year that it felt like I was spending more time celebrating than looking at margins, so sitting down with the hospital board to go over numbers gave me the peace of mind I needed. After the meeting, where we'd approved another expansion in the pediatric wing, Dr. Brandt, head of pediatrics and a friend of mine, fell into step beside me. "It's interesting that you approved another expansion for peds," he said. After checking for any important texts I may have missed while I was in meetings, I said, "Is it really a surprise? You know I'll always back that wing to make sure the kids feel at home while they're here at St. John's." "Well, my friend," he said, clapping me on my shoulder, "I am grateful, and regardless of the hell you may get for it, I see you as no Ebenezer Scrooge at all." The rest of the board members stepped past us after I stopped, confused by what Brandt had just said. "What?" I chuckled, but tried to understand what that comment meant. "Are you meeting the guys for drinks tonight?" he questioned, with some kind of knowing smirk. "I'm reconsidering after that Scrooge comment and, of course, the expression on your face." He shook it off with his usual charming grin. You know we all love giving you a hard time, big guy," he finished with a wink, and then sauntered off like he knew I was about to walk into a lion's den. Now that I thought about it, the holidays were already in full swing, which meant I could only imagine the pranks and bullshit waiting for me this year from my brother and his doctor buddies. I couldn't even remember when it all started, but somewhere along the way, the holidays had turned into open season for childish pranks between the CEOs and the doctors. And after what I'd pulled off last year, which ended with Jake and Colin shitting their brains out in a tropical forest framed as a lover's retreat, we executives had started something that would probably never end now. Fucking hell. I had no time for pranks and all-around nonsense right now. Christmas would probably be here and gone again before I even knew it. Everything was just moving too goddamn fast these days. The hospital's marble floors echoed under my steps as I crossed the lobby to where my driver waited at the curb. Just as I was about to step into the Bentley, my phone buzzed. The screen lit up with the name of the founder of Metasync Technologies, the small health tech firm we'd closed on last week. I gave my driver a nod, slid into the back seat, and answered. "Mitchell here," I said, placing my leather briefcase on the seat beside me. "Mr. Mitchell, sir. Thanks for taking my call," Morstan said, and I could hear some anxiety in his tone. "Not a problem. What can I help you with?" I asked. I didn't have time for bullshit these days, but new acquisitions sometimes forced this. Company founders always seemed to get anxious when they lost control of their company after I acquired it. However, it was common to reassure them that they were in good hands. Well, the team wanted further clarity on where you see Metasync fitting in with St. John's. There's still some uncertainty, and most likely because it's around the holidays." "Understandable," I said, seeing the hospital fade into a blur as we drove off. "You built something important, and my goal is the same now as it was when the acquisition was signed. We will scale Metasync to the point where it helps patients and keeps clinicians confident." "We appreciate that, sir. But I understand the apprehension of a company under new ownership," I interrupted, knowing I'd be on this phone for an hour coddling the man if I wasn't more direct with him. "We have no intention of changing the mission. We're only interested in helping it grow and expand. Please keep the teams focused on product and outcomes, and I'll make sure my teams do the heavy lifting." "Of course," he said, as my driver eased onto the freeway. "That was all I needed to hear. I'll pass along your assurances to the team. I hope you have a great evening." "Any time," I responded, with relief that he was easily appeased. As I ended the phone call, I was regretting having made plans for drinks with the guys tonight, not because of Brant's odd exchange, but because it would have been nice to just go home and be with my wife and the girls. Unfortunately, on the nights when the guys made plans, the women had made plans too. So if I went home, I'd be greeted by an empty house. Exhaustion lived in my shoulders these days, familiar and steady, but not enough to bitch about openly. The holiday season was always stacked with shit. Year-end reports, donor requests, and a dozen acquisitions that needed a certain amount of reassurance and validation, and try as I might, I couldn't outrun it all. I was the last one to arrive at our usual table at Darcy's, the restaurant we always went to on these meet-up nights. It was quiet, exclusive, and provided us with the privacy we wanted. Even so, privacy or not, my empty house was sounding more and more enticing than ordering a bourbon from a waitress and forcing conversation tonight. I was just fucking tired. Everyone hits a wall now and then, right? "Jesus, Jim," Spencer said, sitting across from me. "Did the board give you hell today?" I sipped the amber liquid and let the heat slowly travel down my throat in a soothing manner. I licked my lips and shook my head. "I've just been going non-stop since fall hit," I said. "Maybe I'm just getting old." I glanced at Colin, Jake, Jace, and John, the 4 doctors who never missed a chance to give me shit, and realized they hadn't even looked up from their conversation to notice I'd joined them tonight. That was not like them at all, but hell, I wasn't in the mood to be poked at by senseless jokes anyway. "Numbers look great at Brooks & Stone this quarter," I said to Alex, my former VP and current CEO of the architecture firm my company owned. "Why wouldn't they?" he smirked. "Seems like shit is looking great everywhere when it comes to the fucking empire Jimmy's running," Jake said in a smart-ass tone. My gaze darted between the executives I was sitting with and over to where the doctors seemed to have separated themselves from us. "Bad day at work, Jacob?" I questioned my brother, knowing that when he usually lost a patient, he turned into a dick, and we simply navigated around him carefully until he came back around. Jake's eyes roamed over to the men sitting across from him, then to the executives sitting around me. I would have sworn my brother was angry for a moment, but then that damn Jake smile crept up in the corner of his mouth. "Meh." He sat back in his chair, then raised his glass of scotch to me. "Cheers to everyone who is in any way, shape, or form tied to Mitchell & Associates." I frowned, not knowing what to think about this. "Indeed," Colin chimed in, "for their Christmases shall all be filled with cheer and the gifts that keep on fucking giving." "I'll raise my glass to that," John Astor said, one of the doctors I was starting to suspect might be plotting a holiday season coup. "Listen," I said. "Before any of this shit goes any further, there will be no retaliation from last year. We all settled that damn score." I paused, took a sip of my bourbon, and eyed the men. "So whatever dumb shit you guys are planning, I'm not in the mood." "When was the last time you got laid, man?" Sebastian Astor asked, bringing my attention to him while the group around me quietly laughed. "What the hell are you talking about, Seb?" I questioned, thinking I might have been wrong to assume this was all part of the Doctors versus CEO's newest holiday prank. "When's the Christmas party, big guy?" Spencer questioned, my eyes widening that my right-hand man was joining in on something I wasn't aware of yet. "I hadn't planned on doing one," I answered, motioning to the waitress for another drink. "If you can't recall, we just attended 2 galas and a fundraiser that my daughter held, all within weeks of each other in November alone." "Ah," Jake said, jumping back into the conversation he'd started. "So naturally, you should cancel the Christmas events for everyone else then." He narrowed his eyes at me. "It seems your Scrooge-loving ass not only canceled bonuses this year, but you also canceled the charity Christmas ball, not just for the hospital, but also, based on Spencer's question, for Mitchell & Associates as well? Global cancellation?" I eyed my brother, watching him hang on that last word as if he were uncovering some dark secret plan I'd been forming since last Christmas. I have no idea what the hell is going on here, I said, glancing at Spencer, especially with your ass. I looked around the table at the rest of them, who seemed to be treating me like the enemy. No, we won't be hosting holiday charity events for Christmas this year. We've raised and donated enough. The tax write-offs are all beautifully orchestrated, so there's no need for any more this year. Holy shit, Alex chuckled more in shock than humor. Did you really intentionally cancel Christmas for everyone at Mitchell & Associates and under the umbrella? He sure did, Jace Stone popped off next. The hell I did, I defended myself. I spent over $1 million fucking dollars for gourmet charcuterie boards and champagne for everyone. It was efficient and a nice change from the same mundane bullshit I approve every year. Jake shook his head. Tisk, tisk, big brother, he said, smiling as if I'd dug my own grave and I wouldn't have to worry about him doing it this year. You truly have outdone yourself, and I'm fairly certain all of the many Clark Griswolds in your company. He paused, took a sip as if he were somehow an advocate for the entire company. You know, all us little guys. We now get the equivalent of a Christmas vacation bonus. The fucking Jelly of the Month Club, Colin chimed in. Thanks a lot, Jimmy. He smirked like a cocky bastard. Nothing says, thank you for doing countless craniotomies, getting no sleep, and saving lives day after day, like receiving a fucking cheese tray and bottle of champagne. Not to mention my wife met all his demands for his and Hawk's newest projects in record time, and she even brought that shit in under budget for all his Scrooge ass to provide us a shared cheese tray and bottle of champagne, Alex added with half sarcasm and half pride in Bree's architectural talents. We didn't even get 2. My lips tightened. Really, dickheads? You're going to take the only Christmas movie I like watching and use it against me. No, Spence, my former right-hand partner in crime, spoke up against me. You just took a page out of Griss's boss's playbook and did that shit to yourself. I did nothing wrong. I stood my ground. I changed shit up this year, that's all. I meant nothing asshole-ish by it. Let me guess. The meat and cheese tray and champagne are all coming from places you own, Jimbo? Jake asked, using the name I always hated being called. Only the best from my associates, doctors, and companies, I defended myself. So that's it then, Colin said to everyone in the group. Jimmy thinks he's off the hook for canceling Christmas this year. I didn't think it would be that big of a fucking deal, I said, as I started to feel more and more like a piece of shit. The charities are funded, we don't need the Christmas parties, and you guys don't even need the bonus. You're all fucking billionaires. I eyed everyone, billionaires who just so happen to donate the monumental bonuses we bust our asses for every year to our own personal charities, Jake said. It's all a ripple effect, Jimbo. You know this. So you can personally tell our charities, after you tell your employees who were counting on their bonuses this year, why your cheap ass fucked all of them. People look forward to that shit, Jim, John said. You might want to reconsider. I mean, he paused. Have you heard from Avery yet about our Christmas bonuses that arrived this afternoon? No, I froze. Come to think of it, I'd typically have heard from Avery 3 times by now, even the girls, but not a single missed call or text had come through while I was buried in margins, meetings, and numbers all day. Jake hummed. Well, you've heard from us, and now you honestly need to think about this shit, dude. This is bad PR if it gets out. But it'll be even worse when your firecracker of a wife busts your balls for shortchanging her women's center, Jace said. They've all been taken care of, I said, feeling slightly panicked, but still certain that I did nothing wrong. Her center just had the festival, raised double in its funds, and I made all of that happen while busting balls on new acquisitions. Damn, you really have turned into the man that serves the business, Jake said. Oh well, we'll see what Avery thinks. Indeed, Alex said. I'm sure the wives are not even discussing it tonight. You know how much they all hate the holidays." I was still fairly sure Avery wouldn't be pissed off, although Alex's last sarcastic comment had cast a shadow of doubt on things. You know what? No. These guys were all known for starting shit in the dumbest ways. Avery was crying happy tears for everything I did to make her vision come alive with that damn fall festival. And Avery fucking loves charcuterie boards and champagne, so I know for sure she would love my idea for this year's Christmas season. It had been too long a day for me to get caught up in these guys trying to cast me as the thoughtless boss from my favorite Christmas movie. Nice try, though. What I did for Christmas this year was a welcome change, even if it took a few clicks to come up with the idea. But hey, I was efficient like that.
8. Avery. It had been a day. A long, emotional, patience-testing day. Now, let me make one thing crystal clear. I love my husband with every fiber of my being. But he pisses me off. Like, really pisses me off. And if anyone tries to tell me they've never wanted to strangle their spouse with a string of Christmas lights, they're lying. Yes, Jim works himself into the ground. Yes, I know he carries more weight on his shoulders than Santa's sleigh. But this year? Oh, this year, James Howard Mitchell decided to drop the Christmas ornament ball, smash it to pieces, and then torch the remains in a dumpster fire fueled by his festive little excuse to screw over everyone he employs.
"Are you not speaking to me tonight?"
he asked, strolling in while I was bent over the sink washing my face. He looked relaxed, casual, like a man who wasn't about to be exiled to the guest room. I dried my face, gave him a smile sweet enough to rot teeth, and said, "I don't think you want me speaking to you, James."
"James?" he chuckled. "What? Am I in trouble with the principal again? Last time you used my full name, I'd fired the head groundskeeper."
Exactly. I stepped into my nightgown, the sheer one I knew would make him choke. His eyes immediately dropped because men are predictable. That poor guy hadn't done anything wrong, and you axed him over a few weeds. Came home cranky, played boss hole, ruined a man's night. Jim's eyes dragged back up to mine, still hot.
He had done nothing. That was the problem. I needed someone who did something.
God help me. He could look like the world's hottest bastard while saying the world's coldest shit. "Thank God you hired him back," I said. "But this little stunt with your company? Oh, honey, you didn't just step in it. You jumped into a vat of shit wearing your best Ferragamo loafers."
"You're joking, right?"
His hands flew out, pleading.
"This has to be my brother messing with me again. And now you're part of it?"
He sighed.
"Bringing in the wives again? That was last year's game, and they lost."
I ignored him and slid into bed. I tossed his pillow at him and tucked myself in with my favorite Christmas book, Little Women. Be grateful I'm letting you keep your fancy cooling pillow. You'll need it wherever you're sleeping tonight.
"Hold on."
He hovered, loosening his tie, watching me open my book.
"What's going on, Ave?"
I ignored him, turned a page, and thought about how nice it would feel to smack him with this hardback. Men were so fucking clueless on their own, but give them the title of CEO Billionaire, and Jesus H. Christ, it got even worse.
"Are you actually upset about the champagne and board?"
he asked, completely disillusioned that I would be. I glanced up. When I walked into the center tonight, there was your board and one bottle of champagne sitting there like some pity gift from a random volunteer. Even better, it was next to Titus's fruit and salami tower, and the cases of champagne, the hams, and the turkeys he'd had flown in. I paused, watching him deflate. "Oh, and the private chef." He narrowed his eyes and exhaled. But this little rooster was only puffing up because Titus had kicked his ass on something. I ignored the ego-driven CEO bullshit. "You see the difference? Titus sent a culinary army. You sent Costco's best sampler platter."
"That damn bottle of champagne is worth more than a Porsche,"
Jim argued, puffing his chest.
And you love charcuterie boards. Problem solved.
I set my book down, folded my hands, and gave him the kind of look that has killed men in battle. You truly don't see it, do you? You saw on Thanksgiving that even our children understand that the galas and gifts aren't for us. They're for those who will actually benefit from them. They're for the people who can't have or experience the things we easily can and do.
I truly don't see how any of that has anything to do with what our daughter did,
he said honestly, running a hand through his hair like he was the wounded party.
I think everyone's making a bigger deal than it is.
That's the problem, Jim. The Christmas Gala always lifts everyone's spirits and boosts company morale. The bonuses matter even more. They pay employees' bills, support charities, buy kids toys, and sometimes they just keep the lights on. And you decided, because I like charcuterie, that the entire company would too?
Yeah,
he said, confident but still confused. Well, congratulations. You're officially the Martha Stewart of terrible Christmas decisions. You're the chef's kiss of canceling the one holiday most people look forward to, and for everything you're not giving them. His jaw clenched.
Are you finished lecturing me on how to run my company?
Oh, you did not just say that shit to me. I flung the covers off and stomped toward him. Don't you dare CEO voice me in this bedroom. Not when you just gave out the Jelly of the Month Club disguised as Christmas cheer.
My God, why is everyone treating me like I'm Clark Griswold's boss?
He rubbed his temple.
That guy handed out jelly subscriptions to his people. My people got champagne and cheese.
Correction. I jabbed a finger into his chest. Your people got less than jelly. At least Frank Shirley gave his employees something that lasted for the whole year, and he wasn't even a damn billionaire. You gave everyone indigestion and one bottle of champagne to fight over, or, at best, sell if they needed the money instead.
Right, because Mr. Shirley gave the gift that keeps on giving,
he muttered, dry as a desert.
You don't need to say it. Jacob informed me already tonight.
And Jake's right, I answered. And lucky you, Mr. Scrooge CEO, you sent your insult out 5 weeks early, which means you have time to fix it. Mr. Shirley screwed his employees on Christmas Eve.
I honestly don't have time for this shit, Ave. I have no planners in place, no patience, and zero bandwidth for Christmas drama.
Perfect, because I've already hired Kat Velez. His head shot up.
You what? Who?
Yup. I shoved the pillow into his chest. She's the luxury event architect extraordinaire, and she's about to plan the most beautiful, extravagant Christmas celebration in company history. Now, you, my loving husband, will smile and look grateful while she salvages your reputation.
Where am I sleeping?
Tonight? Not in this bed. Go warm up the guest room. Maybe the couch. Maybe the doghouse. He smirked, leaning in.
I love you.
I slid back into bed, lifted my book, and muttered, I love you too, James, but I don't like your Scrooge ass right now. And you know what? If I were still a single mom employee, I'd have marched straight into your office and chewed your ass out for this slap in the face. Money means nothing to a man who has everything, but it means everything to almost everyone else. I stopped and shook my head. I mean, come on, man. In this economy, are you kidding me? A charcuterie board can go fuck itself. He sighed, deflated.
Fine, okay, I get it. Bonuses are back. And the gala.
I peeked over my book. Perhaps I'll tell Kat that I want to call this the Winter Extravaganza. I don't want those who don't celebrate Christmas to feel excluded. This is about employee appreciation, and I want everyone in attendance to understand that this company depends on their efforts throughout the year.
That's fine, but she doesn't need to go all out, though.
Oh, don't even try to put restrictions on this. I arched my eyebrow at him. Besides, Kat Velez doesn't know the meaning of halfway. She's already planning light shows, imported snow, and a gospel choir that will make angels jealous. Trees flown in from Aspen, and Santa and his gifts for the kids will be at a separate celebratory location for them. I smiled sweetly. Oh, and another thing. I told her to use the company's private jets to bring over folks from the London office if they're able to close down their offices and attend. They'll love celebrating with the CEO who almost canceled Christmas.
The jets? Those are booked up for paying passengers who want to fly privately when we aren't using them. The Christmas season is when outside clients use them most. Avery...
Good night. I flipped the page. Pray you don't get a visit from the ghost of Christmas past. God knows he doesn't play. Jim groaned, dragged himself out of the room, and I tucked back into my book, watching him go. Pathetic, deflated, and very much the husband I adored, even if his Scrooge ass needed a Christmas miracle.
9. Jim. I curled around Avery, pulling my wife closer to my chest, letting her warm body relax me after the latest whirlwind of bullshit I'd somehow landed myself in. Maybe I should have stayed in the guest room for the night and tried to sort through it all, but Avery and I had a rule never to go to bed angry or sleep apart. So even when she tried to insist that I'd be sleeping somewhere else, we both knew that was never going to happen. Even though I wasn't actually banned from the master suite, or worse, from sleeping with her in my arms, it didn't mean that I'd fully given in to her side of the argument. How many fucking balls and benefits could a damn company host in the span of a few holidays and weeks? Hell, I was still full from the turkey and stuffing I ate at Addie's Thanksgiving benefit. Now I would be staring down endless amounts of ham, prime rib, and pies, and if Avery had her way, Cat Velez would have sugar plum fairies dancing around the room while we stuffed our faces. I kissed my firecracker of a wife on the top of her head, then gently slid out of bed. If everyone suddenly needed the holidays to be celebrated on a grand scale instead of just enjoying Christmas in their own way, then I needed a plan not only to rein this shit in, but also to derail my wife and keep Kat from turning Los Angeles into some small Swiss village at Christmas. I walked down the steps and headed toward my liquor cabinet. Bourbon would help turn off my brain a lot quicker than digging into numbers to save my wife from calling that over-the-top event planner for a damn holiday celebration. Bourbon would help me sell that story to myself. I poured 2 fingers of the amber liquid into a crystal glass, eyed it, and downed it. Who the hell would have thought holiday planning would drive me to drink harder than mergers and acquisitions? On my way to my office, I noticed the glow of the kitchen light. 10 o'clock. Only one of my kids would be up and prowling for sweets. Sure enough, I found Izzy standing at the counter, spoon in hand, digging into the ice cream carton. Stealing my ice cream?
"Dad!"
Izzy jumped back, nearly dropping the container.
"You scared me."
You never cease to amaze me, you little sneaker. She grinned.
"Want some?"
Absolutely, I said, grabbing a bowl. How about we share since it's late, and now we're both about to get banished to the guest room? She giggled.
"Mom busted you, huh?"
Grab me a spoon, I said, arching an eyebrow at her as I scooped the ice cream, and meet me in my office. She trailed after me, plopped into a chair, and swung her legs as if she hadn't just been caught red-handed. "So," I said, flipping on the computer and taking a bite of the fudge brownie ice cream, "what do you want for Christmas this year? Seems everyone is already talking about it." She took a bite and smiled at me.
"Perhaps a charity ball for the children,"
she said, in her most posh accent, before laughing and taking another bite. I rolled my eyes and brought my attention to my logins on the computer. "Lord," I said. "Anything else your mom told you to say if I dare bring up the holiday?"
"Just that you are Ebenezer Scrooge this year."
She shrugged with a sassy grin. "Is that so?" I dipped my spoon back into the ice cream. "Well, if that's the case, then perhaps you're not my adorable daughter, but the ghost of Christmas future?"
"No, Dad," she rolled her eyes. "That ghost kills you when you don't learn your lessons about Christmas."
"Kills me?" I chuckled. Dang, Christmas just took a dark turn.
"It's true."
"It's not true. You misunderstood the show," I said.
Then why is that ghost the scariest, and why does it always end with Scrooge in the grave?
Okay, I said, exhaling. This isn't quite the direction I saw this conversation going, but allow me to help you understand because I believe you never saw the ending.
I did. He figured out not to be a stingy miser to his employees at Christmas, and the ghost let him live.
To his employees? Oh, brother. Okay. I shook my head. Perhaps we should throw a beautiful Christmas celebration to remove these images from your mind.
That would just save you from the ghost, she smiled.
Allow me to assure you, my morbid daughter, who's apparently watched one too many Halloween horrors with her Uncle Jake this year at Halloween.
Go on,
she said, taking another bite. Scrooge just needed to be scared a little, that's all. He was a selfish and greedy man. He had to learn that his money wasn't all there was to life, and he would eventually die a lonely, miserable man if he didn't see the true meaning of giving during the holidays, and not only to his employees.
Still dead either way, Dad.
Okay, fine. Let's make sure Dad doesn't get haunted by the ghost of Christmas horrors this year, shall we?
Mom already called that pretty lady. She's planning it.
I narrowed my eyes at her. You just ate all our ice cream and also knew Mom hired the coordinator?
Cat,
she confirmed. My damn kids were way too smart for their own good sometimes. But no one outsmarted me. How'd you know about this sneaky little thing Mom did, but I had no clue until tonight? She gave me the sassy Izzy grin.
I heard Mom talking with Aunt Lainey, Aunt Nat, and Aunt Ash when we were at Aunt Jessa and Uncle Cam's tonight.
That's certainly a mouthful, isn't it? I said, narrowing my eyes at the treachery all my friends' wives were participating in with my wife. It seemed I would need to squeeze Izzy for information to stay ahead of the army of wives coming after me and my company's shares to host a damn Christmas celebration. Hell, at this point, the only person still talking to me was Izzy. Even the husbands were pissed at my ass and would love for this shit to steamroll me in every way. I'd like to scold you for eavesdropping on grown folks' conversations, but tonight it's been very helpful.
Why, because Mom's gonna kick your butt?
I needed another shot of bourbon. Something like that. Want to be on Dad's side? We'll make it fun and call it our little family Christmas party war.
Oh, Dad, she said with a laugh. I don't think we'll win. Mom has Cat.
But we have each other, Izzy Bear, I said, like a desperate fool. Mom's going to make me eat this because I was foolish not to think of those less fortunate for Christmas this year. I need your cute ideas to make this the most adorable and not over-the-top Christmas event.
Now you're just manipulating me, she said.
You're too smart for your own good, I finally said out loud, turning back to my computer to search for some things so I'd have ideas by morning. And manipulation is more like me offering you more ice cream for more answers.
That's why everyone says I'm like you.
She smiled, kissed my cheek.
I'll wash and dry the bowl so Mom never finds out about the ice cream.
You're quite sneaky, you know that? I stared at her, and she grinned. I could really use you on my team.
I'm sneaky, Dad, not stupid, she said. I'm not going against Mom, especially after what she's planning.
What's she planning? I questioned.
Mom said we couldn't say.
Huh? We never keep secrets in this family, I said.
I know, but it's not a secret if it's a fun Christmas war game, right?
I could really use you, Izzy, I said. Pretty please?
Dad,
she begged. Please? Her eyes narrowed.
There's no way we're winning this.
I think with our two great minds thinking alike, we've got a good chance up against Mom, Cat Velez, and everyone in my company.
It would be kind of fun, she said. But we need Addie on our team. I won't dare let Addie beat me.
I'll handle Sis, I said with a smile. All right, tomorrow I'll let Mom know she's going up against not just me, but her daughters too. Her eyes widened, and she laughed.
You know she'll never compete against me and Addie with things like this.
It's a chance I'm willing to take, I said. And if she won't, then we win. She smiled.
You are pretty smart, she said.
then left to clean her sneaky bowl of ice cream. How the hell else do I run a billion-dollar empire, I thought, knowing if I didn't get a grip on my wife proving points about me being a cheapskate, then my ass was going to be doing nothing more than signing checks this year for Christmas events.
10. Avery. I'd just sat down in Jim's office, scrolling on my phone while waiting for him to finish up an email. I still couldn't believe this man wanted to plan a Christmas event after he practically made choosing cheese boards for Christmas seem exhausting.
"Now that's all finished," he said, closing down his computer. "We can go to lunch."
He smirked.
"Then I will explain how I'm planning my own company party this year."
My lips twitched. Bless this man's heart. Charcuterie boards and champagne. That was your first planning fail for the holidays this year. I folded my arms, staring Jim down like he'd just suggested we cancel Christmas and replace it with dental cleanings.
"And now, you want to suddenly plan Christmas on your own?"
"I don't think so." Jim leaned back in his chair, too comfortably, and the smirk on his face said he knew exactly how much this would piss me off.
"There was nothing wrong with that. The idea was efficient, chic, and modern. People don't need balls and bonuses. Food is always the way to everyone's hearts."
"I'm not going to let you die on that hill, Mr. Grinch," I repeated, blinking at him. "We're not getting into the cheese tray argument again. I'm hiring the planner. Done."
"You do that,"
he offered too easily.
"That way we can and will settle all of this, the Mitchell family way."
He arched an eyebrow at me. "Really?" I sat up in my seat across from where he sat behind his desk. "Because every Mitchell family way of settling on the holidays usually ends up with Jake shitting his brains out in the woods, and then, of course, you in a sleigh breaking down in the middle of nowhere in the Alps, almost missing out on Christmas entirely."
"Technicalities, my darling,"
he taunted, looking sexier than hell, leaning back in his office chair.
"Jake and I were merely settling the score for all the pranks he's pulled on my ass over the years."
"And what's this?"
"Me having a little fun over the holidays with my wife, learning who will throw the best party and bring in the holiday cheer."
"It's you trying to personally save your ass from looking like a greedy billionaire before allowing me to."
"Perhaps,"
he said, standing.
"Now, since you came here to go to lunch with me, let's do so. I'm starved, and we have business to discuss, Mrs. Mitchell."
"There's really nothing to discuss." I grabbed my purse, following him.
"Oh, there is. Like perhaps the little detail of why my wife is planning on turning the Huntington Gardens into the North Pole, which is exactly what you and Kat are plotting. Admit it."
I gasped. "Did Izzy betray me?"
"Little traitor cracked under ice cream interrogation,"
he said proudly. I pointed at him. "You manipulated our daughter with fudge brownie ice cream?"
"Manipulated?"
He feigned offense as we stepped into the elevator.
"It was a strategy. You're not the only one who knows how to run a campaign."
I laughed, shaking my head. "Fine. If you want a holiday war, Mitchell family style, then you've got one." He arched a brow.
"Good. The girls are already on my team."
"You brought the girls into this?" I asked. He shrugged and nodded.
"I needed their creative minds in order to give my planner the proper direction for the perfect Christmas extravaganza."
"I can't compete against my own children."
"Neither could I."
He winked and kissed me on the cheek.
"So you probably should have thought of that before you planned with Kat and possibly all the wives to form a holiday coup and take over my company this year."
"Our girls are really okay with losing?" "I don't think so," I said. "You're bluffing." He smirked, and I knew I was screwed.
"Allow me to increase the budgets for the holidays this year, offer the usual bonuses, and we'll end it all here."
I arched an eyebrow. "That's your one play to get out of this?"
"No."
And for the first time, he seemed taken off a beat. "We'll go over terms and details later, love," I said, looping my hand through his arm and proceeding to walk through the grand lobby of Mitchell & Associates Tower with my husband. "Hey, Kat," I said after my newest friend and Christmas War crime partner picked up my call. "Hey, Ave," she answered. "Let me guess. We're changing the corporate yacht into a snow globe over the Pacific while fireworks light up the Los Angeles skyline?" I chuckled, recalling how I had thrown every impossible Christmas idea at the woman and wondering if she thought I was like the rest of the billionaires' wives out there, using her extreme talents for social status as well. "Could it be done, though?" I just had to ask. "Anything can be done, sweetie," she laughed. "Ice skating rinks on the deck, a crystal dome blanketing the entire vessel, ice sculptures." "I'm so happy Nat introduced us," I smiled, stepping into the rover. "Well, it's not turning a floating boat into a snow globe, but I am calling to change up how we're going to work all of this." "I'm all ears," she said. "Do you want to meet in my office or go over the details over the phone?" "Depends on where you are. I'm getting ready to head to Ash's office to meet for afternoon coffee. There's a cute bakery nearby where we usually go to take a break or unwind. It's in Malibu. I'll be there in 20. Text me the name of the place and we'll start planning as soon as I arrive." "What can I order for you?" "Spiced cider sounds intoxicating right now," she said. "I'll see you there." I hit the group chat before starting the car, added Kat, and notified anyone available to join us because plans had changed after Jim suddenly decided to go to war. The bell jingled as we stepped into Velvet Crumb, and fall practically smacked me in the face. Cinnamon, nutmeg, pumpkin spice. It was like inhaling a cozy sweater. Garlands and velvet pumpkins lined the shelves. Caramel and maple gleamed from the pastry case. And for one blissful second, I forgot I was at war with my husband. "Girls!" Marquis called from behind the counter, her big brown eyes sparkling and curly brown hair forming the perfect messy bun. "You're just in time. First batch of cinnamon pumpkin rolls just came out." Nat leaned in with a wicked grin. "Marquis, those things nearly gave me more pleasure than an orgasm last time." Marquis snorted. "If only I could get you to write that as a review. I'd double my business overnight." "Business is already booming," Nat shot back. "I tell everyone I know." "And that," I cut in, eyeing the full cafe, "is probably why we don't have a table." "Not a problem." Marquis tipped her head toward the patio. "Just finished a remodel. Awning, pumpkins, ocean view. It's all yours." Before I could answer, Kat's voice floated in behind us. "Afternoon, Marquis. Your desserts were perfect for the Halloween benefit. Thank you again." "My pleasure," Marquis said warmly. I chewed my lip, realizing Kat was already familiar with this bakery, and then asked the question I shouldn't. "Marquis, you do big events too?" "Of course. Worked with the university culinary team. Baked for thousands." "Why?" Nat's eyes lit up. "Because we need her for the winter extravaganza." "Booked already," Marquis said, scrolling her iPad. "First week of December, Master's Ball. Second week, Crocker Gala." "Perfect," I said too fast. "That leaves—" Her smile faltered. "Actually, the third week was just taken this morning." "Damn it," I muttered. "By whom?" Kat asked. Marquis hesitated, then looked at me. "Mitchell & Associates." I froze. Jim. That smug, cheese tray-pushing man had beaten me here. I pasted on a smile. "Of course. How thoughtful of him." Kat's brows shot up. "I'm not sure I'm following." Lainey swooped in, stopping me from saying any more. "Let's order all of our yummy food and coffees and let Avery fill us in outside." We loaded up. Ciders, lattes, a mountain of pumpkin rolls, and followed Marquis' direction toward the patio she'd just remodeled. The awning stretched overhead in crisp white canvas, twinkle lights strung across beams, with pumpkins and gourds spilling out of rustic baskets around every corner. Beyond the railing, the Pacific shimmered blissfully. I should have been calm. Instead, I was buzzing with sugar, caffeine, and the need to throttle my husband. Once everyone settled in, I tore a piece from a cinnamon roll and sighed because, damn, Nat wasn't wrong. Those things were sinful. So, here's the thing, I said, eyes darting to Kat. The other night, I busted Jim's ass for being a cheap Scrooge on Christmas. And somehow, he and Izzy have ended up turning this into a competition. By this afternoon, my previously sulking husband began to look like the transformed Grinch who wanted to give back Christmas. Ash groaned, rubbing her forehead. Don't tell me. Yep, I chewed, swallowed, and braced myself. Jim's the one who booked Marquis, not me. Nat let out an evil laugh. Oh, this just got interesting. And it gets better, I added. To use my husband's words, this is a Mitchell family holiday planning war. Oh, shit, Nat said, eyes gleaming. Are the men involved? Not that I know of yet, I sighed. Right now, he's just manipulated our daughters into his little spy ring. Jesus, Lainey muttered with a laugh, glancing at Kat. Fair warning, when these guys get involved in the holidays, it turns into a saga. You probably shouldn't judge us by what happens next. Kat didn't look the least bit intimidated. If anything, her smile said she was ready for blood. Honey, this is exactly the kind of challenge in planning these grand-scale events that I live for. Careful what you wish for, Nat warned with mock seriousness. Last time, it was a disaster story we're still talking about. Why can't we ever have a normal holiday season? Ash groaned. If the men aren't on Jim's side now, they will be soon. No complaining. You know what you married into. I stabbed my fork into a chunk of cinnamon roll and pointed it toward Kat. And that's exactly why we have Kat. We're competing for the best holiday event. I want private jets flying in associates from all his global offices. I want every employee there that is able to make it there. And for God's sake, don't breathe a word of this in front of the girls. They're already reporting back to him. And Huntington Gardens is out, I informed Kat. He already knows about it. Kat nodded. No problem. I'll find us a bigger, better venue. We'll crush him. Nat clapped. That's the holiday spirit. Lainey groaned into her latte. Just please don't judge us, Kat. If my husband gets his way, every single male employee ends up with a life-sized nutcracker. Kat smirked. Let them prank. We'll win with class. If the men want carnival, we'll create a winter wonderland with hotels, parties, and a night no one forgets. You really think you can pull this off? I asked. Her dark eyes gleamed. Darling, this is what I do. I'll even arrange for Marquis to cater if that's your wish. I hesitated. I don't want to overwork her. Not to worry, Kat said. I'll bring in pastry chefs and a full team to support her. Nat winked at me. That's the voice of a champion. Also, I looked at Kat. Jim and I are very much about helping those in need. Anything or anyone hired, we both would actually like our events contributing toward their growth for their businesses. Beautiful approach, she answered. Thanks. I smiled. I know there are a lot of businesses out there struggling, and so does Jim, so his approach has always been with any expenses for his company parties is to give them a boost financially. Jim has actually helped expand many small businesses this way. Consider it noted and done, Kat said. A perfect way to not just throw money around and create grand events. I'm looking forward to seeing the smiles on many independent contractors' faces when I hire them. I grinned, adrenaline buzzing. Then it's official, ladies. Christmas planning has officially begun. Suddenly, I wasn't dreading Jim's little stunt anymore. I was excited. This would be fun. This would be festive. And somehow, it was the perfect way for all of us to come together, even if it were through some silly competitions to give everyone under the Mitchell & Associates umbrella the best Christmas event they'd ever attended.
11. Jim. I stared at the stack of contracts on my desk like they'd multiplied overnight. Hotels, private jets, drivers for party buses, catering, They were logistics so detailed that it looked like my company was staging an invasion, not a holiday party. I opened the top folder and nearly choked. 4 hotels were booked solid for December: the Beverly Wilshire, Waldorf Astoria, Bel Air, and Century Plaza. As if it were possible, the next page was worse. Mitchell Air Fleet allocated for domestic routes. Supplemental capacity booked with Stonecrest Aviation for my international offices. Everett Stone? My wife had somehow roped in Everett, my personal fucking competition in the aviation industry. I leaned back, pinched the bridge of my nose, and hit the intercom to my secretary. Inform Karen she's needed in my office. Now.
Right away, Mr. Mitchell.
My event coordinator appeared as swiftly as the elevators could transport her from the 2nd floor to the top, where my office was located. She walked in, tablet in hand, and looking far too calm for someone standing in front of a man whose wife had just hijacked his Christmas planning in the most insane way. I stood next to my desk and tapped the contracts. What the hell is this? She didn't flinch. She sat across from my desk, bringing me to take my seat once again.
Phase 1 of the winter extravaganza planning, Mr. Mitchell.
I'm sorry, Phase 1? I sighed. Are we suddenly building a goddamn hotel instead of planning a simple Christmas event?
This isn't our portion of the planning, she confirmed.
I'll say, I answered. Please tell me then, whose portion is this, and why does it seem you know more about it than I do?
Mrs. Mitchell's planner has been coordinating through me to streamline approvals. This is the first phase of your wife's plans for her event.
First phase, my ass. Her planner, I repeated flatly. That being Catalina Velez, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Karen kept her voice steady.
She said it would be more efficient to work through the channels you already trust instead of directly with you.
For a second, I just stared at my longtime event planner. Then I laughed under my breath. Savvy woman. This was most likely Avery's idea, though. Keep the general away from the battlefield while she pushes the pieces across the board. Karen shifted, lowering her voice as if Avery might be hiding in the walls.
To be clear, I only facilitated. Your wife wanted you to see the full scope of the first phase's plan before she asked for signatures.
I smirked, flipping the folder closed. Of course she did. My wife didn't plan Christmas. She staged campaigns. And apparently she'd found herself a general in Cat in this cute little Christmas war we'd started. Very well, I answered.
Kat mentioned you wouldn't be too shocked with any of these terms because apparently you've agreed with your wife to bring in everyone who is under Mitchell & Associates' umbrella to Los Angeles, even the overseas offices, if they're able to close down their businesses and attend.
I smirked. I didn't truly believe my wife would go through with her idea. It is a monumental feat to bring everyone to one city for a holiday they should most likely wish to spend at home with their families. But I'm aware that most will be unable to close businesses for that span of time, as that would be next to impossible and understandable for them not attending. She smiled.
For the ones who can attend, I would assume that if they're attending like the rest of us, Mr. Mitchell, they'd gladly accept a lovely family vacation during the holidays.
My lips twisted. Right. Okay, for our planning, what have you come up with after the suggestions I emailed this morning?
First of all, I think it's adorable that you and the girls are doing this. A children's toy drive, the whole North Pole feel for the guests. I believe it will be lovely. The treats alone will be very special, and yes, the Velvet Crumb did confirm their catering for the sweets portion of the event.
I smiled, proud of myself for planning with the girls. Very good. Avery may have Cat, but I have you and my girls, and ours is sure to impress everyone in the company and have them forgiving and forgetting the cheese board and champagne mishap.
That was a bit of a Scrooge move on your part, she chuckled.
It was different and unique. I defended myself, yet again. She arched her eyebrow at me.
That's still the hill you want to die on?
In fact, it is. I had no malice or ill will in mind when I planned it. I believed everyone would appreciate it.
Just like Clark Griswold appreciated his 1-year membership to the Jelly of the Month Club?
Just tell me what you've come up with, Karen, I said, annoyed that everyone kept bringing Scrooge and Griswold into this.
I actually brought it up with me, as I thought that's what you were calling me for, she said, as she slid another rendering across my desk. The Shrine Auditorium, only I barely recognized the damn place. The entryway was draped in garland and frosted evergreens, snow drifting down the stairs. The auditorium itself was painted into a North Pole fantasy: towering trees, enormous candy canes, a 30-foot sleigh stage, and elves handing out cocoa. I arched a brow. You want me to turn the shrine into Santa's workshop? Karen didn't blink. Your daughters suggested the North Pole. We refined their vision into something grand. I flipped to the next page. The main hall was lined with gingerbread houses and toy soldiers. Beyond it, the auditorium was transformed into a ballroom with a tree so massive it scraped the balcony. That is where your bonus reveal happens, she explained. Guests will be ushered in, you'll present the checks from the stage, and then the room transitions into the ball. Orchestra, snow machines, champagne towers. Your daughters will start the ball with the lighting of the tree. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the spread. It was bold, corporate, family-driven, the kind of spectacle that screamed, Mitchell knows how to throw Christmas. Fine, I muttered, smirking despite myself. Book it. Doll up the shrine like the North Pole. You know my rules and where we spend our money for contractors for my events. And if Avery wants a war, let her see how a general commands. Excellent, sir. She rose, smiling. The dates? Well, if everyone wants to spend Christmas with their damn boss this year, I suppose the best way to beat Avery to it is to host our event on Christmas Eve. Her lips twisted. Mrs. Mitchell has already reserved for that night. How? I have nothing here that says she's even booked a venue yet. Sir, she smiled sympathetically at me, she has the Huntington Gardens on tentative hold for that night. You know what, I could easily play the Grinch and not approve any of this nonsense that she and that battle axe of a Lux planner are trying to create so I can have my event on Christmas Eve. She chuckled. If I may suggest something, perhaps you should stop falling into character with all the Christmas villains and just have fun with your daughters and wife. I nodded. Fair point, I said. Book our venue for the day before Christmas Eve so it will precede Avery's. Very good. Karen walked out of my office, and I couldn't help but smile at all this bullshit. I swear, when the invoices came for this little loving family competition that we'd found ourselves in, mainly because of my pride and ego, it was going to be one hell of a bill. And after paying for all these festivities, I should be named Forbes 500 Man of Christmas, not just the year.
12. Avery. Kat's smile had danger written all over it. She set her champagne glass on the edge of the gas fire pit, eyes glittering. This is the new plan, since we're scrapping Huntington Gardens. I smiled and glanced at Ash, sitting across from me as we discussed the updated plans with Kat on Ash and Jake's second-story porch, which offered sweeping views of the Pacific and Malibu Beach below. It was a perfect fall night, just the ladies and me up here, away from the kids. Our scheming to kick my husband's ass at this Mitchell family war he'd declared was in full swing. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the cool breeze had prompted sweater weather. Nothing felt more perfect than sitting around the fire pit with hot cider, discussing Christmas decor, and plotting. Okay, tell me you came up with something better, I answered while Ash chuckled. He needs to feel the pain of nearly costing himself his reputation within his entire company because of those stupid cheese boards and champagne, trying to call that shit a holiday. Now he wants to play with his planner? And honey, Kat said with a grin, now you're playing with yours. Damn right she is, Ash said. Okay, so what do you have for us? I questioned, excited to get this planning started. "Well," Kat grinned, "I learned today that Jim is intending to turn the Shrine Auditorium into his personal North Pole. My plan is simple. Let him play Santa to try and redeem himself. His event is the day before your party, so on Christmas Eve, we'll make sure everyone remembers the Scrooge he almost was with his cheese boards." "Hold up. The Shrine? Where they host the Oscars?" Ash questioned Kat with a laugh. "Can you top that?" Kat laughed. "Can I top that? Honey, I can top that with my eyes closed and both hands tied behind my back." She looked at me. "Here's what I know. Jim's planner is going along with Addie and Izzy's idea for a North Pole-themed event." "Oh, that's cute," I said. "Because of the girls, of course." I laughed. "Popcorn and confetti," Kat said, taking another sip of champagne. "We're going for glitter and diamonds, ladies." She grinned coyly. "Oh, another important detail is that Jim also plans to hand out the bonuses he almost scrapped on Christmas as well." "Well, if nothing else, at least we got him to hand out the bonuses." I shrugged, thankful that Jim wasn't being as uptight as before. "Exactly, which means we don't need to include the formalities of any of that in our planning." She nodded in agreement. "This is why I recommend taking a more exciting route. And since you both are making this a fun holiday family war, I say we go all out to beat him by reminding him how close he came to being viewed as old Ebenezer Scrooge to his entire company." Ash let out a laugh. "Oh, I already love this." "Well, I can assure you they're feeling that way about him right now." I raised a brow. "However, I like this way of affirming that they weren't far off until he was caught," I say, taking a sip of cider. "So, how do you plan on making this happen?" "We rent out Paramount Studios," Kat purred, "the Dickens backlot. I'll have fog rolling, cobblestones dusted in snow, old gas lamplights glowing." "I love that," I said. "Literally going into the movie A Christmas Carol on Christmas Eve." "Precisely," Kat answered. "Are we to dress the part?" Ash questioned. "Most definitely. Jim needs encouragement to get the walking cane and top hat on." Kat smirked. "Now, I will have guests arrive by carriage and be greeted by carolers. The shop fronts will be lit up just like you're walking in Victorian London. Marquise pastries will be in the bakery windows, and of course, roasted chestnuts and mulled wine steaming on every corner." I took another sip of my cider, more than excited to experience this than to beat Jim at party planning. "The hired actors will weave through the crowd as Scrooge, Marley, Tiny Tim, little vignettes to keep the magic alive," Kat went on. "And then," she lifted her hands in a flourish, "we will sweep them into Fezziwig's ball. I'll have chandeliers, velvet drapes, an orchestra swelling into carols, and a tree dripping in Swarovski crystals. It will make Jim's North Pole event look like the Santa photo booth in the mall." I shook my head, grinning. "Okay, it's dramatic and genius. I absolutely love it. But how exactly are you pulling this off?" Kat's smile sharpened. "Studio buyout, set designers, Michelin star-inspired chefs for the banquets, and a talented singer doing music for the finale. And because I don't do anything halfway, each hotel suite for employees and company associates will have its own tree fully decorated before they even arrive." Ash nearly dropped her copper cider mug. "Trees? In every suite? Are we talking mini hotel lobby trees or full Rockefeller knockoffs?" 8-footers, Kat said coolly. "Aspen spruce, flown in, dressed, and lit. The tree sizes will complement the rooms and bring more Christmas into their worlds. Also, this is going to be mentioned in the invitations so the guests know they will have a tree for Christmas morning, should they choose to celebrate." "Jim mentioned the company's jets were already booked for Christmas when we got into this silly argument that started this war to begin with," I said. "Not all of them," Kat confirmed. "There were plenty available for the domestic flights." "What about the international employees?" I asked. "We're using Stonecrest Aviation for international flights," she confirmed without batting an eye. I have to say that this is the first massive event that I'm planning for the company, but shit, renting out Paramount's lot just for a Christmas event? I laughed nervously. Jim is going to put me in Scrooge's grave. Don't forget, he's being charitable alone with who you both are choosing to hire for your events to be brought to life. And he's doing this for his employees, just like he did for his medical staff at St. John's on the yacht. But, more importantly, she flashed a sly grin, if it makes Jim walk into his party looking like the Scrooge he's trying not to be, I say it's worth every penny. I guess that's my favorite part, teasing him about who he was acting like before I stepped in to ensure his company had their usual parties and bonuses and not cheese boards. Right on cue, Jake strolled out to the patio.
I heard the name Scrooge. You ladies must be talking about my brother?
He glanced at Kat, then at me, then grinned slowly.
Go on, ladies. I already like where this is going.
I looked at Jake. Are you here to spy for your brother?
Never, he responded. That dipshit tried to screw me out of my bonus this year while giving me a membership to his lame-ass version of the Jelly of the Month Club.
I narrowed my eyes. He hasn't tried to get you on his side with this whole Mitchell family Christmas war he started?
I'm not as easily convinced as your daughters.
He chuckled, sipping the beer he brought out with him and reclining next to Ash.
That old bird hasn't even mentioned a word of this to any of us guys. And if he did, I'd never join the side of a man who had me shitting in the woods last Christmas.
Okay, fine. I have a fantastic idea, then. I looked at Kat. Jim will likely use his driver and the Bentley to arrive. He always does for these benefits.
You should make him walk.
Jake snickered. Even better. I'm going to need you and Colin for this one. But if you do it, neither of you can utter a word around the girls or anyone else. It can't get back to Jim. What is it you're needing? Kat chuckled. I want Cousin Eddie's RV from the movie Christmas Vacation. Jake and Colin will kidnap the boss and bring him in front of all the people he tried to screw out of Christmas this year. Jake choked on his beer.
You're shitting me, right?
I looked at Kat. Can we get a replica? We can get anything you need, babe. She laughed. And I think that little prank is fantastic.
I'm shocked you thought of it before me,
Jake said. Dear God, this is going to be hilarious. Ash laughed. I stood. Okay, Kat, let's get shit happening. I'm heading home with the girls before Jim gets there. I'm curious what he thought about Phase 1 when he saw it on his desk. I shouldered my purse and laughed.
Phase fucking 1?
Jake questioned.
I was hoping for just a party, dinner, and my bonus. What the hell is really going on?
You just worry about playing your role. I eyed him. I'm a trusting woman, but I trust no one in the Mitchell family when it comes to things like this. Jim can't know a damn thing.
The Scrooge shit?
The joke I've been teasing him with. I smiled. Now, it's going to be the holiday theme of the event, so I'm not saying anything more.
God, woman,
Jake said.
It doesn't need to be an all-out event.
And that's why I don't trust you, Jacob Mitchell, I said. You're already acting like Jim would, and before I know it, you'll be on his side and telling him everything.
I would never,
he smirked. Bullshit, I answered. All right, ladies. Dinner was lovely and fun, but I'm taking off. Love you, Ash said with a laugh. I'll be in touch. Kat waved. I chuckled to myself, thinking about how all of this just got so much better. I just had to hope Jake wasn't going to act like his typical self and play both sides. That would be something he would do. And then, in the end, it would be Jim and me both getting punked by Jake. I wasn't about to get bamboozled when all I was doing was ensuring my husband's entire company felt valued by their CEO this Christmas.
13. Jim. I walked into the house, the buttery warmth of oven-baked goodness and the faint sound of laughter drifting from the kitchen, replacing the sharp scent of fall air clinging to my coat. I was prepared to unwind from a long day buried in numbers and the endless Christmas expenses my wife and I kept charging like rivals at war. The lamb I'd picked up from the meat market on my way home sounded delightful, but even more enjoyable would be the time I would spend preparing and cooking it. Perhaps the dinner I had planned to cook would be enough to allow my feisty wife and me to lay down our swords for the night. All I wanted was to enjoy a delicious dinner and end the night with a glass of wine on the pool terrace, my wife in my arms. It hadn't even been an exceptionally long day, but between planning events and signing off on their financials, it felt like I'd sat through a board meeting that dragged on for 7 hours. This added shit bomb of Christmas glitter was undoubtedly the last thing I expected this year after checking the box for the charcuterie board and champagne a few weeks ago. When I walked in, I immediately caught the aromas of baked chicken tenders and fries. Shit. Looks like it's kids' dinner night.
"Hey, Dad,"
Izzy said when I walked into the kitchen to confirm the last thing I wanted for a home-cooked meal tonight. "Hey, sweetheart." I smiled at her cheerfulness. "Smells delicious." That wasn't a lie. It smelled amazing. I just wasn't in the mood for chicken nuggets and fries. I smiled at Avery, flour dusting the hem of her apron, with Izzy beside her in a matching one. Both looked far too pleased with themselves, as if the entire ambush had been staged for my arrival. "Hey, babe," Avery looked up, licking the special sauce she'd made for the nuggets off her finger. "What's that?" She eyed the lamb wrapped in butcher paper that I held. "Just a leg of lamb I picked up on the way home to make for dinner," I smiled, walked over to where Izzy was, and kissed her on the top of the head. I realize now I should have called to see if you had anything planned, because it looks like my girls are way ahead of me tonight.
"Mom said it would be nice for us to make you dinner tonight."
She smiled sweetly. "Is that so?" I arched an eyebrow at my always calculating wife.
"How was work?"
Avery said with a cheeky grin.
"I hope it wasn't stressful enough that it made you want to come home and cook something to unwind from it."
I placed the lamb in the fridge, pulled out a beer, and eyed the mischievous look on my wife's face. Nah, any other day. The lamb was just something I thought of on the way home.
"Ah,"
Avery chuckled softly, knowing exactly what she was doing. Keeping me under tension and pressure with all the holiday planning was supposed to force me to crack and make me lose this planning war. Well, that wasn't going to happen. I mean, sure, it could. Party planning wasn't exactly one of my many talents. I was just a guy who approved shit. But that's why I had to be creative, and why I had the girls on my team. Their creativity would ensure this succeeded against their mother and Kat's superpowers. My brain ran in a very black and white manner, so their vision and childlike sense of wonder were essential here, and it would be the key to my success.
"So work was good then?"
Avery pressed. "Mm-hmm. Just another day at the office." I smiled, pretending as if the pile of folders from her Phase 1 plan didn't affect me at all, because I knew that's what she was itching to find out right now.
"That's great. Were you able to approve the files Kat sent over for
Phase 1? Yes, I saw them. Shit, I said that too fast and too dickish. Avery smiled, like she had just caught me red-handed.
"It wasn't too over the top, was it? The prices and all?"
She smiled wryly at me.
"Or that we'll be using Stonecrest for the international employees who are able to attend?"
I narrowed my eyes, hanging my leather bag on the back of the high stool where I sat across the large kitchen island. "Pennies," I said. "It's nothing. Everett Stone may be a competitor in the aviation industry, but I'm pleased we were able to use his jets since ours were mostly booked for other clients." Avery turned and grabbed the plates from the cabinet, her perfect ass shaped to remind me to keep my mouth shut and not get into petty arguments. Time to change the subject. "How was school today, Izzy Bear?"
"Awesome,"
Izzy answered, stealing a bite of chicken nugget off the baking sheet.
"We had a fire drill, and everyone got scared but me."
"That's because you're brave like your mother," I said, smirking at Avery's arched eyebrow. "This is true," Avery said, placing the plates out so that Izzy could divide up the chicken nuggets and fries. "Not many people have that bold warrior spirit like we do, kiddo." She winked at me. "Exactly," I said. "Not many would take on the challenge of boldly declaring a holiday war against their CEO spouse and then immediately charging millions to the company he's running." "Ah," Avery smiled. "Could it be that Phase 1 got under your skin a little?" "Not at all," I said, recovering. "You act like this is the first lavish event I've ever approved." "Well, it's just that it's a far cry from your one-click option of charcuterie boards. So, I was just curious." "No need for curiosity, love," I said, reaching for a few cashews out of the nut tray. "If this is how we show our appreciation to the company, then it's approved." "Really?" She planted both hands on the counter, her crystal blue eyes glittering in some amusement. "You're not irritated at all?" "Nope." I took another handful of nuts and tossed them in my mouth. "Good. Then you should have the final phases on your desk tomorrow. Kat and I started planning tonight, and this is just going to be magical," she said with an excited shiver. I mimicked her. "I can't wait." "Oh my God, I hate school!" Addie's voice came from behind me, prompting me to turn around and see my frazzled teen at her limits with school yet again. I extended my arm, inviting her in for a supportive hug. "Homework troubles again?" And again, she answered, collapsing into my side. "Lord have mercy," Avery answered. "The drama these days with you and school, Addison," she started. "I already said I would help you with the homework after dinner." "It's not just that," she said. "It's her boyfriend," Izzy teased. "Izzy," Addie snapped. "I don't have a boyfriend. Be quiet." "Not anymore," Izzy said, smarting off and giggling. "That's enough, Izzy," I said calmly, then turned to Addie. "What's going on, and when did you have a boyfriend who may have contributed to this?" "It's nothing," she said, pulling away from me. "Oh, no, you don't," Avery chimed in. "Come on. Dinner is on the patio by the pool tonight," she said, walking around to where I had started to stand. I bent to kiss her, unable to resist the pull of my sassy wife, her lips tasting faintly of the sweet sauce she'd been testing. "I've missed you." "You guys are so gross," Izzy said, trailing her mother, carrying the other 2 plates of food. "Thanks for dinner, Izzy Bear," I said, smiling that, these days, their mother and I couldn't so much as steal a kiss without being called out for it. The patio lights swayed lightly in the ocean breeze, casting a golden glow over the table. Avery sat, taking a bite of the finger food our daughter had proudly prepared, the scent of salt air mingling with crispy chicken and fresh citrus from the potted trees nearby. "Addie, who's the young man who ruined my daughter's mood for this evening?" I asked, watching as she picked the breading off her chicken. "Seriously, Dad, it's nothing." She brushed me off after giving Izzy a glare of warning. "Bullshit it isn't," Avery said. "And you girls know I never curse at the dinner table unless it's warranted." She looked at Addie. "Spill it, child. We're all here for you." "Ugh!" She practically swore into her plate of food. "I don't want to talk about it." "Addison Mitchell," Avery snapped. "Spare the theatrics, please. What happened at school today? You don't get to march into the kitchen, proclaim you hate school, and then withdraw, leaving us all to guess why." "Spill it, Addie," Izzy taunted. "I don't need you antagonizing her, Izzy," Avery said, seemingly even more agitated about the Christmas numbers than I was. Perhaps her planning with Kat wasn't going as well as she thought. I smirked into my freshly poured wine glass and then resumed my fatherly duty of offering a concerned and supportive expression toward Addie. Looks like I wasn't the only one under planning pressure, and Avery's lack of patience with the girls' dramatics was giving me a little insight into that. After a long inhale, an even louder sigh, Addie finally looked between me and her mother. "I just don't understand boys," she finally said. "Get in line with every female on the planet," Avery said, eyeing me, smirking, then looking back to Addie. "But what did this one do to cause this attitude we're getting from you tonight?" "Hold up," I said. "What was that look you gave me just now before asking Addie that?" "What look?" Avery said, as if she were innocent. "I didn't give you a look, baby." "The look you most definitely just gave me was as if I'm just as guilty as the kid who hurt our daughter," I answered, hearing Izzy's hushed giggle. "Mom gave you the look because you're Scrooge, Dad," Izzy said. "Not anymore," I winked, taking another chicken nugget and crunching into it. "You already know what we're planning, and it's far from what Mr. Scrooge would be doing for his company." "That's true," Izzy said, remembering that we were bringing everyone to the North Pole through our event. "There you have it, confirmation from our daughter that I'm not carrying the Christmas title of Mr. Scrooge," I said to Avery. "So, pull me out of the drama of Addie's frustration with a boy. I'm well on my way to being a Forbes 500 man of Christmas after the papers I signed off on today." "You could never be a bad guy, Dad," Addie said, eyes filled with tears. "You didn't break up with Mom to date one of her best friends." "Oh, no." Avery immediately softened. "Okay, yeah, that's bullshit," she answered. "How long were you going out with this kid, who none of us knew about until tonight?" "Since Thanksgiving," she answered. "And then today, Matthew said he just wanted to be friends. Then I saw him holding Emma's hand after school." "I want to dismiss this all as nothing," I cut in, "but emotions at your age tend to run very high. This is exactly the reason why I was all for the no boyfriends in school rule." "That doesn't help, Dad." She let out a broken-hearted sigh. "It really doesn't," Avery said. "God, Addie, if you only knew all the heartbreak I've been through and how happy I finally ended up, you'd brush this off." "But I'm never going to find anyone like Dad," Addie said. "Never." "Your dad isn't perfect," Avery says. "He pisses me off all the time." "Thanks." I looked at her deadpan. Being in a family of all women could suck sometimes, especially when one of their own was hurt by another male. She rubbed my knee. "See, guys are more sensitive and emotional than we ladies." She winked at me to play along. "And sometimes they're not thinking when they act." "Like Dad and the cheese trays," Izzy added, as if she were part of this pep talk with Dad's mistakes against Mom and his company this year. "I know," Addie confirmed. "The kid's mistake was worse than Dad's goofy mess-ups, though," Avery confirmed. "I'm sorry he hurt you, baby, but it's his loss, not yours." "Thanks, Mom," Addie said. "Hold up, I'm done taking crap for this," I defended myself after Addie found solace in me being a dick boss for Christmas. "How are we comparing a hormonal teenage boy who did a heartless thing to hurt our daughter to me ordering very expensive charcuterie boards and champagne for the company Christmas? How am I even in the middle of this as an example of foolish nonsense?" Avery shot me a look, then glanced at Addie. "Actually, what your dad tried to get away with would have hurt more people than this boy did," she said, eyes on me. "So maybe it's even." "If it helps my case," I started, "I fixed my screw-up, and now we're looking at millions of dollars going out for not just one, but 2 amazing Christmas celebrations." "And that's how you know whether or not to keep them," Avery smiled at me. "What they do after they make mistakes says everything about the man in question." Avery leaned in to kiss me, while the girls moaned in unison about how disgusting we were, and when she pulled away, all I could do was smile. "I'm sorry we had to make an example out of you," she said. "But the girls need to understand that not even their dad, even considering how much he loves and adores their mom, is perfect." "Yeah, but do we seriously need to keep bringing this up?" I answered. "So you don't do it again next year?" "Yes." Oh, well, hell. This was just another average pep talk with my girls on a family night. I was outnumbered, but honestly, I loved it. I loved everything about this family that had stolen me away from my empire that consumed me half the time. I wouldn't trade them or these discussions for anything in the world. I'd been well on my way to a lonely, workaholic existence before Avery and Addie came into my life. Soon after we married, we were blessed with Izzy, and there hadn't been a dull moment since. I was blessed with a life I didn't dream of asking for, and I couldn't be more grateful for it. 14. Jim. So far, the week had smoothed itself out, and the only thing that had been brought up about holiday party planning was the personal items needed to decorate our home and the beach house. This was all typical, normal planning for the Christmas season. The girls and Avery fully indulged themselves in it, and everyone's moods were always elevated with joy and cheer for the holidays. What wasn't normal was this party planning family war we'd gotten ourselves into. "Easy," I said to Addie, as she nearly ran the Aston Martin into the curb while taking it too tightly. "I actually really like the rims on this Rapide model." "Oh, please," she said, with a typical teenage eye roll to prove her point. "You've hated this car since we got it because it had to have 4 doors. It's most certainly not my Aston, but I've never hated it. If I did, I wouldn't allow it in my garage," I said, scrolling through morning texts. "By the way, you're welcome for not making Alistair drive us both to school and work today." "I love Alistair, but thanks for letting me drive," she smiled. "Any time, kid," I said, my eyes roaming over an urgent email from my acquisitions teams overseas. "Shit," I grumbled, as Addie pulled into her school. "Uh-oh. Did Mom slide another phase sheet under your nose?" She laughed, checking her rear view as she gently slid next to the curb at the entrance of her school. "No," I said, frowning. "But she's likely to win the whole holiday war planning if I'm forced to travel to Madrid for a goddamn merger that can't seem to be nailed down without my physical presence." Addie put the car in park, unbuckled, and reached into the back seat for her bag. "Good thing Mom took Izzy to school today, because the language that's coming out of your mouth today, sir. Tisk tisk," she teased, in her most prudish voice. We both stepped out of the car, and I smiled down at her, already knowing the hug goodbyes were off limits and mortifying for the average teenage student in front of her peers. "Well, you're not a phone call away from leaving your family for the next week, so I get a pass." I winked. "Have a fantastic day at school." "Thanks, Dad, and thanks for letting me drive today," she said, and with minimal parent embarrassment, Addie was swallowed up by a crowd of friends and ushered up the stairs and into the school. I dialed out to Spence. "What is going on with the Madrid deal?" "I spoke to Alejandro just this morning," he said, seemingly as annoyed as I was at the moment. "The De La Vega family is struggling to cling to their tradition and is second-guessing selling to foreigners." I rolled my eyes, pulling out of the school. "You've got to be fucking with me right now," I answered. "The family apparently torn that an American billionaire wants to buy their legacy," he said. "Now the family's divided, and the son, Santiago, wants you to pitch to him personally." I knew we should have had every last member of that family sitting in on this, even down to their daughter Isabel's newborn, to prevent this from happening. "The cultural pride is strong in Spain, you know that, Mitch," he answered. "They want that handshake pledge." "God almighty," I said, turning into traffic. "And the media is also putting pressure on the family for selling to an American, too. It's all been blown entirely out of proportion. I'll arrange a video conference and try to get this through that way. I have a stupid fucking Christmas party to plan. Sorry, are the billion-dollar mergers now getting in the way?" I heard Spence laugh while mocking me. "Pretty fucking much," I answered. "Well, we're not losing the deal, and we're not losing Christmas either." Spence laughed. Says the Grinch, who apparently thinks he's saving Christmas. "Thinks, Spence? Please, I know," I said with full confidence. "There's that Lifetime channel Christmas spirit that everyone loves." I rolled my eyes. "Don't take it that far. By the time the holiday is here, I'll probably be fully transformed into the Grinch, holed up in my house and skipping these 2 lavish events I didn't want to have in the first place." "You keep chugging that pumpkin spice latte and telling yourself that, buddy," Spence chided. After we hung up, I called my secretary. "Yes, Mr. Mitchell," Brooke answered. Have the flight crew on standby, I said. I may be flying to Madrid this afternoon.
Right away, sir, she said.
As I passed Brooke's desk, she glanced up from her computer.
Nancy was just delivering more files for the planning. I placed them on your desk.
What? Are we not emailing anymore? I snapped, my mood gone to shit after trying to maneuver out of flying to Madrid today.
I don't know, sir. She just said they needed your signature.
Very well, I nodded and strode toward my office. When I walked in to find an even bigger stack of folders than the first time this shit started coming across my desk, I had a feeling I was about to stare down Phase 2 of Avery's planning nightmare. I honestly didn't have time for this. I called out to Brooke, almost forgetting that I needed to be wheels up in an hour if I was going to make the urgent meeting for the De La Vega family. I didn't have a second to waste. Brooke, I said the moment she answered, my tone leaving no room for hesitation. Get the jet in the air within the hour. Contact the flight department and send them my itinerary for Madrid. I want the crew briefed and customs clearance already in place by the time I walk onto the tarmac.
Yes, sir,
she said, while typing on her computer. Call my valet. Have him pack 4 days' worth of wardrobe. I want business formal, evening suits, and casuals for downtime. Everything pressed, cufflinks included. I want the luggage delivered straight to the jet.
Understood.
And book the Ritz in Madrid, my usual suite. Confirm black car service with a bilingual driver waiting airside. He stays on call for the duration of my stay.
Of course.
Next, legal and acquisitions. I want the De La Vega files compiled and ready, digital copies on my laptop, hard copies delivered to the plane before departure. 4 days of negotiations means every angle, every precedent, every clause at my fingertips. I've confirmed the meeting at 7 tomorrow morning. That jet can leave no later than 10 this morning, as I will not walk in late.
I'll handle it.
Her voice didn't so much as waver. Finally, clear my calendar. Push everything non-critical and notify Spencer and the board that I'll be overseas until this deal is finalized. He'll handle everything while I'm gone.
Yes, sir. I'll update them immediately.
I exhaled through my nose, tension bleeding into a wry smirk. Brooke's efficiency had become more than serviceable these days, and I was impressed, which was saying a lot. Instead of walking into my office with freshly brewed pumpkin spice lattes, she was now sharp, all business, and seamless. The kind of precision I expected from my secretary. Who knew? Maybe I'd keep this one on. I had a couple of minutes to review any morning emails that I would be forwarding to Spencer to handle, so I went through them first after texting him to meet me in my office before I rushed out. After that was completed, I glanced over at the files that had been placed on my desk by Karen. God damn it. I had no time for Christmas planning shit right now. I hadn't even called Avery to tell her I would be leaving. Karen had stacked the Paramount folder right on top, as if it were meant to ruin my morning. Paramount? I muttered, flipping it open. Why the hell does Avery need Paramount Studios to be approved? What in God's name is she planning? The first page was a parade of line items that made no sense. Horse-drawn carriages? And on the lot? Who the hell is she planning to cart around, the King of England? Spencer walked in just as I shoved the sheet aside. Brooke said the jet is on standby. Excellent. I need to get my ass out of here, I grumbled, flipping again. But instead I'm signing approvals for carriages, snow machines, and fake cobblestones like I'm underwriting Disneyland. Sounds like business as usual, Spencer said with a grin. Figgy fucking pudding, I said, staring at the first item from Velvet Crumb. This shit is impossible. Velvet Crumb, the bakery I ordered from for my event, is now apparently partnering with Thomas Keller's team for figgy pudding? I glanced up to see Spence's lips tighten to prevent him from smiling. If Marquis is merging her incredible skill with Keller, that might be some of the best damn dessert we've ever tasted. That's not dessert. That's my next quarterly bonuses baked into a fruitcake. Spencer smirked, folding his arms. Sounds like Avery's planning something big. She's planning something, and it's all beyond absurd. Well, she is working with Velez, dude. That woman doesn't fuck around with her events. She's got a name for that reason. And no thanks to your wife for introducing her to Avery. Now I'm at war with a highly sought-after event planner. Maybe you shouldn't have been such a bastard with the holiday events this year, and a stubborn egomaniac to try and cover for that, and we wouldn't be having this discussion. I rolled my eyes. I don't have time for this shit, I said. I'll go through it and make the approvals I know you'd confirm. I narrowed my eyes at him. How am I to believe you wouldn't cross me? Why the fuck would I cross you? Because you're being a little bitch like the rest of them, offended that you were getting a charcuterie board and champagne? Spence smirked. If there's one thing I don't get sideways up my ass, it's hurt feelings over holiday bullshit. So long as my wife and daughter have smiles on their faces come Christmas morning, I'm easy like that. Then why did it seem you were on their side with this? He shrugged. Because it's always fun to watch you and Avery do the stupid shit you're doing now to prove points to each other. God, I said, rising from my desk. You know, I can handle Madrid if you want to stay here and continue plotting against Avery for the Christmas events. I eyed him. The second I put Christmas in front of work is the second I might as well close up shop. Approve the bullshit, but do not let the expenses get into the multi-millions, please. I rolled my eyes at the thought. That's all I ask. Never. We wouldn't want Avery's event to outshine the Berkshire Gala, would we? That was a $2 billion merger, I reminded him, not a fucking Christmas party with fruitcakes. Before I could bitch about anything else, Brooke stepped in, calm as ever, tablet in hand. Sir, the jet is fueled and cleared for takeoff. Your luggage is being loaded now. If you leave within the next 15 minutes, you'll land in Madrid at 6:30 local time, perfectly in time for your meeting with the De La Vega family. Your driver is waiting out front. Very well, I muttered, snapping the folder shut. Call my wife and inform her of my last-minute trip. I'll call from the plane to explain more when I'm in the air. Also, I picked up the files of bullshit. Scan these into the computer and email them to me. Spencer will take and approve them after that. Have a good trip, Spence said as I moved past him. It's time we lock in this deal for once and for all. I'll call Avery and let her know what's going on. If you have Brooke do it, the next thing you know, she's going to have Kat hired to decorate both your houses with live reindeer or something for being an insensitive ass. True, I chuckled, looking at Brooke. Spencer will handle Avery. Just focus on scanning all those documents and email the file to me. This was not how I'd planned my morning, after casually suggesting I'd take Addie to school and have some time with my daughter after some little punk at school broke her heart. However, I wasn't going to lose that damn Madrid deal, and I sure as shit wasn't going to lose this Christmas war either. On the jet was where I'd dig a little more to figure out what the fuck Avery was planning to do with Paramount and all the other bullshit I hadn't properly read through that Spencer would be signing off on. I'd grab some sleep, and by the time I woke up, I would be in Madrid getting ink on this deal that should have been signed months ago by my overseas acquisitions team. If anyone wasn't getting chartered into mine and Avery's festival of bullshit, it was the Madrid acquisitions team, the ones who dropped the ball. Now I was on a last-minute flight to Madrid to fix this mess, and I wouldn't leave until that company was officially mine.
15. Avery. I'd just walked into the house where all our Christmas decor had been delivered by Jim's staff and smiled when I saw they'd already set up the 12-foot tree in our living room. Our house in the hills never failed to take my breath away at moments like this. Floor-to-ceiling windows wrapped around the living space, giving us an endless sweep of Los Angeles glittering below. At night, it always looked like the city was showing off just for us, a blanket of diamonds scattered across the valley. The high ceilings gave the whole place a gallery feel, modern and grand, but it wasn't cold or unwelcoming. Jim had insisted on clean lines and minimalist architecture, but I'd layered warmth into every corner. With throws draped across the leather sectional, oversized coffee table books stacked in uneven towers, and candles clustered in groups that painted the glass walls with flickers of gold, it all helped to bring in that homely feel I loved. Our home was virtually a masterpiece of our unique and independent lives colliding, and it was warm and beautiful. Now, with the scent of fresh pine drifting from the 12-foot tree, the house looked like something out of a holiday spread in Architectural Digest. Thousands of tiny white lights glowed across its branches, multiplying into hundreds more reflecting in the tall windows, as if the house had captured a constellation and kept it for itself and us to get lost in. This was why I loved our home, not because it screamed wealth, but because it felt alive. It had carried the sounds of our girls racing down the stairs in their pajamas, the late-night arguments Jim and I had over work calls, and the quiet reconciliations of early mornings with amazing sex. It was our fortress, our refuge, and now, apparently, the battlefield for this ridiculous holiday war Jim had started, all because his ego was damn near impossible to keep in check. "The tree always looked so pretty in the corner, don't you think, girls?" I said, still captivated by the beauty I was looking at. "I love how it's surrounded by the windows that reflect everything. It's almost magical." No answer. Of course, they'd already vanished to their rooms, bracing for another night of homework. Addie would be holding back curse words, while Izzy would be thrilled that she had another fun project. "Who's going to help me put ornaments on the tree?" I called, hoping to bail them out and keep the mood light and cheery tonight. "Who's going to do my homework for me?" Addie shot back, marching down the steps with her backpack slung over her shoulder, already headed to her homework office of doom and gloom. "That's the real question." "Why don't we wait until the weekend, after Dad gets back from Madrid, to decorate the tree?" I asked. "For now, I'll be here to help with homework if you call for it. Until then, I'm going to go over more of the cool stuff Kat sent for me to bring into my party plans for Dad's company." "Come on, Mom. Can you at least give us a hint about what you're planning?" Addie asked, flashing the first pre-homework smile I'd seen in ages. "Nice try. You joined Team Dad, and I'm not revealing a thing to be reported back to him," I said with a grin. "That cute little fake smile isn't fooling me either. I'm not saying a word about what I'm planning." "That's why Dad says you're a cheater," Izzy chimed in, full of sass. "Excuse me?" I responded. "How is it cheating if I don't give away my secrets for you guys to copy or top for your party?" "We would never copy you, Mom," Addie said. "We already know our idea's better." "And you're a cheater because you know what we're doing already, but you won't even give us a hint about what you're doing," Izzy declared, all drama. "Your dad told you this, I'm sure?" I asked, arms crossed. "He didn't have to," Addie said, eyes sliding toward her sister like two of Jim's soldiers teaming up in his absence. "You know what we're doing, and you're probably already copying it." "Yeah, and so?" I pressed. "That's how you cheated," Izzy finished. "Do you two want ice cream before bed? Eggnog flavored?" "Nice try, Mom," Addie said sweetly, then disappeared into her office. "What about you, Izzy Bear?" I asked with my best smile. "Nah," she said with a cheeky grin. I narrowed my eyes at the 2 rooms my sneaky girls had vanished into. Jim had these girls armored up and working for him to get to me already. He'd orchestrated some mental operation to throw me off while I was making good headway on his anti-festivity ass. Even so, he was now stuck in Madrid saving an acquisition, behind on his planning while I'd be 2 steps ahead. Was I cheating? Hell yes. And I was perfectly fine with it. I would have done the whole event myself, until my husband and his ego dragged our daughters into this war. So, yeah, I was cheating. Who cared? Call the Grinch on my ass. I was about to find out if my latest scheme had actually worked. Time to call Nat and get the update on how Spence managed to put Jim on that flight to Madrid instead of taking it himself. As Jim's VP, it wouldn't have been unusual for Spencer to go in his place, especially because Spence was a bulldog, and nobody pushed him around. Nat picked up after 2 rings. "Avery, honey," she said over the phone. "Everything's rolling flawlessly. And even better news, Spence got everything from Kat approved." "I can't believe we pulled it off," I chuckled, slipping out onto the terrace with a glass of wine. I needed privacy away from Jim's little spies, and outside was the most private place to be for these discussions, away from any nosy little girls. God, tonight was beautiful. The night air was cool, brushing over my skin as I leaned against the railing. Below, the city stretched vast and endless, a living map of glittering city lights where we sat hidden in the hills to observe it all in its beauty. From up here, LA felt like it belonged to us alone, sprawled out beneath the canyon. The terrace had always been my favorite place to think. I always loved snuggling up on our oversized sectional pulled close to the outdoor fire pit. I loved the faint rustle of eucalyptus from the canyon and the muted hum of the 405 freeway out in the distance. It was all private, yet vast, like it was our kingdom in the clouds. Actually, I can believe it, I said, smiling under our patio lights. Jim's such a control freak, and there's no way he'd let Spence take over closing the Madrid acquisition once he was made aware of it. Spence even offered to go himself so Jim wouldn't catch on to it, but Jim refused. Nat laughed. Now he's stuck overseas, while we build the Dickens set at Paramount. This is so good. And honestly, he can't even blame me. He's the one who is still putting work before the holidays, as usual. He's going to fall on his own sword with this one. Typical man, Nat said. Their egos run their lives straight into the ground. That's why he'll lose this whole ordeal that he turned into a war, instead of letting his wife bail him out. Exactly, I grinned. I'm so glad Spence told you about the Madrid deal, and you told me. The best part is that your husband went along with our plan and pushed it straight to Jim this morning. Of course Jim took the bait. Now he'll be consumed for the next 4 days, jet-lagged, and the last thing he'll want when he gets home is to do Christmas planning. I know you were skeptical about Spencer's allegiance, but I never had a doubt he'd make the right decision. Besides, if there is any chance to prank Jim, he's in. Plus, now I get my husband for the week. That's my bonus in this confetti and popcorn war you two started. Hold on, that's Ash calling me. I'll let you go. Spence just got home and we've got Nobu reservations. Nat said, enjoy your week with your husband. I'll enjoy beating mine's ass while he's gone. We laughed as I clicked over to answer my call waiting. What's up, babe? I heard Jim was rushed off to Madrid. Ash giggled. You're starting to play dirty. No, this was all Jim. I just worked an angle to bait him on how important his Christmas planning was. When Nat told me Spence might have to fly over to stop the deal from falling through, I asked if there was a way to involve Jim. Of course, my husband took the bait without one damn question. Spence even offered to go in his place, and Jim refused. Ash laughed. That's where you've got your husband by the balls. He's Mr. Mitchell first and Mr. Claus never. Exactly. He's juggling the wrong arena. But the girls, they've been dangling the word cheater over my head like mistletoe, waiting for me to crack. So I'm not entirely in the clear. Jim's got eyes on me, even if it's just through our daughters. Well, Jim's no fool. He had plenty of time to think during that 12-hour flight. What did he say about Cat's Phase 2 and the costs? Nothing. I asked if he had looked at it, and he said yes and left it there. Didn't bring up costs, Paramount, nothing. Not even the Aspen snow machines or fresh-cut trees? Not a word. I smirked, which means he's got something up his sleeve.
Is that Ave?
I heard Jake in the background. Of course, Ash said.
Put her on speaker,
Jake said as Ash switched over.
Hey, Ave, you're gonna love this.
Go on, I said.
Colin and I found an exact replica of Eddie's RV from Christmas Vacation. A guy in Arizona had one. I bought it, and it'll be here the week before Christmas.
I burst out laughing. Oh my God! This is the cake topper! You are absolutely insane.
That's not even the best part,
Jake teased. What? Did you hire Randy Quaid to show up as Eddie? Ash laughed.
No, but Colin and I need you to act like your event is canceled at the last minute. Like day of type chaos. You'll figure it out. Jim's Scrooge suit will be waiting for him after Colin and I pull off his grand entrance in the RV.
Okay, I said.
trying to follow. "The plan is this. You tell Jim you need to take a drive because you're upset and depressed after losing to him, of course. He'll believe that while sitting smugly on his couch, drinking his bourbon in what he assumes is his victory. However, amid all this shit, you must insist he's in Christmas Eve pajamas."
"Oh, fuck." I covered my mouth. "And a robe. Frank Shirley's outfit from the kidnapping scene."
"Nailed it," Jake crowed. "You guys still do the pajama exchange on Christmas Eve, right?"
"Yes, that's exactly why this will work." "And I'm guessing you and Colin will barge in, kidnap him, and haul him to the Christmas Carol lot?" Ash asked.
"Don't forget Shirley was tied up in a rope."
Jake laughed. "You two are lucky I need you for shit like this," I said.
"No, you're lucky to have us, kid," Jake shot back. "We're talking full-scale comedy here. We've already got the Merry Christmas shitter was full sign ready to hang on the side."
I nearly spit out my wine. "Jake, you're seriously doing this?"
"Hell yes. Jim's going to step outside expecting peace on Earth and instead find Cousin Eddie parked on his lawn. It's poetic."
"Honestly," Ash cut in, laughing so hard I could hear her wheezing, "the second he sees that RV, Jim's blood pressure is going to spike higher than a motherfucker."
"Exactly," Jake said. "And then, bam, Scrooge pajamas, rope, and the grand reveal. He'll never live this down."
"You two are ridiculous," I said, laughing so hard my cheeks hurt. "And I love it." "Jim will never see this coming," Ash said. "God, I hope not. At this point, it's less about winning and more about the hilarity. Everything Jim deserves for trying to screw everyone in his company on the holidays this year." "It'll make headlines," Ash laughed. "Cat made sure of it." I laughed. "NDAs all around until he steps into the Christmas Carol world." I sipped my wine, smiling. This was better than I'd imagined. It wasn't even about beating Jim anymore. It was about surprising him. About turning him into the characters he hated being compared to since he started all this shit with his cheap gift for everyone in his company this year. And while he was gone in Madrid, I had all the time in the world to get the work done, without him sneaking up and figuring me out.
16. Jim. It was midnight in Los Angeles by the time I'd finally settled into the back of my Bentley and Alistair was driving me home. I leaned my head back against the headrest, still shocked that it had taken the De La Vega family until 7 in the evening, Madrid time, to finally meet the necessary requirements of providing me signatures, more than just the fucking handshake deal they kept trying to do, to land this deal. "I trust the flight home was smooth, Mr. Mitchell?" Alistair questioned, as he took an exit that would lead us to my home in the hills. "It was, and I have to say, Alistair, I do not know why you've not retired on me yet after all the shit I put you through." I smiled at him, taking one last glance at my phone before tucking it away. "Well, last I checked, I was a bit more dependable than Blake, sir," he chuckled. "That's the damn truth," I laughed, reminded of my former driver who'd gotten married and resigned after his young bride couldn't stand him being at my disposal instead of hers. I understood completely, though. This life wasn't easy for those on my personal staff, like Alistair, or even for my family. It took grit to sacrifice your own needs for another rich bastard's, and I didn't take it for granted that men like Alistair were able to hang with my high demands, even though they were compensated very well to do so. My mind drifted to my family and how they'd managed to thrive in this world with me. We all missed each other in the same way, but somehow they managed to get through these tireless trips while I was away from them without a single complaint. Sometimes I felt like all of this was harder on me than it was on them. They were the ones keeping me going on the other side of the world with their phone calls and excitement, filling me in on their days. When Alistair turned into the hills, the ache sharpened. The house rose up from the dark, glowing with the kind of warmth you couldn't buy. I walked into the foyer, and the scent of cinnamon and mulled cider met me the moment I stepped inside, wrapping around me as a perfect welcome home. As I moved further into the house, I glanced over at the living room, seeing it glowing with a towering tree, its thousands of twinkling lights throwing reflections across the windows. Gardens twined up the staircase, intertwined with gold ribbon and dotted with soft white lights. I hadn't given Christmas a single thought in Madrid. There was absolutely no space for it between contracts and selling points. But here, now, it hit me straight in the chest. A calming and soothing reminder of peacefulness in my own home. I climbed the stairs slowly, savoring the hush of the house. Garland was wound around the banister, catching the soft glow of lights strung throughout it, and I paused at the landing to peek in on the girls. Their steady breathing was all I needed, proof that they were sound asleep, safe and warm. For a long moment, I stood there, seeing every part of my home already dressed in Christmas and filled with my family's presence. Instead of overwhelming me, it was easing something inside me. I wanted to go straight to bed, hold my wife's body closely into mine, and finally let go. But my body still thrummed on Madrid time, and I knew I'd never rest until I washed it all off. I loosened my tie, kicked off my shoes, and slipped quietly into the master suite, not wanting to wake Avery. I slid the door to the master bath shut, turned on the lighting to a low ambiance, and walked over to our enormous shower. The panel to turn on the water flow lit up at my touch, with an amber glow spilling across stone and glass. I'd redone this bathroom a couple of years back. Oversized slate shower, jets, rainfall heads, even a waterfall cascade with streaming aromatherapies. Overdone? Sure. But right now, it was the only thing keeping me upright. I set it to 82 degrees. Steam rose instantly, carrying that sharp bite of eucalyptus. My clothes hit the floor, and a second later, I stepped in, and the hot rush of water slammed into me, beating Spain off my shoulders and easing the knots in my spine. For the first time all week, I let myself relax. I closed my eyes, lathering shampoo into my hands, ready to scrub it all away, when I felt her small, familiar hands sliding around my waist and smoothing across my stomach. I jolted, turning in the steam, and found Avery there. Her hair was already dampening, her smile wicked and knowing. "Thought you could sneak in without waking me?" she teased, pressing herself against me. "I was trying," I rasped, my voice rougher than I meant. "Didn't want to drag you into my midnight jet lag." "You don't drag me," she whispered, fingertips tracing slowly up my chest. "You never have." The heat of the shower was nothing compared to her. I pulled her in, her slick skin soft against mine, and kissed her. Slow at first, then deeper, starved, pouring days of absence into her mouth. Steam curled around us, and I pressed her back against the glass, lifting her as her legs wrapped tight around my waist. She gasped into my mouth, the sound unraveling me. "God, Avery," I groaned against her throat, tasting her skin, breathing her in. "You have no idea how much I've missed you." Her lips brushed mine, eyes wild through the mist. "Then show me." I lifted her higher, her legs locking around my waist, her soft moan breaking against my lips. The sound tore through the last of my restraint. I pressed her back against the glass, the heat of her body melding with mine, until I couldn't tell where she ended and I began. "Avery," I groaned, my forehead pressed to hers, water streaming between us. "God, I've needed you." Her nails scraped through my wet hair, down my shoulders, tugging me closer, harder. Her eyes found mine, dark and wild, and she whispered, "Then don't stop." I kissed her throat, her jaw, the corner of her mouth, every inch I'd missed, until she tilted her chin up and gave me all of her. Her body arched against me, her breath coming fast, broken, as if she'd been holding it for days, waiting for me to come home. The water pounded down, a steady roar that couldn't drown the sound of her moans as I drove deeper, every thrust a release of tension I hadn't even realized I'd been carrying. She clung to me, her body taking me, matching me, her gasps turning into urgent cries that had me losing myself inside her. "Look at me, Ave," I begged, lifting her chin with my hand, needing those blue eyes on me. "I need to see you." Her gaze locked on mine, glassy and burning, her lips parting with a gasp. "Harder," she whispered, the word breaking into a moan. "I need all of you." "Hell yes," I growled, giving her everything. And when she shattered, her body tightening around me, pulling me straight into her release, I let go too, a rough groan torn from my chest as I followed her into the fall. For a long moment we stayed there, the world narrowed to steam, water, and the sound of our breathing sinking back into rhythm. My grip loosened as I lowered her gently to the floor, her legs unsteady beneath her. She leaned into me, laughing breathlessly. "Shit," she murmured, her forehead against my chest. "I'm about to pass out." I smiled, brushing a kiss over her damp hair as I steadied her. "I've missed this," I said quietly, reaching for the soap and working it over her back in slow, gentle circles. "Shower sex," she teased, her laugh muffled against me. "All of it," I murmured, kissing the tip of her nose. "Especially you. It's so damn good to be home." Her hands slid across me, lathering soap along my chest and arms before trailing lower, her touch sparking life back into me. She looked up with that same wicked smile she'd worn when she first stepped in, her voice low and teasing. "Good thing you're home, and I took a long nap today." "You should sleep," I said, though my voice was already betraying me, rough and unsteady as her hands moved lower. "I will," she murmured, eyes lifting to mine, mischief sparking even through the haze of steam. "But not before I get what I've been waiting 4 days for." Her touch tightened, stroking me back to life, her smile wicked as the water streamed down around us. "Ave," I groaned, my head tipping back against the glass. "You're going to kill me." "Maybe," she teased, pressing her body against mine, her mouth brushing my chest. "But you'll die happy." Every ounce of exhaustion I'd carried from Madrid gave way under her hands, under the heat of her body, and the way she looked at me like I was the only man who had ever mattered. The tension I thought I'd poured out of myself came rushing back, but this time it wasn't contracts or signatures. It was her. Only her. I caught her wrists gently, pulling her up, kissing her with everything she'd stirred back to life. Her laugh melted into a moan, her hands threading back into my hair, as she whispered against my mouth, "Take me again, Jim." I answered her by lifting her into my arms once more, the shower pounding around us, steam curling in thick clouds, as round 2 began with even more urgency than the first. Even though I was jet-lagged, another round of what Avery and I had started would make me sleep like a baby tonight. God damn, it was good to be home.
17. Avery. The morning after Jim came home, I should have been dead tired, but I wasn't. I was feeling alive and excited for the day ahead. We'd planned to enjoy family time, just us and the kids. The tree here at our home in the hills before heading to the beach house in Malibu to start decorating there. I know it might have been a bit over the top to have both houses decorated for the holidays, especially with this goofy planning war that Jim and I had gotten into. But this was one of the more exciting holiday seasons I'd had with my family in quite some time, so I wanted to live it up. everything just felt a bit warmer, magical and cheerful, even if we Mitchells had a family war going on in the background. The best part was that the entire company would benefit from it, and my only hope was to make everyone's holidays this year just as merry and bright as I felt ours had become. I trotted down the steps after coming out of a long, soaking bath. It had been a while since Jim and I went at it so intensely that I felt sore, in a good way, the next morning. Before reaching the last step, I heard laughter from the girls just as the scent of baked pumpkin spice filled my senses. "What do I smell?" I asked, smiling and walking into the kitchen. "Dad's special pumpkin pancakes and pumpkin cream rolls with cinnamon and maple syrup," Addie said, almost too proud of her dad. God damn, I loved everything about my husband. "And he taught us how to bake them," Izzy snickered, mischievous eyes meeting her dad's before they both offered me a smug expression. "What are these faces?" I asked, hands on both hips. "These are the faces of your enemy," Izzy taunted, looking at her dad for approval. "Enemy?" I looked at Jim. "We were far from enemies last night, Mr. Mitchell," I said, arching an eyebrow at him. Izzy groaned and rolled her eyes. "Ugh, gross," she offered the usual response. Jim winked at me before turning to his daughter.
"Taste the cream cheese filling, Izzy Bear,"
he said, taking a scoop out of the mixing bowl that she'd been stirring. "Yum!" Her eyes widened, all three pointedly ignoring me.
"Addie,"
Jim scooped her a bit on a spoon and handed it to her.
"We need the final call."
"Dang," Addie answered. "That totally beats Velvet Crumb." She eyed me, then smiled at Jim. "What's all this really about?" I asked, sitting at the counter where I wasn't invited. "It's about the fact that you cheated, Mom," Izzy confirmed again. "Why suddenly am I a cheater?" I looked directly at Jim. "You know that word magically came up the night you flew off to Madrid to close your deal."
"You copied us,"
he said.
"That's cheating."
"Copied what?" I asked, confused. "Velvet Crumb," Addie answered while Jim smiled. "Oh, no," I said, pointing my finger at all my treacherous family members. "I was in Velvet Crumb when I decided to use them for the baked goods at my event. I didn't know your dad had already booked them, too."
"Interesting,"
Jim said, pouring syrup over 3 plates of pancakes for him and the girls.
"Because when I called Marquis back to request a few more items on our menu, she told me only 3 could be added, since she's now booked for 2 parties that same week. Naturally, I asked why. Turns out, my wife booked her for Mitchell and Associates' 2nd party.
And
when the invoices hit my desk, I realized the poor woman's going to be overworked the week before Christmas, baking thousands of treats for both of my company's parties."
"That's not cheating." I eyed each of them. "Cheating is—"
"Ensuring Spencer urges me to close the Madrid deal and leave the country for 4 days while you, the wives, and Kat start planning ahead of me? Is that what you were about to say?"
Jim arched an eyebrow as the girls followed him, taking their plates to the breakfast nook. I said, following them.
"Not to worry, beautiful,"
he said, kissing my cheek before joining our girls around the table.
"No jet lag here. I had plenty of time to come up with recipes with our daughters. Recipes we'll have chefs recreate for our event."
"Well, I didn't know what to say. I should have known Jim would catch on. And in my lapse of judgment, here I was, mouth hanging open, already dreading whatever retaliation was coming my way. Jim and the girls' smiles were far too mischievous for me to think that none of them had something planned to get me back. Baking goodies and sharing the recipes with chefs to recreate them was definitely not where this ended. "So now I don't get breakfast?" I questioned.
"Of course you do. Addie wanted to make you green eggs and ham."
Jim shrugged. "That has nothing to do with Christmas," I said. "Neither does cheating." Izzy giggled at their inside joke. "This isn't fair," I answered, sitting at the table. "It's turning us all against each other." "You're the one doing things to Dad that aren't cool, Mom," Addie said. "Fine. I guess that wasn't cool." I smiled at Jim. "I am sorry." Perhaps I went a bit too far. Jim licked his lips and offered me a bite of his pumpkin pancake.
All is forgiven, love.
He winked.
But rest assured, I will come out on top now that you have turned this into a war where trust is no longer present.
I really didn't mean to. I cringed, not knowing what Jim and the girls were planning behind my back. Right. Addie rolled her eyes. Can we at least call a truce today so we can decorate our tree and the Malibu house like we'd planned? We're going to a Christmas tree lot, Izzy said with excitement. For your party? I looked at Jim. Kat has already planned to bring in—
Fly in, he interrupted me. And yes, I know, thousands of evergreens from Aspen. That's not why we're going.
We want our own real tree this year, Addie said, still devouring her pumpkin pancakes that looked and smelled so damn delicious my stomach was growling. Jim pushed over his plate to me, drizzled hot syrup over the top, and kissed my forehead before standing up.
Eat those while I get your coffee, love,
he said, walking toward the espresso machine. At least the fight hadn't lasted long, but the guilt trip that was hanging over the air of our table was so thick you could cut it with a knife. That actually sounds lovely, I smiled. For the beach house? For here, Izzy said. Doesn't that sound like fun? Of course, Izzy, I answered, taking my coffee from Jim. So, what are we doing with that tree?
Just take it down and put it in storage,
Jim answered casually.
I think it would be a fun, new tradition to do a real tree. The girls brought it to my attention, and I couldn't turn them down. It's sort of what our holiday party theme is anyway. A traditional family Christmas.
That sounds lovely, I smiled as I looked down at my coffee. Okay, something was up. Jim didn't go so soft this easily, especially when he knew my ass pulled one over on him. He was definitely planning a retaliation, and the girls were in on it. Thank God, I had more fun pranks ahead to get him back, and especially since Jake and Colin were on my side in all of this, not his. So fine, I'd let him plan to replace our tree with a real one, have his traditional Christmas party event. Truth was, none of this would even be taking place if my adorable husband didn't try to pull a Scrooge on his entire company for Christmas this year. So, let the reindeer games begin, I guess, because two can play at this game. In fact, I was already ahead of the game with the Dickens lot half built and everything more than ahead of schedule. I had all the time in the world to go pick out real trees to replace fake ones. So, if that was Jim's play to get me back for stalling him, then he was still lost in this little Christmas game of love and war.
18. Jim. The Christmas tree lot in Pacific Palisades smelled like cinnamon, pine, and manipulation. Warm salt air from the coast drifted through the rows of trees, carrying the sound of laughter, the distant bell of the cider stand, and the faint shimmer of a saxophone from a hidden speaker. The glow of string lights flickered against polished car roofs lining the valet lot, throwing reflections like tiny gold coins across the asphalt. Avery didn't know it yet, but I'd orchestrated this entire day for one purpose: to stall her. By the time she realized why I suddenly felt the need to replace our usual tree with a real one, she'd understand that two could play these little games of stalling each other's plans. Having learned, thanks to Jake's loose tongue, that Avery had used Spence and the Madrid deal to derail me from focusing on mine and the girls' party, I'd simply found an entertaining way to return the favor. The plan had the sparkle of a prank and the precision of a business strategy, which made it almost festive. By the time we were done today, Avery would not be ahead of me, but one step behind. My adorable wife was planning to use one of Paramount Studios' lots to build an elaborate set for her company party. I had no idea what the hell she was building or why a Christmas celebration required a soundstage at Paramount Studios, but I did know one thing. You always needed to be 10 steps ahead of permits and construction crews, since they loved missing deadlines. With Kat at the helm, it was unlikely her teams would miss a single date. That made this even more enjoyable. Kat Velez was the definition of precision, organized, ambitious, and frighteningly good at what she did. Nothing ever stopped her from meeting her goals or deadlines. And when her client's husband just happened to be her competition and the one who was needed for signatures for both company parties, well, that was a game even Kat didn't know how to play. Now that I knew Avery's move to slow me down, it was time for mine. Avery and Kat needed my signature on 2 permits for her set builds. With the Madrid deal demanding every second of my attention, I'd simply run out of time to sign Kat's permits while there, blaming back-to-back meetings. Spencer, of course, had offered to handle it, but I'd told my double-crossing VP that he'd already helped enough, and what he could do to help me, rather than my scheming wife, was to inform Kat that I'd signed them upon my return, which would have been today, Saturday. The day I suddenly decided we needed a real tree, something I honestly couldn't have cared less about. So, with all of us now heading to the Christmas tree farm for a family tree, it looked like Kat and her team would have to wait until Sunday or Monday for my signature. In the world of studio construction, that meant at least 4 full days behind schedule. That put me even, since I'd already lost 4 myself, and if you knew anything about set production, 4 days could easily stretch into 7. I was back in the game, and Avery was no longer cheating her way to the win. Avery couldn't exactly be angry with me, could she? She'd practically supported the whole push-him-out-of-the-country scheme to get ahead in planning. I was almost disappointed she hadn't brought it up yet. Maybe Kat hadn't called to remind her I was supposed to sign today. Unfortunately for both of them, nothing could stop our newest family tradition, Family Day at the Christmas tree farm. "All right," I said, putting the SUV in park. "No cell phones, remember?" "Oh, Dad, come on," Addie said, trying to whine, but eyeing me through the rear view because she knew her role to play. We needed Avery not to check her phone until after we were done here. There was no way I was going to let Kat throw this all off when the planner realized my signature hadn't been faxed over to her yet. "You promised," Izzy said, trying not to giggle. "I'm going to need mine, though," Avery said, "just in case. Kat said there might be—" Now. I placed my hand gently over to cover hers, gripping her phone. "I thought you hired the most insanely sought-after planner for a reason, my love." She eyed me. "I did." "Good," I smiled. Kat solves everything for her clients and takes care of issues like there were never any problems to begin with. She's known for her skilled effort in not allowing her clients to sit by their phones and worry over her planning. "But if you don't want to be part of our family day of getting a real tree this year," I arched an eyebrow as I guilt-tripped her, "then stay with your phone. We're going to go pick out a tree." "Lord," Avery said, shoving her phone in the console where I placed Addie's. "Your phone, too," Avery pressed. Unfortunately, Kat isn't my planner, and because the ink is still wet on the De La Vega paperwork, I need that phone until I'm assured it's dry. I smiled when she rolled her eyes. "I promise you that I will not be on it unless I get a call from them." "Let's go get the tree," Addie said, setting us into motion to waste the entire day. This would most definitely have me holding off on signing those permits until Monday, and Avery and Kat officially pacing alongside me in our party planning war. The lot was packed. There were families snapping pictures under garlands, kids dragging trees twice their size, and the air thick with fake snow from a machine some overzealous vendor thought would make Los Angeles feel festive. "Dad!" Addie called, darting between rows of firs. "This one's huge!" I followed her voice, Avery close behind, while Izzy rushed over to another tree. The farm was adorable, its acreage spanning miles, with Christmas trees, horse-drawn wagons, and vendors selling caramel apples, as well as a variety of things riddled with holiday spices. It was just as festive as I'd hoped, and as huge as I'd requested when I'd asked Jake about the largest lot where we could waste an entire day finding a tree we didn't need. Thank God my brother felt a little bad that Avery had sent my ass off to Madrid. I could certainly use him and Colin on my team. Didn't think I'd land those two, but somehow I managed, and they would be here any minute to ensure this would stall us in the manner I needed it to. I walked over to the tree Addie stood next to, which was enormous, crooked, and shedding faster than a dog in July. I crouched, pretending to study it. Leans too far west. Huh? Avery blinked. West? I could tell that since the phones were in the car and she was now out of contact with Kat, she'd probably settle for a brittle, dying tree just to leave the lot and return to the safety net of her party planner. Trees have directions, gorgeous. I pointed to the tilt. You don't want a tree that leans west. Throws off the balance of the whole house. She narrowed her eyes. You're making shit up. Am I? I asked, straight-faced. Izzy snorted into her hot chocolate she brought from the house. Mom, I think he's serious. I think he's bored, Avery shot back. I straightened, brushing my hands together. Bored? No, sweetheart. I'm just committed to excellence. It's what you love most about me. She gave me the look that meant I was pushing it, but I could see the hint of a smile tugging at her lips. The next hour of waiting for Jake and Colin to show up with their families was an art form of inefficiency. I rejected trees for being too symmetrical, too piney, not photogenic enough for the living room's lighting. I made Addie test pine scents. I timed Izzy shaking snow off branches to see if it was worth the mess to have a flocked one or not. You know, stupid bullshit that no one cares about, but today I used my linear mindset to not close business deals, but to be the most obnoxious bastard at the Christmas tree farm. I did note that Avery checked her watch every 10 minutes. It cracked my ass up to see how concerned she was with Kat stating things were on track when I personally knew they weren't. Jim, this is ridiculous, she said finally, pinching the bridge of her nose. We've been here 2 hours. 2. Good things take time, love. I crouched beside another tree, tugging at the branches. You can't rush greatness. I'm not rushing greatness. I'm trying to get home before dark. I feigned thoughtfulness. Do you think the house is east-facing enough for a Douglas fir? She stared at me, jaw slack. What? Sunlight affects needle retention. Jim, you're high. I grinned, unbothered. High on Christmas cheer, lover. You know, the thing you said I didn't have a couple weeks ago? Is that what this is about? Everyone calling you Scrooge? I shrugged, examining another tree. No, I'm proving that I want to enjoy this day with my family. Around noon, I accidentally steered us toward the on-site food truck section. Kids, I said, it's tradition to eat a fresh cinnamon roll before finally deciding upon the proper tree. Tradition? Avery repeated, exasperated. We've never done this before. I shrugged, handing her a peppermint mocha. Guess we're starting one. Does it bring us Christmas luck? Izzy said, unsure if I was full of bullshit or if it was true. We hadn't gone over the nonsense I'd be making up to keep Avery on the lot all day. It brings the Christmas magic that your dad tried to dismiss this year, Izzy, I heard Colin say from behind where we'd sat at a wooden picnic table. Lainey, Avery said with a smile. This is a surprise. I'm so happy you're here. She smiled, and all worry about her planning vanished as soon as Jake and Ash filled in with their kids behind the couples arriving. Hey, Ash. I watched as Lainey and Ash embraced Avery, and the ladies took over with ordering more cinnamon rolls, peppermint mochas, and fully indulging in the family experience of the Christmas tree farm. So, Jake said with a chuckle, you have 2 more hours to stall out of signing those permits, so Kat has to wait until Monday morning. I'm running out of bullshit to say, man, I answered, bringing the black coffee to my lips for a much-needed sip. That's why we're here, good man. Colin clapped me on the back. To take over the bullshitting part for you and waste another 2 hours. What do you plan on doing? I questioned. Thinking outside of the box, unlike your boring ass, Jake said. Hey kids, who's ready to load up in a horse-drawn wagon to journey up into those hills? He pointed to where rows and rows of trees were filled with families searching either on foot or using these wagons to search for one. "Oh, shit," Avery said, looking up at the endless rows of trees. "We don't have to go that route. Jim found one that points west with needles that won't fall until after Christmas." My mouth tightened, trying not to laugh at her falling for the shit I'd made up about the trees. She made it sound more believable than I did. "Points west?" Colin looked at me. No, that's all wrong. It has to point on a northeasterly pattern." "Right," Jake played along. "It must feel as if it were in its former environment when it's set in the house." "Is this shit for real?" Avery said. I could tell she wanted to rightfully tell us we were all a bunch of fucking morons, but she was unsure since the guys didn't skip a beat. "Why?" "Because the needles will last longer, of course," I answered. "It's what I was trying to say when I was examining them earlier." "Do you guys do this when you're picking out real Christmas trees?" Avery asked Ash and Elena, who were staring at the rest of us as if we were just the usual dipshits they were used to. "No," Lainey answered with a laugh. "In fact, it's our tradition since my and Colin's first date to rescue the brown trees that are dying and won't make it to a home this year." "Oh, now that's an idea," I said. "How about we decorate the Malibu house with rescues?" "Jim, you're not serious. That was Colin and Elena's joke," Avery said with a laugh of disbelief. "Dead Christmas trees aren't shelter dogs needing homes for Christmas." "We also have a tradition," Jake added, ignoring Avery arguing with me. "We always sing Christmas carols while deciding on our tree. It just adds sort of an alpine-scented touch of magic to the one we choose to place our gifts under for the holiday season. Sort of like blessing it with a Christmas welcoming into our home," Colin smirked. "Ah," I added. "So, once the tree is chosen, we celebrate and bless it with our family's Christmas carol and sing before cutting it down and bringing it off the lot and to our homes," Jake said, trying not to laugh. "Of course you two would do this type of shit," Avery laughed. Colin frowned. "Why wouldn't we? What the hell do you and Jim do?" he questioned, acting perplexed that his ludicrous idea wasn't being taken seriously. Avery eyed me in humor. "We just have the staff pull our artificial one out of storage and set it up for us like it is right now." "And you don't sing for it? Like to the tune of O Christmas Tree?" Jake questioned. I sighed. "Sadly, it's not a real tree sacrificing its life for our family at Christmas," I said, pretending to be a pathetic bastard. "True," Colin said, while Lainey and Ash stayed busy with the kids, and Avery focused on my brother and his best friend picking live Christmas trees for their homes. "That's why we're thrilled that this whole screw the company over for Christmas plan ended up making you two go down this road with our families and the live tree chaos." "That's what this is all about," Avery finally said, looking at me. "Your guilt?" "I just couldn't bear anyone believing I was Scrooge, my love," I said, extending my hand toward her. "Let's go sing carols and get the first traditional and perfect Mitchell family Christmas tree. Don't forget," Colin added, "no one comes to a Christmas tree farm with me and takes the perfect tree without rescuing a brown one from the chipper." My lips tightened at how perfect this had ended up. Instead of being pissed, Avery had fallen in line with all the nonsense, and by the time it was too late to sign permits, we were all singing Christmas carols around the tree to bring it Christmas magic. The best part of all this wasn't slowing Avery down. It was the fun of doing ridiculous stuff that let me ease my mind, forget about business, and just watch my wife laughing with our incredible girls and her friends. It was festive, completely ludicrous, and somehow it all made perfect sense.
19. Avery. Once we finally made it back to the car, after the whole charade of hunting down the perfect tree and rescuing a brown one from the chipper to decorate the porch at our Malibu beach house, it was already dark and late. We wouldn't be able to get to the Malibu house until tomorrow, and with Kat having the construction and permits signed off by Jim this week, I was also looking forward to seeing real progress on our Dickens lot. There were just too many things to be excited about. It had been a fun day, all in all, but tomorrow would be when everything truly started coming together. And tonight, we'd kick it off by bringing our Christmas Carol-blessed tree into the Hills house to decorate before heading to Malibu. "Turn on Christmas carols, Dad," Izzy giggled, still feeling the high from everyone blessing all the trees we picked from the lot today, which were currently being delivered to our houses.
"Absolutely,"
Jim cheered. I eyed my overly festive husband, who should have been beyond jet-lagged today, with a questioning stare. Something was up. I just didn't know what. While Jim turned on classic Christmas tunes on Spotify, I finally reached for my phone to see if I'd missed any calls or texts from Kat. It was surprising how obsessed I'd become with our planning, hearing from Kat with extra ideas, and, of course, knowing that our fun Christmas party prank set for Jim was coming to life starting today. When I opened my phone and saw multiple missed calls from Kat, followed by a voicemail explaining that my husband had postponed the signatures until today, and then never showed up, I knew exactly what was going on. I glanced over at Jim singing along with our girls, a.k.a. his little Team Jim scandalous partners in crime, and I knew precisely why I'd spent the better part of 2 hours singing damn Christmas carols for our trees to be blessed to come into our home. I also knew why we'd spent the entire day at that Christmas tree lot, and, more importantly, why I'd had to leave my phone in the car. Jim was on to me. Once he realized I'd had a hand in sending him to Madrid instead of Spencer, slowing down his plans, my charming, ruthless shark of a husband pulled a full-on CEO move and threw a monkey wrench into my schemes, making sure my planning slowed right along with his. If it weren't such a perfect and sly retaliation that only my husband could sneak in, I'd be pissed. But I couldn't be mad. This was our little family Christmas planning war, and I would be a fool to bitch about it. In fact, I'm sure that's exactly what he wanted. His eyes scanning over to me multiple times while singing the wrong words to Jingle Bell Rock told me he was waiting for me to lose it. But I knew my husband, and his victory never truly lay within the win. It was the victory of the pain endured by his opponent. And that's what drove him to a Christmas tree lot today to do something I knew his jet-lagged and overworked ass didn't want to do. But he was driven to do it for this exact moment, my reaction. So, that's why I started singing along with everyone, pretending not to care. I would let his ass squirm, wondering if his entire day out at a Christmas tree farm and staying up late all night tonight to decorate our new real tree was worth it for his sly ass.
"No regrets leaving the phone in the car today?"
Jim asked, lacing our fingers and kissing my knuckles. "None," I smiled. "Honestly, I want to do this every Christmas. Get everyone involved. Our doctors, our CEO friends. Make it a thing."
"Really?"
He played along. "Really. We should bring the shelter residents down to the lot and let everyone pick trees the same way."
"That's a grand idea,"
he said. "Maybe we can do that tomorrow," I added.
"Tomorrow?"
He frowned.
"Aren't we decorating the Malibu house?"
"I think that would be selfish," I said. "Unless we're spending Christmas in Malibu this year, we don't need that house decorated too, do we?"
"What about the rescue tree?" he asked, as if he really gave a shit.
"All Jake and Colin said was the rescue tree sits on the beach deck to enjoy its final sunsets before the chipper," I said, repeating today's sermon.
"And to enjoy the salty holiday breezes,"
Jim added solemnly. "Exactly. No other rules for a rescue tree." I shrugged. "They have to feel like it's Christmas too, Mom," Addie chimed in. "And we can't abandon it," Izzy added, as if her Uncle Jake and Colin proclaimed these myths from ancient texts. "They won't be abandoned, and they'll see their last Christmas with all the beach houses lit up from our porch." I smiled. "No," Izzy insisted. "Uncle Colin said if we rescue one, it has to feel like a part of our Christmas family." "Oh, it'll feel something," I muttered. I looked at Jim. He smiled, smug as sin.
"I understand the reasoning,"
he said smoothly. "Oh, do you now?" I asked, voice sharp enough to slice wrapping paper. "Please, enlighten us, Father Christmas."
"Because,"
he said, leaning back with that CEO swagger that made half of Los Angeles weak.
Parking that tree on our deck without decorating the house would be cruel, like leaving it to rot in the chipper line. Unacceptable.
I exhaled a dry laugh. You're out of your mind. And that would be so sad for our special rescue, Mom. Izzy backed her dad's bullshit. Full drama. So, with all of our hearts warmed for dead, brown Christmas trees this year, when are we making time for our shelters and centers to pick out their live evergreen trees? I cut in, done being the butt of Jake and Colin's rescue tree mythology.
Next weekend,
Jim said, glancing at me.
Splendid idea. My planners don't need me or the girls for walkthroughs. Do yours need you?
They might, I said. Seems Kat will need your signature for our permits tomorrow, so our walkthrough may be pushed to next weekend. Jim eyed me. I stared back, unfazed.
Damn,
he said.
I told Spencer to let her know I'd signed today. I got distracted with the
rescuing dead trees for the holidays? I cut in, ready to be done pretending.
In truth, I didn't realize I'd be so caught up in my brother and Colin's heartfelt tradition,
he said. Ah, but if it conveniently kept us at the lot, with my phone in the car, so Kat couldn't meet you for signatures, then sure. Makes sense why you suddenly care about a dead tree. I arched a brow. Jim finally chuckled.
Listen, my love,
he said as we took the off-ramp winding up to the hills.
I wouldn't have used my signature power to slow you down. That is, if I hadn't learned my scheming little cheat of a wife used Madrid and tried to slow me down first.
Who leaked it? Spence?
Spence likes his balls where they are.
Jim laughed.
He wouldn't crack. Nat would end him.
Jake?
I'm not selling anyone out,
he said.
Just know this. Scores are even. And going forward, don't use my dedication to the company to knock me off my plan.
You're truly serious about seeing this through? I asked.
I wouldn't have entered this little contest with our girls on the side of the honest parent if I weren't,
he said. God, I rolled my eyes. Fine. No more games. You'll sign the permits tomorrow. Actually, tonight. I'll have Kat come by and we'll get it done.
Fine by me. I've had a marvelous, cheerful homecoming. If you want to bring business into our tree decorating evening, that's on you.
Mom, just wait till Monday, Addie said. We haven't seen him all week. How long would it take to sign? I asked Jim.
Depends, he said. If I trust the planner, which I don't, I wouldn't need to read the fine print.
His smile turned dangerous.
But permits for a Paramount set with you and your planner? If I'm reading to ensure there are no further tricks up anyone's sleeves, could be an hour or two.
He sighed.
Give or take.
Mom, Izzy pleaded. Just wait till Dad's back at work. You're all working together, I muttered. How am I supposed to trust any of you? Jim chuckled.
Same way we trust you, my love. Don't.
Their smiles told me that if I pushed for one more second, I'd hand them the win. Whatever. Kat would handle it. We'd hit our deadline. The best part was right here, being with my family. And the even better part was the reason we were building the set at all. To march Jim out in his pajamas like Clark Griswold's boss, then change him into Scrooge's wardrobe so he could fully immerse himself with the employees he almost shortchanged this year. Eyes on the grand finale, not the games getting us there. In the end, the joke would be on Jim. That's what mattered, reminding him what this war was about and making sure he didn't take the cheap way out next year. Honestly, today's cheating challenges had dragged him to a tree lot, away from the office, and into spending more holiday time with us than he ever had. Maybe the rescue tree wasn't the only thing saved today.
20. Jim. I walked into the skyscraper of Mitchell & Associates, proud that I'd not only wasted away the entire weekend, stalling both mine and Avery's planning, but that we'd also managed to have a lovely and overly festive weekend as a family. It was funny that just a few short weeks ago, I'd been dreading the holidays, knowing they'd come and go in a blur, another season to get through. But now, somehow I was doing stupid shit with my brother and Colin, like rescuing brown Christmas trees that had already died on their lots and would have never seen Christmas in a home. Stupidest idea ever. But when had Jake and Colin ever done anything normal? The difference this time was that the joke wasn't on me. It was on my scheming wife. And I'll admit, that made rescuing a half-dead tree feel a little more worthwhile. As I moved through the grand foyer of my building, the sheer scale of it still managed to hit me like the first time I'd walked through those glass doors years ago. Polished Italian marble stretched from wall to wall, reflecting the warm golden light spilling down from a chandelier the size of a small car. 2 sweeping staircases curved upward like something out of an old Hollywood film, their black iron railings wrapped in evergreen garland and twinkling white lights. And every December, right here in the heart of it all, where the building's energies seemed to converge, stood our crown jewel. A Christmas tree so massive it nearly grazed the 3rd-story balcony. 50 feet of perfect symmetry. The kind of tree that made grown adults stop to take photos as if they'd stumbled upon Rockefeller Center. Every branch glimmered under soft amber lights, draped with velvet ribbons in the company's signature gold and champagne palette. Hand-blown glass ornaments caught the light and threw it back like shards of champagne bubbles, and the air carried that unmistakable mix of pine, cinnamon, and power. It wasn't just decoration. It was the annual statement of this building, a declaration of elegance, excess, and the kind of holiday grandeur that made every employee proud to work here. So when I stepped inside this morning and saw what had replaced it, I froze. "What the fuck?" I muttered, shifting my briefcase as I walked toward the space that was always transformed into Santa's village for the employees' kids. "Ho, ho, ho!" came a voice. Our real-life Santa, honestly, the best money could buy, was already in full character, spreading cheer like a pro. "Morning, Santa," I said, giving him a nod as I scanned the area. Everything looked perfect, except for one glaring problem. The centerpiece of the lavish setup wasn't our spectacular tree. It was a 5-foot, crispy brown disaster. I pointed. "What the hell is that?" The security guard hesitated. "It's a rescue tree, Mr. Mitchell." "A rescue tree," I repeated flatly. "And who brought this in?" The guard's shoulders lifted. "I'm not sure, sir. I was just given a pamphlet explaining the importance of replacing the usual tree with this one." A pamphlet? I smirked. Damn. My wife was good. I had 2 choices. Throw a full CEO tantrum or play along. A dead, depressing tree now sat in the middle of my luxury tower. "That's interesting," I said, calculating my next move. My first priority was to make sure Santa was okay with this tragic scenery next to his perfect North Pole display. "Mr. Claus," I said, keeping in character in case any kids were around, "forgive the brown tree. It seems I'm the victim of a bizarre family prank this year." "There's nothing to forgive, young man," he replied warmly. "This poor tree is seeing a better Christmas than it ever dreamed. Mrs. Claus and I love that you've made it your mission to rescue these trees that went brown too soon." "Santa is in on this fuckery too?" "I see," I said with a dry laugh. "Well, you know me. Always charitable." "It reminds me of the year I almost left Rudolph behind," he said, reading from a tiny script hidden in his white glove. "If I had cast off that misfit reindeer, I'd have never made it through that foggy Christmas Eve." "Right," I said, deadpan. "Let's just hope everyone else sees it that way." He gave me a nod, proud of whatever lesson he thought he'd taught me. I didn't have time for this circus. Complaints from employees would start any minute, but first, I needed to sign off on Avery's new permits and check in with Karen on how my event was progressing. Ignoring the curious looks from staff, I strode toward the elevators, determined to find a way to get even with Avery for this newest prank. When I reached the top floor, my attention didn't go to Brooke at her desk. It went straight to the 2 life-size nutcrackers flanking my office doors.
"Good morning, Mr. Mitchell,"
Brooke said sweetly. I nodded once. The nutcracker thing had Colin and Jake written all over it, some lame attempt to show holiday spirit while busting each other's balls. I pushed through the doors, already expecting trouble. What I didn't expect was a goddamn choir in my office, dressed like they'd time-traveled from Dickens's London, belting "Oh Christmas Tree" like it was opening night. I stopped cold. When they finally finished their song, I managed a single, "Lovely."
"We only hope it brought true dedication to the brown trees you've so kind-heartedly rescued this year," one woman said earnestly.
I studied her face. She was serious. Completely. "I'm sure it did," I said, trying to stay composed while scanning my office, now a mausoleum of brown trees lined across the floor-to-ceiling windows, their brittle branches draped in dusty tinsel that must have been in storage somewhere since 1989. "Fascinating," an older man said. "What a remarkable idea." "Do you all appreciate my conviction?" I asked dryly.
"It's kind of strange," a younger singer admitted, "but I guess cool." "I like how you wanted them blessed with song," an elderly woman said sweetly. "If that wasn't enough, we can sing another."
"That won't be necessary," I said with a polite smile. "In fact, to show my gratitude, please take a rescue tree home. Each of you can have one." "We were told not to touch the trees, sir," one man said nervously. "Really?" I slipped my hands into my pockets. "And who gave you that rule?"
"Our instructions came from your event planner, sir," another chimed in. "She gave us all pamphlets and told us the trees must stay exactly where they are, only to be blessed."
"My event planner," I said slowly. "Would that happen to be Catalina Velez?" "No, sir," the older man replied. "It was Karen Caldwell." What the fuck? "Excellent," I said, with forced calm. "You're all dismissed. The bakery downstairs should have something sweet for your efforts. Help yourselves."
"It was wonderful to be part of this, Mr. Mitchell," another said as they filed out.
I turned, taking in the hideous sight of my once pristine office, then grabbed my phone.
"Hey, babe,"
Avery answered on the first ring, her voice cheerful and oblivious.
"Thanks again for last night. I'll never think of pumpkin spice and peppermint the same unless I'm licking it off your—"
"You wouldn't happen to have called my planner and had her replace the grand lobby tree with a brown one, deliver a shitload more to my office, and then organize a Victorian-era choir to bless them all, would you?" Avery burst into laughter before I could finish. "Oh, my sweet, sweet love," I said flatly, pacing in front of my desk. "Not only are you playing the kind of games Colin pulls when he's bored, but you're using my personal planner to screw with me, which means she's doing your work instead of mine. Am I right?"
"I never called her," Avery managed through her laughter. "But I can only imagine what the lobby and your office look like right now."
"Let's just say," I said dryly, "there should be a 1-per-household limit on rescuing brown trees for Christmas. Too many in one place creates what can only be described as a forest of death." That only made her laugh harder. "I'll let you enjoy your hysterics," I said. "I need to find out how Jake and Colin managed to rope Karen into this. I didn't even think those 2 idiots knew her name."
"I love you,"
she said, still laughing, and hung up before I could respond. I hit the intercom. "Brooke, get Karen in my office."
"Yes, sir."
10 minutes later, after I finished signing a ridiculous stack of permits for Avery's upcoming event, half of which involved livestock and questionable special effects, Karen walked in, clipboard in hand, and a barely concealed smile.
"I must say," she started, glancing around the room, "it does look better than I imagined, even if it's hideous."
"How the hell did my brother and Colin rope you into this?" I asked, "and apparently have pamphlets printed for every person involved?" Karen pressed her lips together, suppressing a laugh.
"It wasn't them, sir."
"Really?" I gestured toward the door. "Because those two nutcrackers outside say otherwise." She shook her head, amused.
"I know, sir, but when Mr. Monroe informed me that this needed to be done overnight, because you are now publicly in favor of trees that won't see a Christmas, he said that, in honor of your newfound holiday spirit, Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Brooks would be donating their nutcrackers. For authenticity."
I blinked. "Spencer?"
"Yes, sir," she said, smiling. "He said it was urgent to have all this ready by 10 this morning."
"Why 10? Just as I glanced at my watch, 9:55, Brooks' voice came over the intercom.
"Sir, 3 local news stations are here and waiting to interview you in the lobby next to the tree."
You've got to be kidding me. "The media?" I looked at Karen in disbelief.
"Yes, sir. They're here to run a story on the most charitable and unique thing a CEO has ever done for Christmas trees."
"I will not," I said evenly, "be doing interviews about rescuing dead trees. Send them away." Before Karen could respond, a familiar voice echoed through the doorway. "He's right in here, the man himself, Father Christmas for everyone and everything." Spencer. I was officially going to kill him.
"Sir,"
said a reporter from Channel 6 as they pushed their way into my office, cameras rolling,
"can you tell us what inspired you to take such a compassionate interest in trees that were cut too early and wouldn't have been chosen for Christmas this year?"
Flashbulbs popped. Microphones thrust forward. "What led to this movement?" another asked, eager. My gaze slid to Spencer, whose face was already turning red as he fought back laughter. This was something out of a fucking Christmas cartoon. "Just a fun charity thing," I managed. "Oh, do go on," another voice called out. Jake. Because of course. Jake pushed through the crowd, clapping me on the back with fake brotherly pride. "It's Dr. Mitchell," one of the reporters said, recognizing him immediately from his infamous Playboy days. "That's right," Jake said, grinning. "And I have to confess that my brother has shaken me to the very foundation of my holiday spirit, all thanks to his charitable work with these trees." He paused, pretending to compose himself, even blinking hard for effect. I said nothing. Spencer's face was now a dangerous shade of crimson from holding in his laughter, and I was seconds from losing mine, but not from amusement.
"Dr. Mitchell," a reporter said, turning to Jake, "do you also feel convicted to rescue trees this year?"
"This is something completely outside of what anyone's ever done for the holidays," another chimed in.
"And to think," a third added dramatically, "you're a billionaire CEO, and you thought of this first."
Jake smiled solemnly and turned toward me like he was about to deliver a sermon. "Allow me to settle all of you down with this impossibly wonderful stand my brother has taken," he said, squeezing my shoulder. "You see, my brother's heart has always been bigger than his wallet. While the rest of us think about beautiful trees to garnish our homes, he thinks about the forgotten ones."
"Where do you imagine this conviction came from?" the reporter asked.
"In fact, this all began with a tree lot," Jake continued. I wanted to throttle him. "I watched as my brother stopped singing mid-carol as he was blessing his family's stunning and lush green tree," Jake went on, looking misty-eyed. "It was as if the North Star itself shone down on a dying tree about to go into the chipper. I watched Jim become immediately uncomfortable, as if he couldn't bear it. That's when he halted his singing of... What was it, Jim?" "I can't remember," I said, deadpan. Oh, that's right. It was I'll be home for Christmas. Jake nodded gravely. And it was at that moment my brother realized that brown trees deserved a home too. He turned to the cameras, his voice growing emotional. It's not just people who are less fortunate this year, it's nature as well. It's the things we overlook. My brother's vision reminds us that everything deserves a home for Christmas. So, folks, go to his new website, The Rescue Tree, and save a brown tree this holiday season. I blinked. I have a website? Jake ignored me. And kids, he added, turning straight to the camera, if you want Santa to visit you this year, make sure you rescue a tree for your home and thank Mr. Mitchell for reminding us of what Christmas is about. 30 minutes. That's how long I had to stand there, answering nonsense questions and pretending this circus was part of some well-planned philanthropic campaign. When the last reporter finally shuffled out, my office looked like the aftermath of a press junket and a funeral home had collided. I turned to Jake. What the fuck was that? He grinned, smug as hell. A moment of holiday magic, big brother. I need to get my legal department on this, I said, already reaching for the phone. That footage is not airing tonight. Jake raised a hand. Too late, it was live. I froze mid-dial. You're joking. I would never joke about live TV. It was streamed to every local network and probably half the internet. You're officially Father Christmas, savior of all the rejected trees. And you? I turned to Spencer, who looked seconds from laughing himself into a coma. How the hell did you even allow this? Spencer coughed into his fist, eyes bright. Let's just say I didn't have much of a choice. Jake had leverage. Jake shrugged, completely unapologetic. Also, I might still be holding a grudge from last Christmas. Of course you are, I muttered. And I'm sure this makes you feel healed. Jake smiled like a man who'd just won a bet. Imagine all the trees that'll be saved from the chipper now. You're basically the patron saint of forestry. You're like a wood nymph. Get out of my office, I said evenly. He clapped me on the back, all holiday cheer and mock sincerity. You're welcome, Father Christmas. Then he coasted out, humming I'll Be Home for Christmas under his breath. Spencer lingered, still half laughing. You've got to admit it's genius. Genius, I repeated. That's one word for it. When the door finally shut behind him, I stood there, staring at the graveyard of brown trees still lining the windows. The faint glitter of old tinsel caught in the light, the scent of dry pine and humiliation filling the air. And then it hit me. This wasn't just Jake or Spencer. This had Avery written all over it. She had used the guys as cover, turned my own joke about rescuing trees into a full-blown PR stunt, and managed to make me look like a poster boy for sentimental charity, all while laughing her beautiful ass off at home. I wasn't even mad. I was impressed. But that didn't mean I wasn't going to get her back. She wouldn't see it coming. She never did. I straightened my tie, grabbed my suitcase, and headed for the door, already plotting my next move. If Avery Mitchell wanted a full-blown Christmas prank war, she just made it official.
21. Avery. My hand was still clamped over my mouth as I watched the live stream of Jim's newest charity, the one he'd somehow been roped into. I was laughing so hard I couldn't even breathe. There had never been a moment in my life when something this ridiculous had actually worked. In my defense, the live streaming part hadn't been my idea. That stroke of chaos came straight from Jake. Oh my God. I still couldn't believe my husband was trending all over the internet. Now, I was terrified to turn on the evening news, worried the local stations had picked it up. Ring. Hey, Ash, I answered, still laughing into the phone. I have a feeling I'm officially dead when, or if, Jim comes home tonight.
I can't believe the media actually showed up, she said, cracking up. Well, come on, I said, grinning. You know the press will jump at any excuse to get inside the offices of James Howard Mitchell these days, especially now that he and Titus are working together to boom up half of California with hotels. Do you think this'll backfire on him in any way? She asked with a semi-nervous laugh. How could it? A billionaire CEO saving Christmas trees that turned brown too early? I said, I mean, you can't villainize someone for caring about dying trees, especially at Christmas. It's very waste not, want not of him. Ash snorted. I still can't believe we let Jake and Colin in on this. We practically invited next-level chaos. I know, I groaned. But that media stunt isn't on us. Those boys and Spencer were the ones who decided to take it to the extremes. We just wanted to swap his perfect 50-foot Christmas tree with a brown one until he finally broke and admitted he didn't give two shits about the ones that dry out too soon. Ash laughed. Do the girls still want to go rescue more? Yes, and that's the problem, I said, half exasperated. It's Izzy. That child's heart is bigger than her dad's. All she keeps saying is that every family should do this. Ash sighed, still laughing. And at the rate your daughters are diving into charity this year with Addie's homeless shelter fundraiser and now Izzy's brown tree crusade, your husband's empire might turn into a nonprofit. Exactly, I said, smiling helplessly. Izzy's already planning to raise funds so that the brown trees can be delivered to every home for their last Christmas. She's convinced they're dying souls who need adoption before Christmas Eve. Ash's laughter filled my ear. Think we can redirect her energy and maybe have her push for animal adoptions instead? After Jim's constantly believable lines of bullshit and Colin and Jake's sermons about brown trees all day on Sunday? I asked. Not a chance in hell. Not until after Christmas. Well, it's not that bad, Ash said. Honestly, it's kind of sweet that she has such a big heart for those trees. It is sweet, I agreed. But this whole thing has taken on a life of its own. My funny little revenge plot was supposed to stay harmless. Then Colin and Jake jumped on my back, and suddenly we had live media coverage and reporters quoting Jim as if he were Saint Nick. Now, I have no idea what kind of husband I'm going to be facing tonight. Maybe he'll think it was just Jake and Spence. They were the only ones there, right? I smiled, shaking my head. Trust me, I plan to act innocent either way. Are you watching the news tonight? Of course, I said. Jake and Colin told me and Lainey to record it for them, but please, we both know they're watching the live stream between surgeries. Ash snorted. God, you're probably right. Oh my God, I said, laughing again. The entire hospital must think their CEO has lost his mind. If anyone saw that footage, they probably think he's one breakdown away from joining a Christmas cult. We both dissolved into laughter. By the time I hung up, I had no idea where this thing was headed anymore. All I knew was that in 5 minutes, the news would be on, and I needed to get into character as the proud, supportive wife of a billionaire CEO being celebrated for the most absurdly heartwarming charity no one on earth had ever considered before. Then a text from Jim came in, pulling me out of my thoughts. Jim. Picking up the girls tonight and going to McDonald's for dinner.
Want to meet there or bring you something home?
Avery. I'd love a hot apple pie. Jim.
Okay.
Fuck. The okay or a thumbs up emoji. Those were the husband equivalent of a death sentence. I was officially screwed, and I knew it. Jim's revenge wasn't a matter of if, it was when. Could he at least pretend he didn't already know I was behind it? A little plausible deniability never hurt a marriage. Still, I wasn't going to stew over it. Jim and I always had our little wars. Sweet, stupid, ridiculous competitions that somehow made us better. The difference this time was that I'd accidentally weaponized his brothers and VP, and now the media was in on it. I didn't think anything bad could come out of it, but in this day and age, you could rescue a dying kitten and still get crucified online by someone saying you were interfering with nature or something. I needed a glass of wine to survive the evening broadcast. Hell, I was probably more worried about this than Jim could ever be. I took a deep breath, grabbed my wine, and turned on the news just in time to catch the tail end of the weather. My heart was racing like I was about to watch my own execution. "And finally tonight," the anchor said with that too bright smile. "A story that proves even brown can be beautiful." "Oh, God, here we go," I said to myself, taking a sip. The footage opened on the stunning lobby of Mitchell & Associates, spilling with gold light and holiday grandeur. The twin staircases were wrapped in garland and champagne ribbons, the marble floors glowing under chandeliers, and every inch screamed elegance. Until the camera panned to the middle. This part was my prank, the only thing I'd planned. I didn't find out anything else until after Ash had called and told me to start scrolling through social media. That's when I learned that Jake, Colin, and Spence had their own little prank hiding behind mine, which was to bring in the media. I watched with humor when the camera panned right where Mitchell & Associates' usual 50-foot masterpiece of a tree should have been. In its place was a sad, brittle, 7-foot Christmas tree, brown from tip to trunk, leaning slightly to the left like it had lost the will to live long before Halloween. The reporter's voice floated over the shot. "Mitchell & Associates' annual tree lighting took a surprise turn this morning when CEO Mr. James Mitchell unveiled what many are calling the rescue tree." I covered my mouth to hide my laugh as the camera zoomed out. Jim's immaculate and perfect picture replica of Santa's village sat behind the tree. It was now complete with the jolliest Santa money could buy, a candy-striped sleigh, and rows of peppermint poles. The poor tree looked like it had wandered in from a drought and collapsed next to the steps leading into Santa's house, never making it inside before officially giving up on having its last Christmas. My eyes were filled with tears from laughing so damn hard that I could hardly fucking breathe. "Oh, Jim," I whispered, still laughing so hard I had to set my glass down. Then the feed cut to the top floor. His office looked straight out of a luxury magazine with floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the LA skyline at sunset. But the glittering view only made what sat in front of it worse. A line of brown trees stood like mourners along the glass, their brittle branches drooping under strands of dusty tinsel. And there he was, my husband, every inch the billionaire CEO, standing behind his desk with that look of polite murder written all over his face. "Sir," said a reporter from Channel 6, "can you tell us what inspired you to take such a compassionate interest in trees that were cut too early and wouldn't have been chosen for Christmas this year?" Flashbulbs popped. Jim's jaw flexed once, twice. "Just a fun charity thing," he said, perfectly even. Before the reporter could ask another question, a familiar voice rang out. "Oh, do go on." Of course, it was Jake. He pushed through the crowd like he'd been waiting his whole life for this moment. "That's right," he said, after someone recognized him and called his name. "And I have to confess that my brother has shaken me to the very foundation of my holiday spirit, all thanks to his charitable work with these trees." I was already choking on laughter, tears streaming down my cheeks, and now Jake was on camera to turn this into something I don't think could ever become undone. Jake turned solemn, hand on Jim's shoulder like he was giving a eulogy. "You see, my brother's heart has always been bigger than his wallet. While the rest of us think about beautiful trees to garnish our homes, he thinks about the forgotten ones." "Where do you imagine this conviction came from?" the reporter asked Jim. "It all began at a tree lot." Jake smoothly spoke as if the reporter had asked him the question. Jim's lips moved, but no sound came out. He appeared to be praying for divine intervention. Then Jake went misty-eyed. "I watched as my brother stopped singing, mid-carol, as he was blessing his family's stunning and lush green tree." Jake looked down at Jim, and Jim only stared blankly at the camera. Jake took that as his invitation to go on. "You know," he said, looking at the camera as if selling this story could win him a medal. "It was as if the North Star itself shone down on a dying tree about to go into the chipper. I watched Jim become immediately uncomfortable, as if he couldn't bear it. That's when he halted his singing of— What was it, Jim?" "I can't remember," Jim said flatly. "Oh, that's right. It was 'I'll be home for Christmas,'" Jake announced proudly. "And it was at that moment my brother realized that brown trees deserved a home, too." The camera caught Spencer in the background, trying and failing not to laugh. Jake faced the reporters again, dead serious. "It's not just people who are less fortunate this year. It's nature as well. It's the things we overlook. My brother's vision reminds us that everything deserves a home for Christmas. So, folks, go to his new website, The Rescue Tree, and save a brown tree this holiday season." "I have a website?" Jim muttered with confusion, looking at Jake like he had just found out his car had been towed. As they wrapped up the segment, I read the chyron at the bottom of the screen. Billionaire CEO dubbed Father Christmas after rescuing rejected trees. I lost it completely. They even made a website? I wheezed, clutching my stomach. This had clearly turned into something that I could not unfuck. The anchor returned, all heart eyes and sincerity. Truly an inspiring reminder that even the forgotten can shine again. For those wanting to join the cause, visit Mr. Mitchell's website for his Rescue Tree Foundation, where lots are showcasing their brown trees that will be chipped if not rescued. I shut off the TV, still laughing. Father Christmas! I snickered again at the title I'd been calling Jim all weekend since the— Oh, shit! That's how he'd know I was behind this. Oh, fuck me. Jacob Mitchell? Why would you let him label him that? Good God. When Jim walked through the door now, all I could do was hope that his only retaliation for this was letting my apple pie get cold.
22. Jim. The smell of fries and salt hung in the air, America's finest perfume. The girls and I sat in a quiet nook at McDonald's, reviewing the new, cute ideas my event planner had come up with for our company party. Since Avery opted out of joining us tonight, gee, I wonder why, I used this time to show the girls how we were bringing in more North Pole props to greet our employees at the shrine. Avery's last text made me smile. Retaliation from my gorgeous wife would be nothing short of her feeling exactly how I'd felt after being plastered on camera for God and everyone to see, painted as some soft-hearted billionaire rescuing brown Christmas trees that, quite honestly, needed to be chipped before they caught everything on fire. If I really wanted to explain what was going on with every brown tree sitting on a lot, I'd tell the world it came down to bad business. Cut too early, shipped too early, and with Southern California's 80-degree winter days, those fuckers didn't stand a chance baking on blacktop for a month. But this wasn't about bad planning on the tree farm's part. This was about the fact that I was now a compassionate CEO who apparently couldn't stand to see a dying fir go unadopted, which was bullshit. I didn't feel sorry for those trees. Hell, I was perfectly fine with our artificial one. The only reason I pulled the idea of a real tree out of my ass was to keep Avery occupied at the farm all day, stalling her permits, stoking her irritation, and giving myself a breather. Now I was Father Christmas, trending all over social media, while my brother sold the story to the press from my office. And Avery? Her cute ass was probably curled up on the couch right now, watching every second of it. "I love all of it," Addie said, sliding the folder toward Izzy to show the new holiday sets. She slurped the last of her milkshake. "I don't care if Mom's is better or not. Ours is bright and cheerful and everything that makes Christmas exciting." I grinned. "Well, after your mother's little collaboration with Spencer, Uncle Jake, and Colin today, I have a feeling that by the time I finish my retaliation plan, she won't care who wins Christmas. She'll just be glad we're celebrating as a family again."
"Oh no,"
Izzy said.
"What happened?"
Addie flipped her phone around to show her the trending TikTok feed. While Addie laughed, Izzy covered her mouth, eyes wide. "What's the latest one?" I asked, already knowing this circus had blown up since my lunch with Alex and Sebastian. Addie sighed, reading aloud,
"Imagine getting a charcuterie board for Christmas, then watching your boss on the news having a heart for dead pine trees."
She looked up.
Hashtag Mitchells don't care.
She cringed. I rolled my eyes. Izzy's jaw dropped.
"Mom did not do this to you."
"Oh, it wasn't just Mom," I said, smirking. "Jake and Colin couldn't resist. You know how those two are." Izzy giggled. Addie frowned.
"So? How are you going to fix this?"
They didn't need to worry. I could fix it in an hour if I wanted to. My PR team could turn this into a net gain before midnight. Bad press was still press, and in my world, it always paid off. But the reason I did want to worry was my charming little devil of a wife. "Listen," I said, leaning back. "This doesn't hurt me at all, but we're going to let Mom think it did. She wanted to be cute about my so-called tree obsession, so I'm going to keep her prank alive and add to it." Izzy gasped, laughing.
"You're going to be fake mad at her?"
"Saves you both from having to watch all the gross kissing," I said with a wink. Addie smirked.
"You won't last, Dad. You always break first when you two argue."
"True," I said, because I missed the kisses. They both groaned as I stood. "I'll be right back. Time to get Mom's hot apple pie and make sure it comes straight from the freezer." Addie laughed.
"You'll cave tonight. You'll feel bad for giving her frozen dessert."
"Is that a challenge?" I asked.
$50 says you crack by tomorrow night," she said. "You can't stay mad for long, fake or not."
"Why does everyone think I'm some softy suddenly who is going to lose?" I smirked. "I run a billion-dollar company. I never lose. My life's mission is to win. Everything."
"That's business," Addie said, shrugging. "This is personal. You're way too soft when it's personal."
30 minutes later, we walked into the house, pretending to watch one of those Hallmark Christmas movies she swore she hated. "I thought you hated these," I said, handing her the takeout bag with the frozen pie.
"I think they're cute,"
she said, smiling as she sat up. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Addie and Izzy crouched behind the wall, trying not to laugh as they watched. "Cute," I said. "Kind of like having the media show up at my office today to tell the world I have a special heart for Christmas trees." Her smile faltered.
"Jim, I had nothing to do with the media showing up. You have to believe that."
"I honestly don't know what to believe," I said, keeping my tone even. "But when Jake called me Father Christmas on camera, that name wasn't his invention. That was your nickname." She reached into the bag, frowning.
"Oh, come on. It's frozen."
"Tragic," I said.
"Jim,"
she sighed.
"Let's not argue. Seriously. The tree thing was just supposed to tease you. Jake overheard, or Ash told him, and it spiraled. That part's on them, not me."
God, she looked beautiful when she lied. As much as I wanted to pull her into my arms, kiss her neck, and call it even, I held my ground. If I wanted these pranks to stop before Christmas, I had to keep my game face and prove to my daughter that she wasn't absolutely right. I was a big, fat softy when it came to my girls. "Have you seen social media?" I asked.
"I haven't looked."
She lied. Too fast, too bright. "Ah," I said. "So you don't know about the newest hashtag? Board and Branch Gate? Or all the memes of me holding a cigar next to a dead tree?" She bit her lip, fighting a smile, eyes glimmering like she'd been scrolling all night. Her pretending only fueled me. But tonight wasn't for digging in. It was for the setup. Let the story simmer. Let her twist. Let her realize she'd started something she couldn't control. And that would be enough to keep me smiling. The next night, I met the men for dinner while the wives enjoyed each other's company. Avery was likely receiving support from the ladies, and I was about to catch more hell from the men. Walking into Horizon, Titus's Michelin-starred restaurant that dominated the Pacific at the marina, felt like stepping into a snow globe owned by a man allergic to subtlety. Gold garlands shimmered from the 20-foot ceilings, every table sparkled under crystal chandeliers, and the 40-foot fur at the center of the dining room glittered with thousands of lights and enough imported ornaments to decorate a whole county. A string quartet played Carol of the Bells in soft, sultry jazz, and waiters floated around in black vests, pouring $800 bottles of wine like it was water. It was obscene, and infuriatingly perfect. Everything Titus demanded. God help me, I couldn't wait to hear that bastard's comments about all this tonight. The place was a sharp contrast to my skyscraper, where a single browning tree now sat in the lobby, its brittle needles flaking across marble like evidence of defeat. As she admitted last night, that was Avery's doing. Every time I walked through the lobby, the smell of dying pine greeted me like a personal reminder that my wife would no longer win this war on Christmas. "Mitchell," Titus called, standing as I approached. His grin was already what I knew it would be. "You made it! California's most misunderstood philanthropist." Jake, Spencer, Colin, Cameron, and Alex were already seated, drinks in hand and grins locked in. "Oh, look," Jake said. "The man who traded meat for mulch." Spencer smirked. "You're trending again, by the way. I think my favorite is that hashtag calling you Saint Pine Needle." Colin eyed me and raised his glass toward where I sat. "We are so proud." I loosened my tie and took my seat, nodding to the waiter for a scotch. "Gentlemen, good to know my downfall brings you this much joy." Titus slid into his chair at the head of the table, swirling his wine. "Your wife replaced your corporate Christmas tree with a rescue tree that looks like a cross between a tumbleweed and a 16th century broomstick, Jim. You must admit, that's some form of art in party planning war." The table erupted in laughter. "Every time I walk into that lobby," I said dryly, "it looks like we're hosting a memorial service for pine trees." Jake grinned. "You've got to hand it to her." "No," I smoothly cut my brother off. "I need to hand it to you." "How so? Because I got your ass trending on your daughter's favorite social media site?" If trending as the asshole boss who cares more about brown trees than his company this year is what you were after, then yes. However, it's difficult because of all this bullshit. I eyed the men at the table. That you're all going to play along with the fake fight I'm about to have with my wife for it. "Oh shit," Cam said. "This shit can backfire, dude. Fake fight?" "I've barely got my balls at this point," I said. The defamation of my character as the billionaire who had a nervous breakdown after ordering charcuterie boards for Christmas and is now making up for it by rescuing brown Christmas trees is a little too complete for my taste. "So what's our role supposed to be?" Colin said. "That's for all of you smartasses to come up with," I said. "But I'll give you direction." "Hold the hell up," Jake said, while Spence remained on his phone, ignoring this part. "Why would we do anything to help your sorry ass? That was our prank against you." "Fair point," I smiled. "But you dumbasses jump at every opportunity to prank anyone, and now I'm giving you the option to go all in to keep this escalating with Avery." "We could do the whole couples therapy thing from last year," Colin laughed into his scotch. "Neither one of us will be shitting our brains out on an island in a forest," I returned. "But perhaps we could play along with that direction." "You're playing dirty. Avery was playing cute," Cameron added. "Avery was playing with my reputation," I chuckled, "and I'm simply going to make her feel as though she'd taken this all too far." Titus arched an eyebrow. "What the hell are you planning?" I leaned back in my chair. "I want to take this down a road where the Mitchells just might not survive until Christmas." You're going to make her squirm. However, like Cam said, this could seriously backfire on you, Spencer said. It won't, I smiled. I've dated countless women, and even I know you don't fuck around with the fake bad moods, or your ass is toast. They hold on to grudges, man. Spencer looked adamant that this was a horrible idea. Countless women. Colin rolled his eyes as Jake threw his head back in laughter. I don't know about all the countless others, Monroe, but I do know that your wife is a master at toasting your ass. Truer words have never been spoken, Spencer added with a chuckle. I say we do it, Jake said, smiling like he couldn't wait to see me fall on my face. My brother, who doesn't know how to prank worth a damn, is trying this shit on and believing it will work. I got your asses last year, didn't I? That prank was certainly worth a damn, I said. Now, those words are the truest ever spoken, friends, Colin said. All right, Jimbo. Let's see what we can do to get back at your feisty wife for making you trend in the worst way on social media. That really was my idea, Jake said. But you got the idea when you heard her talking about the damn rescue tree. I arched an eyebrow. That was ground zero for all this bullshit. I internally laughed at how perfect my retaliation was going to be, and I was confident that after I was finished, my wife would never try to prank my ass through my company again. Oh, the holidays. Nothing like a bit of family chaos and double-crossing to keep things interesting.
23. Avery. To say I felt like dog shit barely covered it. What I'd hoped would blow over in a day had only escalated. My husband was the internet's punchline, and it all started because I tried to embarrass his goofy ass with that damn rescue tree. Ave, Nat snapped her fingers from across our lunch table. You still with me? This shit has to stop. I turned my phone so she could see. Look at this. Nat pinched her lips, then burst out laughing. Oh, God. POV, you give your employees cheese boards instead of bonuses, then save dying trees to prove you're generous. Hashtag billionaire logic. She shook her head, looking at the meme. An AI picture of Jim holding a charcuterie board next to that dead tree. It's everywhere, I said. I have no idea how to stop it. Jim isn't a child.
Take this brief pause to let your mind settle. The journey ahead awaits with new emotions and new discoveries.
And he wasn't born yesterday, Nat said, forking through her romaine. He's probably had his PR team put out worse fires by 7 a.m. I know, but he's barely talking to me. When he does, he won't look at me. I rubbed my temples. I even tried to hint about the party planning. He didn't seem interested. Well, Spence hasn't complained about him being an asshole at work, and my husband helped that whole thing go viral. She arched a brow. If Jim's mad at anyone, it should be Spencer for the double cross. I stared out at the ocean, looking for calm in the glittering water. My skin crawled with the need to fix this, and there was nothing I could do. Ave, honey, let it go, she said. By the time Christmas is over, it'll be a distant memory. And who knows, maybe people will rescue all the brown trees from the chipper. She snorted. Oh dear, it really is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It's Jake and Colin's bullshit. I half laughed. Jim escalated it while stalling the permits Kat sent over. Hold up. Nat's fork froze. You're telling me that man actually rescued a brown tree? Yep. Made a big deal out of it. Got the girls on his side. Said we needed it on our Malibu porch. You didn't go through with that nonsense, did you? I did. They made me feel heartless if I didn't. Nat gave me a slow, sly smile. Then he deserves every ounce of this backfiring on his ass. If Spence turned our daughter against me to parade a brown tree in front of all of Malibu, I wouldn't speak to him until he begged for forgiveness. Well, no, honey. She cut me off. You did nothing wrong. Jim asked for this attention. 1, for stalling you and Kat, and 2, for using the girls to manipulate his bullshit. I just don't want it to hurt his business, I said, deflated. You've gotten too soft in your motherhood years. She teased. Let the stories run and watch him eat his words. I did have Kat arrange to swap his tree for the real one I'd pranked him with, I admitted. Maybe he'll get that the games are over? You broke first? I didn't break. I just don't want to fight with my husband over holiday bullshit. Sweetie, that's literally the point of the holidays. Families fighting over stupid bullshit. We don't. Then you're not normal. She returned to her salad. Spencer and I fight all the time, and the makeup sex is stroke-level amazing. Sometimes I start the fight just to get it. You're insane, I said, finally laughing for the first time in days. No, she pointed at my phone. A man rescuing dead trees while trying to cheap out on his employees with champagne and cheese boards, all while scrapping bonuses? That's insane. Yes, but we were fixing that with our parties. And in the end, it'll all work out, she said, smiling. Your husband is the biggest softie of them all. He can't stay mad at you longer than a day. It's been 3. Her eyes narrowed. 3 days? Shit. My chest tightened. I know. No, you don't. Her lethal gaze flicked past me, then back. Jim's doing this on purpose. Doing what on purpose? Acting upset. It's how he ends the pranking. As long as you're falling apart, he's going to use it to hand you your ass on the party planning. You don't really think a couple of viral tweets is going to ruin your husband's empire, do you? Be serious, darling. She had a point. Okay, so what do I do? My anxiety's already soaring. Let Kat handle everything for your party. That girl brings magic without you having to hover. And we, she smirked, are going to get these bastards back. I'm done with games, I said, exhausted. Jim's not. I guarantee he's got all our husbands in on something. What do you think they're planning? God knows, she said, but I'll wring it out of Spencer tonight. I half smiled. I hope you're right. Oh, I'm always right. Jim had his PR department fix that nonsense 5 seconds after everyone left his office. Make no mistake about his ability to manage a potential crisis. He'll use his parties to make himself Saint Christmas. And you saved his ass by forcing his hand. I twisted my lips. She wasn't wrong. Ave, trust me. That man can't stay upset with you or the girls. This is killing him. But his stubborn streak won't quit. I just don't know what my next move should be, I said. Turn it on him. Pretend you're upset. Make him squirm. Jump on top of his prank the way he did yours. I sighed. I wasn't sure if I had the nerve for it, but I did know the Mitchell brothers loved messing with everyone, especially their wives. Jim never stayed mad for more than a day. That much was true. He wouldn't even sleep in another room, no matter how heated an argument got. Maybe Nat was right. Maybe he wanted me to squirm. And maybe what kept his little fire burning was me feeling awful about something his PR team could make disappear in an hour. That man. Maybe I'd make him squirm for a change. I just wasn't sure my nerves could handle it. That evening, I sat on the sofa, and because the girls didn't have homework, they were catching up on some of their favorite shows together in the theater room. I sipped my wine, watching another Hallmark Christmas classic, and tried to process how to beat my husband at his own game. And right on time, I'd heard him walk in. He appeared in the doorway, suit jacket off, sleeves rolled, tie undone but perfect, like a man who could buy the world if he was in the mood. He set his phone on the desk with deliberate precision.
"Do you have any idea," he said quietly, "how many people have tagged me in a tree rescue meme today?"
"I saw some of them," I answered, studying the man and noticing now that he was playing me. Jim never stressed about anything. Anything. This was all an act.
"Some."
He gave a humorless laugh.
"Huh. My PR inbox looks like Santa's graveyard. The board wants a statement. Investors want reassurance that I haven't lost my mind. And apparently, I'm now the face of holiday hypocrisy."
I started to speak, but he held up a hand.
"Don't," he said. "I'm still deciding whether to fire my communications director over all this. I don't know who's made me look stupider, you or her."
That's when I decided to play Nat's hand. Jim had just made it too easy with that last comment. He would have never said such a thing about me and meant it. To James Mitchell, I could do no wrong, and that was the biggest fact in the world, making it so obvious that he'd just tipped his hand. I knew my husband better than anyone, and I could guarantee that it was probably eating him up that his brother had jumped into this situation and was forcing Jim to pretend like he was mad at me. Jim would have always blamed Jake before me. Jim would have blamed anyone and anything before he blamed me. Oh my God. This man. "I think you're overreacting," I said. "And if you hadn't noticed, I had Kat's team swap the brown tree out for your crown jewel of a Christmas tree before you got to work this morning."
"I know."
He nodded.
"That's why I'm being mocked even further. Now I'm betraying my noble cause for the brown trees."
"Well, I guess we can't save them all, can we?" I said, standing up. "Listen, I'm not going to sit around this house and deal with your moods since this all happened. You're taking all of it out on me, even when you know your brother and VP had everything to do with it going viral."
And
I'm sick of this shit," I said. "Have your damn PR team fix this shit and quit trying to make my cute little joke out to be something that burned you and your company to the ground." He paused. I bit back a smile. Now the tide changed, and it was up to Jim if he wanted to keep this shit going or kiss and make up. I watched him glance past me, then saw the refocus in his eyes when he brought his attention back to me. I noticed out of my periphery that the girls were watching this, and I hated to fight in front of them, even if it was just a fake fight.
"You're sick of it?"
Jim questioned me,
shocking me by continuing this in front of the girls. "How do you think I feel, Avery?"
"Oh, no cute pet names, huh? Interesting. I don't know how you feel, but I know how I feel. I'm taking a bath and not hearing another word of this shit. I'm done, James."
"Cute, Avery," he said. "Just run away from your problems."
I kept walking with a smile on my face because Jim never argued with me like this. He was stumbling through the fight because I caught him off guard. Perhaps playing with his stubborn ass just a little could be fun. I may have broken a little in the beginning, but now it was his turn to squirm.
24. Jim. I had no idea what the hell had gotten into me, trying to teach my wife a lesson about her silly little prank. I wasn't even upset about it. Hell, I thought it was clever, cute even, that she'd gotten me back the way she had. Now, pretending I was pissed off about it had made the whole damn thing backfire on my ass, and I was the one getting the silent treatment.
"Dr. Mitchell just finished his last surgery of the day," Jake's receptionist said. "He should be checking in here after his rounds in about 10 minutes.
"I'll wait in his office," I told her, because apparently I now needed the professional consultation of my prankster of a brother.
"Absolutely, Mr. Mitchell."
She pressed the button to buzz me into the private offices. I didn't care how tired Jake was. He was going to help me figure out how to unfuck this mess. I rolled my eyes as soon as I approached his office. Jake's doorway was flanked by 2 massive candy canes, framing it like a deranged Christmas arch. 2 doors down, Jace's office had life-size snowmen standing guard. "What the hell are you guys trying to prove with all this Christmas paraphernalia?" I asked Jace Stone, who was heading toward me from the opposite end of the hall. "I still haven't figured out this year's prank," Jace said with a chuckle. "Colin set it up with a note that said, 'May all your Christmases be white.'" I slid my hands into my pockets and shook my head. No doubt some sexual innuendo with that man. You all act like you're in some kind of relationship. I jerked my chin toward Jake's door. "Let me guess. The candy canes mean something equally disturbing?" "Well, Jake's note said, 'Peppermint cheeks when the entrance creaks.'" Dear God, I sighed. Is this what goes on every Christmas when I'm not here? None of that even makes sense. "Sure it does, big guy," Jake's voice came from behind me. He was smirking as usual. "And you know, I never imagined my shit smelling like peppermint until I tried—" "Save that disgusting shit for your night shifts," I cut in before he could finish. "Spare me the visual of whatever you and Ash get up to." Jake gave a mock gasp. "Someone's testy today. Could it be killing you that you can't pretend to stay mad at Avery for more than a couple of days?" "It's been a damn week," I said flatly. "We're not on speaking terms, and she won't so much as look at me." I exhaled, long and heavy, and they both exchanged that knowing smirk. "Step into my office," Jake said. "Fair warning, I'm no psychologist, but I'll help however I can." "Good to see you, Jim," Jace said, before disappearing into his own office, leaving me to follow Jake inside. I dropped into the chair across from his desk. "How was your surgery?" Jake hung up his lab coat, slid into his suit jacket, and leaned against the edge of the desk. "Let's just say the open-heart patient I operated on is looking a hell of a lot livelier than you are right now." I rubbed the back of my neck. It was a bad idea, making Avery think I was upset with her. "I told your smart ass you don't know how to prank worth a damn," Jake said, half amused, half pitying. "Dangerous territory, pulling that crap on a woman. I didn't think it would turn into this." "Why wouldn't it?" Jake chuckled. "You blamed your wife for something other people did to roast your ass. Of course she's going to make you pay for it." "So what now?" Jake looked me over. "God, man, you look pathetic. Focus on your party and let Avery come crawling back." "Would you do that with Ash?" "No," he said easily, "because I'd never blame my wife for jack shit, even if she had a hand in roasting me." I pointed toward the candy canes outside his door. "Obviously. Since you apparently enjoy shoving those up your ass to mask the smell of your shit, I'm sure you'd love getting roasted." "Now you're just being a dick," he shot back. "Hey, maybe that'll end the fight. Have Avery shove a candy cane up your ass, and—" "Fucking hell, man," came Colin's voice as he walked into the office. "Jesus, what did I just walk into? Jake's therapy session about candy canes and ass play?" "Isn't that why you put them outside my door, dipshit?" Jake asked. "God, no, you disgusting bastard," Colin said, grinning. "Peppermint cheeks represent rosy red cheeks on Ash's face. I just added creeks because it rhymed. I'm off my game this year, but it seems we all know where your mind's been, Mitchell." I couldn't stop the smirk when Jake frowned. "You didn't actually shove a candy cane up your ass, did you?" Colin asked, laughing. Jake ignored him. "Can we get back to Jim's crisis? The man's unraveling." Right, Colin said, turning to me. "Laney says Avery's pretty fucking done with you. What the hell did you do to make it escalate this bad?" "I stuck to my damn guns," I admitted. "Thought if I held firm, she'd stop pranking me, and we'd get through our parties. Now I can't seem to unfuck any of it." "You still letting the media run with the story?" Jake asked. "My PR team killed it yesterday morning," I said. "But if Avery doesn't start talking to me soon—" "Oh, quit acting like a little bitch," Colin interrupted. "So you'd be fine if Laney iced you out for a week," I shot back. "God, no," he said, laughing. "But I'm not stupid enough to start a fake fight with her and then double down." I exhaled hard. Yeah, Jake said the same thing. Colin leaned on Jake's desk. So what's the plan, genius? Grovel? Flowers? Candy canes? Jake cut in. I already suggested that maybe Avery should shove one up his ass. Might realign his priorities. Can we please stop talking about shoving things up asses? I snapped. Jake laughed. Fair enough, but you're headed for the nut house if we don't fix this. He grabbed his keys. Here's the plan. Instead of meeting for drinks like normal people, we crash wherever the women are hiding out tonight. They're at the Malibu house, I said reluctantly. Avery insisted. She took the girls and said they were staying there. Colin tried to hold back a laugh and failed. Already sleeping in separate houses. Shit went sideways fast, huh? Jake clapped me on the shoulder. The song I'll Be Home for Christmas is about to hit a little too close to home for you, big guy. I groaned, rubbing my forehead. And what if she doesn't talk to me when we show up? Jake gave me a look. What are you, in 5th grade? Grab what's left of your balls. We're bringing food and booze and we're crashing the girls' beach house tonight. I don't know, I muttered. Or, Colin said with a sly grin, we have a bachelor night at your place. Poker, cigars, maybe invite a few people who still like you. Jake crossed his arms. Your call. Enjoy the night off or own up to being a dumbass who can't prank worth shit. Maybe a little distance will help, I said finally. I'll have the staff set everything up. Tell the guys we're at my place tonight. Unlike some of you, Colin said, heading for the door, phone in hand, as he started writing a text. I need to clear it with my wife, because, we still talk. I let out another long sigh. How the hell did it come to this? Good call, Jake said, already halfway out the door, eyes on his phone, as he messaged Ash for permission to hang out with his own brother. You blamed your wife for something she didn't do and stayed fake mad about it. That's usually the quickest way to earn silence, he said, hitting send. I can't believe I'm actually hearing Jim say that he and Avery need some distance. Colin laughed as his phone chimed. He glanced at it and slid it back into his pocket. Lainey says I get to have a sleepover with the Grinch. Ash is cool with it too, Jake said, frowning at his phone when it buzzed back. She answered a little too fast and without question. I watched his concerned expression. You think she's pissed at you for starting something that got me and Avery into this position? No, dipshit, he laughed and shook his head. Why the hell would she be pissed at me? She doesn't deflect shit and emotionally manipulate like your sorry, soon-to-be bachelor on Christmas ass does. You did start this shit, you and Spence, I said, feeling frustrated with everyone and everything. I missed my damn wife. You, Jake hung on to the word, started this shit by acting like a little bitch. We've already gone over this. Come to think of it, Colin pulled his phone out again. Lainey also answered a little too quickly. He glanced around the room as if we were suddenly in a horror story. And she's stuck with the kids. He seemed to glance up at the ceiling for answers. It's not like Lainey to allow me to play all night while she's stuck with the kids. That's how pissed Avery is at Jim, Jake said, seemingly answering Colin's concern. Why would your wives allow you both to go play because mine is pissed off at me? I asked. Simple, Colin said, arching an eyebrow at me. They're likely backing Avery. The women stick together like this. He ran a hand dramatically through his hair. And it's as if they're allowing us to babysit you so Avery can have some much-needed time away from your grumpy ass. That makes sense, I finally said. Damn, I really fucked it up by playing these stupid games with her. Quit being a codependent little hoe, Jake said. You both fucked this up. He's not wrong, Colin added. The fact that you both were even in a party-planning war to begin with? Who does shit like that? Avery and I said, smiling at how cute it all was before it got blown out of proportion. Well, now you know, emotions are already too fragile during the holidays, so that's probably not the best time to enter into a damn family war, Jake said. All right, Chinese is calling my name. Let's get out of here and go act like bachelors before Jim truly becomes one by Christmas Eve.
25. Avery. I woke up to my phone buzzing like a motherfucker and imagined Jim had finally broken. That man had to be dying inside a little more each day, knowing that his lame decision to be upset with me for what his brother and Spence did to him had blown up in his own face. Honestly, though, I was still pissed. He'd made me feel like a piece of shit. He'd let me worry that I'd damaged his reputation in the business world, and that he'd been angry at me for daring to pull a little prank on his ass. Men could be like children at times with their stupid egos, and that included my perfect specimen of a husband. Even if I hadn't flipped the tables on him, I'd have ended up here anyway, pissed off that he thought this was a good idea. Jesus, I said, covering my mouth. Social media was blowing the fuck up again. I slid out of bed and headed downstairs, seeing the ladies had already beaten me to the coffee on our terrace that overlooked the Pacific. God, Ave, Ash said, have you seen social media yet? I just saw my husband trending again on Instagram. I paused. It's worse on TikTok, Addie said, still in her pajamas and curled up with Nat on the lounge sofa. I ran my hand down my face. Addie, can you get Mom a cup of coffee? I got you, she said, jumping up to rescue me with the only thing, aside from tequila, that could fix this day. Look at this picture of Jim holding up his bourbon, Lainey said. It says, he went from yes dear to who needs a wife when you have whiskey pretty quick. Hashtag Bachelor Jim. Hashtag fumbled the queen. You gotta love this shit, Nat chuckled, reading another post. Mr. Billionaire CEO in his I messed up and she took the kids era. Hashtag Mitchell meltdown. Hashtag pray for Jim. I can't read any of this, I said, chucking my phone to the side. How the hell did the men get all over social media after playing poker at the house last night? You know how, Ash said. Jake and Spencer were posting cryptic bro quotes like, sometimes a man has to lose it all in order to find himself. Hashtag boy math. Hashtag Team Avery. Jake and Spencer posted that? I questioned. Not what I just read you. They just posted guys' night pics on Instagram, Lainey said. Nothing intentional. But since Jim blew up the internet with the damn dead trees, people are still hunting for more dirt on him. Oh my God, Addie said, reading off her phone. Mom, someone commented, he rescued brown trees but couldn't save his own marriage. Stop, Nat wheezed, clutching her stomach. This one says, guess she finally composted him. Hashtag tree hugger divorce. Hashtag replanting season. There's a meme, Ash added, scrolling. Jim is standing at poker night holding up his drink, and the caption says, when you save the trees but lose the forest. And this? Lainey managed between laughter. Someone wrote, he should have rescued his wife instead of the damn tree. Hashtag Bachelor Jim. Hashtag Mitchell meltdown. I groaned and covered my face. He's going to murder us all by this point. Oh no, Ash said, showing me her phone. Too late. Someone has already edited their tree video with a Titanic theme and slow zoomed in on them looking sad next to a pine. The comments are calling it The Fall of Mitchell. Addie gasped. Mom, look! TikTok just made a whole mashup. It's the brown Christmas tree video and poker night clips together. Oh, God. It's called From Sapling to Single, Nat snorted. The captions say, when you nurture the wrong branch. And this one, Ash added, trying not to choke on her coffee. It says, she took the tree, the mansion, and the man's sanity. Hashtag Jim and the Dead Tree Saga. I buried my face in my hands. How do people come up with this shit? I couldn't help bursting into laughter at how insane this had all become. Poor Jim was at the ass end of every viral meme and social media joke the internet could invent. Hey, Ash said cheerfully. If Jim's right and all press is good press, then I suppose there's nothing to worry about. The fact that Jim and I aren't speaking, and my dumbass wanted to prove a point by staying here overnight, is just making this all so much worse. I'd prefer he and I talk about this.
I think he's probably busting everyone's asses who were playing poker with him last night. Nat chuckled. Jim's mood has got to be shot to shit right now, especially since you two haven't been on speaking terms. And he hasn't been laid in almost a week, I muttered. That's enough to piss me off, Nat said. She looked at Addie. Sorry, darling, but you're in high school, so don't pretend to be shocked by my anecdotes. Izzy's the one, Addie said, trying to act unbothered. It doesn't bother me at all, she said, sipping coffee instead of the hot cocoa I thought she had. I stood up, took the cup, and eyed her. Let's not get you trending on social media too, young lady. You're suddenly okay with sex talk and drinking coffee? Dad lets me drink coffee all the time. She rolled her eyes. Oh, yeah? Well, Dad is also trending as the billionaire who could save dead trees but couldn't save his marriage, I said, taking a sip. God only knows how they'd crucify him for letting you drink coffee. Please, Nat said. There are 9-year-olds out there drinking Starbucks mochas and lattes like they were born coffee drinkers. Well, according to anything my husband does online, it's never good, only bad. That's because he's a CEO billionaire, honey, Nat countered. The internet will never praise those men, no matter what they do. She's not wrong, Lainey said, walking back out with fresh apple cinnamon muffins. I mean, I never would have imagined that someone rescuing a dead tree from a chipper could be twisted into a bad thing. Until it was my husband who did it, I said. I have an idea, Ash said. What if all of us, guys and gals, just unplugged and went to that retreat Jake and I always go to in Newport Beach? Huh? I said. When are we going to have any time for something like that? My mood was edgy, to say the least. I just wanted to get this shit over with. In fact, today, I'd planned to work all this bullshit out with Jim because I wasn't in this to make the man sick inside. It had all gotten blown out of proportion. And now? Well, now it was worse than before. Trust me, Ash said. It's kind of like the retreat we went to last year, minus the bullshit of Jim pranking his brother and Colin. Do you honestly think Jim will trust anything at this point? Nat chuckled, taking a bite of her muffin. I think Jim and I should just fucking run away at this point, I said, defeated. Oh, hell no you don't, Nat stood. Ash, arrange for everyone who can go to join you. It'll be splendid, and I could use a damn massage after this past week at work. Besides, we still have these 2 monumental Christmas parties that Jim and the girls and you and Kat have arranged for all of us. What do you think, Ave? Nothing but relaxing, massages, and fun. No pictures, I said, and only after Jim's PR team puts out these newest fires. And of course, that's assuming Jim even wants to go. Jim will want to go, Lainey said. Colin told me he cried into his bourbon last night because you two weren't speaking. Said he fucked it all up. Well, thank God those pictures didn't make it to social media. I rolled my eyes. Okay, Ash, are you okay taking the girls? I need to go make up with my husband. Always, Ash smiled at Addie. John has his basketball tournament today, and Kaylee and I were going to make fudge and Christmas cookies. That sounds fun. Addie smiled at Ash, then looked at me. I'm glad you're the one breaking first, Mom. Poor Dad. I'm not necessarily breaking, I answered her. You're ending the fight, right? She argued. Yes, but that doesn't mean I'm breaking. But it does mean Dad won. She laughed, and I arched an eyebrow at her. Excuse me? I questioned. Yeah, Izzy and I made a bet that Dad would lose the fake fight. Turns out you're raising the white flag first. She taunted. Well, whatever, I answered. Honestly, I don't care if I lose this battle. I miss Dad. She chuckled. You guys are both love crazies. Call us what you want, I said, then looked at the ladies. I'll talk to you tonight after Jim and I are... Honey, if you talk to us tonight at all after making up with Jim and enjoying that marvelous makeup sex that's waiting for you, then Jim really is in his I messed up and she took the kids era. She laughed. The girls can sleep over. Ash winked. Thanks, I said. I gave Addie a kiss goodbye, left the ladies to lock up the Malibu house, and moved with purpose to get to my husband. Hopefully, we could smooth this shit over.
After I kicked out every man who'd been giving Jim hell for this entire mess. The Newport Beach relaxation retreat did sound lovely. After a week of this tense bullshit, I was the one who needed the damn masseuse.
26. Jim. My phone hadn't stopped vibrating since 5:30 that morning. I'd ignored it for the first 10 minutes, assuming it was just work. Then, 15 minutes in, it wouldn't stop lighting up my nightstand like a Vegas slot machine. That's when I reluctantly checked the fucking thing. Maybe it was Avery, and this whole damn nightmare could just be put behind us. God, remind me to never think of having a fake fight with my wife again. Nothing could be worse than dealing with the fallout of it turning into a real one. When I glanced at my phone, the fight with Avery faded instantly, because what I was staring at was, without question, worse. Far worse. 12 missed calls from my head of PR and multiple texts. 3 messages from my assistant were marked urgent, and 1 text from Spencer that simply read, "Bro, don't freak out." Which naturally meant that's exactly what I should do. The headlines hit me next. From sapling to single, CEO Jim Mitchell goes viral again. She took the tree, the mansion, and the man's sanity. Internet declares #BachelorJim official. Can't save his marriage, but he'll rescue a brown tree. I exhaled through my teeth and rubbed my temples. The first text from PR said, "Sir, please refrain from posting or commenting. We're handling messaging internally." The second said, "Also, sir, the Titanic edit has over 1.3 million views." The Titanic edit? Jesus Christ. I dragged a hand over my face and rolled out of bed. The smell of coffee and bacon drifted up from downstairs, which was already suspicious. None of those bastards cooked unless they'd done something stupid. I tugged on a t-shirt, shoved my phone into my pocket, and headed down to face the execution squad. Sure enough, Jake, Colin, Spencer, and Alex were huddled around my kitchen island like 4 grown-ass men trying to look innocent while flipping pancakes. "Morning, sunshine," Spencer said, overly chipper. "Hungry?" I stopped at the base of the stairs and folded my arms. I believe I should be the one asking questions. Which one of you jackasses posted poker night? They all froze. Colin pretended to check the bacon. Alex, my closest friend and newest conspiring traitor, offered me a plate as if I were a dangerous zoo animal. "Technically," Jake said, "it was just a photo." "And technically," I said evenly, "so was the Zapruder film." Colin choked out a laugh before quickly smothering it. "Jim," Spencer started, "you have to admit, the memes are kind of—" "Finish that sentence and you're unemployed," I snapped at Spencer, who clamped his mouth shut because he was struggling to remain serious and not burst into laughter. I walked to the counter, picked up one of the muffins, which was blueberry, my favorite, and stared at it. "You're making me breakfast?" Jake grinned, trying to play it cool. "Well, after poker last night, we figured you might be a little tense. And, hungry." "Hungry?" I said. "And I beat all your drunk asses at poker last night, but that's neither here nor there. The point at hand is that my marriage is currently trending under #TreeHuggerDivorce, and you honestly think I would be hungry?" Colin raised a spatula. "We thought maybe pancakes would soften the blow." "Softening the blow would have been deleting your damn posts." Spencer slid a mug toward me. "Black coffee, no sugar. Just how you like it, big guy. And for the record, those captions weren't ours. People just sorta twisted it and ran with it." "Ran with it?" I repeated. "No, they sprinted with it like Usain Bolt." They all exchanged a look. That silent look that said, "We screwed up, but maybe he won't kill us if we keep feeding him," look. Finally, Jake leaned against the counter, grinning. "Look at it this way. At least the internet thinks you're single. It's like a return to the Billionaires Club bachelor boost. Perhaps an image rehab. PR will spin it and make you shine. I glared at him. I don't need any of that shit. What I need is my wife back before I legitimately am what these trending posts are stating. That shut them up for a good 10 seconds. Spencer finally muttered, "It's all going to be smoothed over, you know that." I grabbed the coffee, took a sip, and sighed. "You're all cleaning this kitchen. Then you're leaving. I've got a wife to track down before she decides the internet is right." Jake smirked. "Meaning?" "Meaning," I said, setting the mug down. "If she thinks I'm suddenly claiming to be single, those damn brown trees will be the ones rescuing my sorry ass." My plan was simple. Find Avery, fix whatever fresh viral hell this had become, and finally put an end to the world's stupidest marital Cold War. But then my phone rang again. Jillian Reed, head of PR. "Sir," she said, before I could even speak, "we need you at the office, now." "It's Saturday." "Yes, sir. Unfortunately, the internet doesn't take weekends off. We're drafting response statements and need your approval. Some outlets are running with the divorce angle." I pinched the bridge of my nose. Of course they are. "Also," she hesitated, "a morning show producer requested an exclusive segment called The Billionaire Who Loved Too Hard and Finally Lost. I had told them you were unavailable, indefinitely." "I'll be there in an hour." By the time I arrived at Mitchell & Associates, the lobby screens were looping news clips of me, holding that stupid brown tree like a hero in a Hallmark movie gone wrong, followed by poker night footage that made me look like a recently divorced man on a bourbon bender. I glanced over at security. "Get that shit turned off," I ordered. "Yes, Mr. Mitchell," he nodded, and then moved toward the media offices. Jillian met me the moment the elevator doors opened, tablet in hand, heels clicking a mile a minute. "Sir, the narrative's shifting every hour. We can neutralize it if we control the message." Not surprising. "We've prepared 3 approaches," she continued briskly. "Option 1, humor. Option 2, dignified silence. Option 3, a joint statement with Mrs. Mitchell." "Option 3, I said, if I can get her to answer her damn phone." Her brows shot up. "So we're moving forward with the couple statement?" "Draft the damn thing," I said, "but make sure it sounds like me and not like a man apologizing for having a sense of humor and a family that knows no end to their ludicrous pranks." "Yes, Mr. Mitchell." The hours blurred together. Meetings, edits, damage control. By the time PR finished putting out fires, it was after 6. I checked my phone for what felt like the 100th time. Nothing from Avery. No calls, no texts, not even a sarcastic meme. This ongoing silence hit me harder than the goddamn headlines. I finally gave up, left the office, and drove straight to the Malibu house. She wasn't there, so I had some hope that maybe she was at home and perhaps we could just get past all this stupid shit. That is, if she would finally fucking talk to me. When I pulled into the garage, I felt a weight lift off my chest. Her car was there, and the lights were on in the house. I stepped inside quietly. The scent of her perfume was faint, but enough to twist something in my chest. Fuck, I'd missed her. I walked into the living area and found her sitting on the edge of the sofa, wearing jeans and a soft white sweater, eyes red and glassy. For a second, I didn't know what to say. Seeing her like that knocked the air out of me. Did this shit really fuck with our marriage in the worst way possible? Avery looked up. "You're home." "Finally," I said quietly, walking toward her. PR had me locked in my office all day cleaning up the circus that woke me up this morning. She gave a weak laugh. "How the hell did this spiral so hard with us?" I sat down beside her, close enough that our knees touched. "I suppose we both just let it get stupid." Her lip trembled. "I didn't mean to make you look bad, Jim. I just wanted to get even with your ass for driving me insane with that damn rescue tree. I can't believe it's come to this. It was supposed to be some silly and funny—"
"I know." I reached over and brushed my thumb along her cheek. "And for the record, you could never upset me. Even if you were the reason I'm trending as some billionaire bachelor having a midlife crisis," I said with a laugh. "It's just noise, Ave. Dumb, viral, pointless noise." She sniffed, trying to smile. "All this shit between us just wasted a whole damn week." "Yeah," I said, leaning in until my forehead rested against hers. "A week wasted fighting is 1 week too many. I never want to lose another like that with you." Her breath hitched, and I kissed her slow, sure, and long fucking overdue. When I pulled back, she whispered,
"So, we're good?"
I smiled faintly. "We were never not good, gorgeous. We're just two idiots in love who let the internet and a dead brown tree get between us." She laughed through a tear.
"God, that sounds ridiculous when you say it out loud."
"It is ridiculous," I said, wrapping an arm around her and pulling her against my chest. "But it's over. No more games, no Mitchell family wars. Just us."
"Just us,"
she echoed softly, settling against me.
"Ash took the girls until tomorrow."
Her smile, and that look I'd been craving all week, shifted something in me, flipping every thought to exactly how we needed to make sure this fight was over. I scooped her up in my arms, kissed her neck, and strode toward the stairs. "I'm about to show you how much I've missed you this past week," I said, kissing her temple.
"Promise we won't stop until we've made up for all this wasted time,"
she said, her lips trailing along my jaw and down my neck. "Baby, you're going to want a week's vacation from me when I'm done proving how much I've missed you." With our phones left behind and our bedroom at our mercy, I moved swiftly toward the bed, and for the first time all week, the world finally shut up, and it was just me fervently showing my wife how much I loved every part of her.
27. Avery. The sanctuary on the bluffs looked like Christmas had booked itself a luxury wellness retreat. White poinsettias lined the glass stairway like obedient elves, garlands shimmered along the balcony rails, and peppermint candles flickered against panoramic windows that framed the Pacific in cinematic glory. Even the ocean breeze smelled like expensive eucalyptus, cinnamon, and self-improvement. "Well, what do you think?" Ash asked, clutching Jake's hand as we walked in. "I think this was the perfect idea to get away from all the bullshit of the last couple of weeks," I said. Lainey peered around from Colin's side. "It's going to be the perfect reset to get you both through the rest of the holidays." "I talked to Kat this morning," I added. "She said everything's ahead of schedule, and I'm going to be blown away when I see the set on Monday." "Since you and Jim are finally back to normal again, did you actually break down and let him in on your little prank with the Scrooge set?" Ash asked with a grin.
"I hope to hell you didn't,"
Jake responded instantly, dragging his attention away from Colin and fixing it on me like I'd just confessed to tax evasion. "I didn't," I said, laughing. "But considering that the last innocent prank landed us at this couples yoga session for emotional realignment, maybe I should have."
"Nonsense," Colin said. "The only reason that shit went sideways was because Jimmy can't prank worth a damn." "Yeah," Jake added. "Everyone knows you don't stage a fight with your wife." He ignored the rulebook.
"Well, I'm just glad it's over." I scanned the serene lobby. "He's still not here yet. He said he had to visit a nearby site with Titus first."
"So, the guy is already screwing up couples yoga?"
Colin shook his head. Jake smirked.
"Thank God this thing starts with couples therapy before we start balancing together."
My eyes widened. "Therapy?" "Couples counseling," Ash said brightly. "You start by clearing the toxic thoughts that poison your connection. Then you move into balancing poses, where you're training your bodies to work together like your hearts and words do."
"Full union,"
Colin said, sounding way too enlightened.
I like this shit already.
Oh, God. Full union? I repeated. As in sex? Lainey laughed. Sounds like someone didn't get enough of that makeup sex with her man last night. Not sex, Ash said. It's more like teaching your body and mind to dance again. Sounds like you and Jake do this all the time, I said, completely unsurprised.
Sex is amazing afterward,
Jake said.
Trust me. It's the only reason Lainey and I are here,
Colin added.
But trying to trust your ass during the holidays is pretty much how people wind up trending on social media these days. So there's that.
Okay, Ash said. Men through those doors and ladies are in the saunas over here. She smiled at me. Saunas and massages to loosen everything up and prepare for the session. Ash, it's a good thing we love you and all of your hippie ways, I said, seeing her eyes transform into some form of meditational excitement. After massages and saunas, both long overdue and very much deserved, we met the guys out on a breezy bamboo balcony. All of us were in matching white robes, looking like cult initiates waiting for enlightenment or some shit. Jim had finally arrived, freshly shaven and smelling like confidence and sandalwood. You smell so good. I leaned into him. I've missed you.
It must be the steam room bergamot scent that those two idiots cranked up,
he said, kissing my nose.
And I missed you more. Sorry that I was late.
The word sorry is the first mistake in all marriages, a woman announced as she appeared from nowhere, wrapped in chiffon and purpose with black hair pulled into a bun tight enough to give me a headache. Forgive me for listening in, she smiled serenely. But every couple that has entered my sessions discovers that sorry is the seed of failure. Huh? I blinked, trying to process what she said. And how is that? Ah, she smiled wider. You've already said it. Words without awareness. Jim arched a brow.
And you are?
He asked the woman. I am Sage Luminara, she said, settling gracefully onto her heels. I am the vessel to be used for your union and restoration today. I glanced at Ash and Jake. Jake clearly only thinking about the great sex he'd get after this. Ash fully invested in the experience. God bless her. And Colin watching Jake like he was silently warning him that the sex had better be worth it. Jim, as usual, had no expression, and I was just wondering what the hell was coming next. The lady waved a white fan as if she were banishing bad vibes. May I have your names? She looked at me and Jim.
I'm Jim. This is my wife, Avery. I'm apparently the one responsible for our marriage's demise because you overheard me saying I was sorry.
Ah, projection and sarcasm, she said, noting something invisible on her clipboard of judgment. Then she turned to Jake and Colin. You two radiate the same ignorance, but with weaker egos.
I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not.
Colin arched an eyebrow at the woman. Jake ignored Colin.
I do still have some sarcasm since my last session with my wife, but I've changed since last month's chakra cleanse.
Bullshit, Colin mouthed to his best friend. Chakra cleanse? I questioned whether Jake Mitchell would even consider doing something like that. There was no fucking way in hell. Just go with it, Ash murmured, totally in character. Luminara fanned herself once, eyes closed. The air is heavy with masculine defensiveness. Let us begin to clear it. Jim muttered, God help me. She looked right at him. He cannot. You must embrace the humility of the ego first. I bit my lip to keep from laughing. Let's talk about egos and their apologies, Luminara said. They are the cheapest form of obedience to your vows. Well, I said, I was fine with my husband's apology. He meant it. No, my dear. A man's ego prevents true remorse. It thrives on empty sound.
Oh, for fuck's sake,
Jim muttered under his breath. Foul language vibrates at a low frequency, she warned, waving her fan toward him like she was swatting something dark in his soul.
Jake nodded gravely. She's right. Your aura just dimmed a smidge, pal.
Colin inhaled loudly through his nose.
I will get you back for this,
Colin mouthed to Jake. Lainey and I were the only ones biting back smiles and laughter, and I still wasn't sure who was in on this little joke. Ash always did this type of shit, so I honestly believed she was just excited we were all joining her. She was my best friend, and that's why I was playing along. But Jake? There was no way he was all about this. "Let's do an exercise," Luminara said. "Husbands, face your wives." We did, because at this point, resistance most likely meant another hour of this, and I was ready for a damn cocktail and food. "Now, Jim," she started, "apologize to Avery again."
I'm sorry I was late,
he said flatly. "Please act as though you meant it," she insisted. He sighed, then gave me that half smile that always undid me.
I'm sorry, gorgeous.
"Pet names," she said. "Deflection through endearment. A manipulative man cloaks guilt with charm." My lips twitched. Jim saw it and smirked harder.
Yes,
he said smoothly.
Seems to work every time.
He played along, finishing with a wink. "It's complacency," she gasped. "And that's tragic."
Jake raised a hand. May I assist my brother in enlightenment?
No, Jim answered with a roll of his eyes. "Please do," she said.
Whenever I mess up,
Jake said solemnly, taking Ash's hands,
I never say sorry. Oh, yeah?
Jim said, eyeing his brother.
What do you say then, smart guy? I simply ask forgiveness for failing my wife.
He looked at the teacher as if that just scored him some meditation points. Ash smiled, perfectly on script. "And I forgive him," she finished, smiling at all of us. Jim stared over at them like they'd joined a cult.
You've all lost your minds. I tell her,
Jake continued,
that it was never my intention to hurt her.
Luminara nodded. "Beautiful. Humility wrapped in awareness."
The hell it is,
Jim muttered.
It's just a rebranded sorry.
"Your resistance is your wound," she said softly.
Or my common sense.
Her nostrils flared, but she recovered in one deep, expensive breath. "We will meditate." She closed her eyes and began humming a sound somewhere between a chant and a bird call. "Now, focus," Luminara said, eyes still shut. "Feel the breath of forgiveness. Release your need to win against your spouses."
That's literally how I make a living,
Jim replied. I leaned toward Ash. "What the hell is happening now?" "Cleansing," she whispered. "Isn't it magical?" "Ash, I love you, but this is insane," I said. Lainey cracked first, snorting into her sleeve. "If anyone wants cocktails by dusk, I suggest we play along." Jim exhaled sharply.
I'm about 3 more exhales away from checking myself out.
Luminara opened her eyes like a startled cat. "Distraction and avoidance are the enemy of healing."
Then you definitely don't want to hear what I'm thinking,
Jim said. She ignored him, rising gracefully. "We will now move into balance work. The body speaks when the mouth won't." Luminara then began handing out bamboo staffs for our union alignment. Jake already had his staff hoisted like a lightsaber.
Ah, yes, indeed.
Yeah, Jim said dryly.
This is definitely going to fix everything.
When Luminara announced that true love required a perfectly mirrored warrior pose, I had one very clear, very certain thought. This shit was not going to end well. "Now," Sage Luminara said, gliding barefoot across the bamboo deck, "we move into the sacred practice of union of souls partner flow." Her voice floated somewhere between a meditation app and a sermon. Jim's hand brushed mine. his expression showing me that his playing along was most likely only because we'd not spoken to each other in a week, and this silly bullshit was nothing compared to our dumb fight. Hell, it's probably why it wasn't bothering my ass so much either. Doing silly shit with my husband was always fun. It was also always entertaining to see how this nonsense might turn out. We sat facing each other, knees touching, incense curling between us. Beyond the glass, the Pacific glittered like liquid encouragement. "The husband will cradle his partner's energy," Luminara said. "Palm to heart. Let intention replace apology." Jim's lips curved.
"You heard the woman, gorgeous,"
he murmured, placing his hand lightly against my chest. His touch was steady and measured with just enough pressure to make my pulse jump. "I love you," I softly said, smiling into his beautiful green eyes and loving that this wasn't irritating him, no matter how bizarre it was. Luminara's eyes softened. "Good. Stay in that truth." Across the circle, Colin was already inhaling like he planned to levitate.
"And I can feel the frequency shifting."
It looked like his ass was finally starting to play along as well. We were all going to need a damn beer after this next part. I was sure of that. Jake answered without opening his eyes.
"That's because you're holding your breath."
"Quiet the mind," Luminara said, her tone patient but sharp. "Inhale through love. Exhale resistance." Jim's thumb brushed the edge of my collarbone, slow and deliberate. He wasn't mocking it. He was indulging me. "Now, bring your foreheads together," Luminara said. Jim leaned in until our breath mingled. His eyes flicked over mine, amused, quiet, and dangerous. I failed instantly, a laugh escaping before I could smother it. As handsome as he was, and for as much as I wanted to be this close to my husband, this was just too weird. Luminara smiled as if this were a moment of enlightenment. "Laughter is the soul cleansing its fear." "Then mine's spotless," I whispered. "Rock gently with the rhythm of your breath," she continued. Jake shifted, Colin followed, and within seconds, the men looked like an uncoordinated boy band video. Lainey buried her face in her hands. Jim didn't move. His gaze stayed on me, calm, teasing.
"You good?"
he asked softly. "Define good." He huffed out a low laugh, barely audible but rare enough that I felt it more than heard it. Luminara began circling us, murmuring affirmations. "You are not two. You are one body, one intention, one flow." "Now," she said, "for the lover's bridge." Every man in the circle looked immediately suspicious, and that's when I watched the star student of this show drop his mask. I chuckled, wondering how Jake would do with all this bullshit he seemed enamored by. "Lay back," she instructed, "and trust fall into your partner's energy." That's when everything went to shit. Jake tried first. When his mat slipped, Colin reached to help the dipshit and toppled into a poinsettia display. "Release the ego!" Luminara cried after we all burst into laughter.
"Fuck! I think I released my spine!"
Colin groaned from the floor.
"Jesus, Jake!"
he said, laughing at his best friend. Ash was now laughing so hard she could barely breathe, while Jake looked like he was tangled in his robe from the twisted-up fall. "All is fine! All is fine!" Luminara fanned herself furiously. "Accidents are just resistance leaving the body." Jim's lips twitched, and he pressed a fist to his mouth to hide it. His emerald eyes met mine, calm yet full of restrained laughter. "You're actually enjoying this," I whispered. He leaned closer.
"I'm enjoying you."
Before Jim and I could fall under some romantic spell, surrounded by all the chaos around us, Luminara stepped backward onto a fallen candle that must have dropped when Jake and Colin collapsed. Her eyes widened when the wax splattered. With the heat of the wax, she gasped, grabbing the curtain, and then the entire bamboo drape crashed down in slow, expensive motion. Oh, shit. For a second, no one breathed. Smoke curled around us, while Colin was still half upside down. Luminara stood in the wreckage, mascara streaked, and clutching her fan like a weapon that could defend her from all our jackass vibes. Vibes which I was certain no meditational program could ever work out of us. "The session," she said hoarsely, "is complete." Jim rose, smoothing his robe, utterly composed.
"I appreciate your efforts,"
he said, more truthful than not.
"But truly, we are all beyond saving."
I snorted, giving up all pretense of serenity. "We should probably go before she finds our karmic debt." He offered his hand, palm up, eyes warm.
"After you, gorgeous."
"We have to make this right for Ash, though," I said to Jim. "She apparently comes here all the time." He brought an arm around me.
"That will only happen when and if she and Jake cough up the truth of what the hell we all just went through."
He kissed the top of my head.
"I need a cocktail."
"No shit," I said, turning back and seeing everyone just leaving the sanctuary area. "I think we all do." I knew once we were a few cocktails in, someone would finally spill the truth about our bizarre yoga session. But honestly, who cared? It was fun. The night was young, and for the first time all week, we were completely unplugged from the noise, the headlines, and the chaos of everything else.
28. Jim. I wasn't sure if enlightenment and cocktails were meant to feel like frostbite, but that's exactly what this place delivered. The Snow Globe Lounge sat on the edge of the wellness resort, resembling a billionaire's igloo. It was a glass dome dusted with frost, glowing from the inside as if someone had captured the northern lights for ambiance. Inside, snowflakes drifted lazily above the bar. The tables shimmered like carved ice, the floor radiated a cool blue haze, and the air was crisp enough to keep a man somewhat sane after the shit show we'd just endured. Snow-covered pines lined the curved glass walls, each one strung with crystal ornaments that reflected the soft white lights like scattered diamonds.
"Well, was it as great as you all imagined it would be?"
Ash asked, with the usual excitement she had whenever we indulged her New Age side.
"We've all been completely unplugged and tuned into each other, forgetting the stresses of the outside world together. Best part was watching the guys collapse in their yoga poses," Lainey joked. "I'm actually proud that Jim didn't complain as much as I expected,"
Avery added, her blue eyes sparkling from across the table. I grinned. If she kept looking at me like that, she'd soon find out just how proud she could be once we got home tonight.
"No shit,"
Jake clapped me on my shoulder. "You didn't bitch about a damn thing. Impressive." I figured if I complained, I'd wind up trending on social media again, I said with a wink to my wife.
"You still might," Colin warned. "Cameras were everywhere in that place."
My stomach tightened. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm just curious what they'd say about me doing yoga in a damn robe.
"Oh, I can think of a few things," Colin said, lifting his glass. "We should get the footage and test that theory. I think the world has seen enough of my brother's sorry ass for 1 year,"
Jake chuckled. "Good to know you feel that way," I said, arching a brow.
"So if this wasn't another one of your stunts to get me a new hashtag, what was all that supposed to accomplish?"
"I told you," Jake said.
"The best sex comes after all this."
Avery laughed.
"We all seriously failed that union therapy thing we just did."
"Yeah, and after this dipfucker forced me into a wall of candles and poinsettias, I'm far from achieving this sexual greatness that Jake keeps lying about."
"It's not a lie. You'll see," Ash said, sliding closer to Jake. "Right now we're in the ice phase. It's part of the elemental balance program. They use extreme temperature shifts to release tension."
Colin eyed her. So we freeze our asses off, then what? Have sex to thaw out? Then we do fire therapy, Jake said, clearly thrilled with himself. I took a drink. Is this how you secretly get your kink these days, Jakey? Freeze your balls off, then roast them like chestnuts on an open fire? It's not kink, it's chemistry, Ash said, with the fluttery excitement of a butterfly in a rose garden. The heat relaxes every muscle, restores circulation. It's all about resetting the nervous system. Jake nodded, grinning. Exactly. You go from shock to release. The cold constricts everything, and the heat dilates. It's biology, and it fucking heightens everything. Avery raised an eyebrow. Everything, eh? Everything, Jake said. Touch, heartbeat, response time? You're basically hacking your body into remembering what connection feels like. Sounds like foreplay disguised as therapy, I muttered. That's because it is, Jake said, dead serious. We do the ice part first because it builds anticipation, the fire therapy next as it floods your system with endorphins and oxytocin. You rewire yourself for intimacy. Oxytocin, I said. Of course. You always did have a scientific explanation for your insane bullshit. No bullshit, Jimmy, Jake corrected. Optimization. Colin groaned. I'll stick with the heat from my whiskey therapy. Ash smiled sweetly. You'll thank me when you're glowing. I glow after 2 bourbons, he said. The server appeared with a tray of smoking crystal glasses. Prepare for your round of Arctic elixirs, she announced. I watched, intrigued, as the mist curled off the rims like dry ice meeting champagne. More science, Jake said, grabbing his. I feel like we're at some weird bar in Star Wars, I chuckled, before taking a sip. The cold bit first, then warmth bloomed down my chest, a perfect contradiction. Wow. I studied the contents of the glass. Impressive. Avery exhaled softly. Damn. It only gets better from here, kids, Jake said, taking another drink. Colin eyed his best friend. All right, I'm on board again, but I better not die of heat exhaustion during this next therapy session. You'll be fine, Lainey offered her husband a smile. Colin smirked at her. I'm doing this for you, you know. Your selfish bastard ass is doing this for yourself, Jake added. Don't lie to your lady like that. Touché, he added. So what's next? Lainey asked. Ash brightened. The fire chamber. It's the most amazing thing, and it's built into the cliffs. Heated basalt benches, essential oils, and Himalayan salt steam. It's a full sensory immersion. Translation, Colin said. A sweaty cave, yes? Jake smirked. A sweaty cave that'll change your life, buddy. I leaned back, amused. You and Ash sound like a fucking brochure for this place. You all laugh at it, Ash said. But when you're in that room and your heartbeat syncs with your partner's, you'll understand. The body suddenly remembers what true connection feels like. You breathe together. You move together. I smirked. We shall see is all I'm going to say. Leaning close enough that her shoulder brushed mine. You know she's probably right. Look at Ash. She's glowing already. Ash raised her glass. And it's time we all get matching glow-ups. Jake stood, taking her hand. About damn time, baby. Colin groaned. I can't trust the two of them, he said, while Ash and Jake acted like newlyweds on their honeymoon. Consider it a field study, Jake said over his shoulder as we all prepped to finish our drinks and leave. Lainey laughed. Come on, Colin, live a little. I was living just fine, he said. It's my prankster of a best friend who I can't trust not to kill us all with some bizarre shock therapy to our nervous systems. I finished the last of my drink, set it down, and looked at Avery. She was still smiling softly, and it struck me how just 24 hours ago we weren't anywhere close to this place in our hearts. I'd ached to have her back in my arms, and now I did, seeing her laugh as we took this day to do silly shit with our friends and family. I honestly didn't care what we were doing so long as I was with her. "You planning to test his theory later?" Avery asked, pulling me out of my thoughts while we walked through the cave. "Thoroughly," I said, offering her my hand. "And if those two nuts up there are correct, I'll gladly offer them an apology for doubting this experience." She slipped her fingers into mine, eyes glinting as we followed the others out of the snow globe lounge and down the frosted hallway. The air grew warmer with every step, scented with sandalwood and citrus, a soft hum of music pulsing under the floor. Ahead, a faint orange glow shimmered through the mist of firelight, bending across stone walls. Avery glanced back at me, her smile deepening. "This shit better work," she chuckled. "We're about to find out, gorgeous," I said, guiding her inside. And as the steam swallowed us, I had a feeling Jake might be right. The corridor curved downward into a tunnel of glass and stone lit by low amber sconces that pulsed like candlelight beneath water. The deeper we went, the warmer it got. By the time we stepped into the fire chamber, my robe felt too heavy, and the air shimmered with heat. The place was built into the cliff itself, with arched ceilings of black volcanic rock, walls glowing with thin veins of orange light that looked like magma running just beneath the surface. Steam curled through the air, laced with citrus and sandalwood. "This might be how I fucking die," Colin said, pulling at his collar. "In a billionaire sauna." Ash inhaled deeply. "That's Himalayan salt mist. It's cleansing your lungs." "Feels like it's melting them," he muttered, sitting on a heated basalt bench. "Jesus!" His eyes widened, trying to keep himself in check while adjusting to the sudden temperature increase. "Quit being a little bitch, Colin," Jake said, relaxing like he'd invented the place. "The temperature's perfect, 125. You just breathe into it and let the tension go." Avery eyed him. "You have this memorized?" "My favorite pastime," he said, with a smug grin. "It's actually not so bad," I said. Jake grinned. "Told you. It's that fire and ice effect. It's the reset button for your nervous system. Every pulse of heat floods your body with oxygen and dopamine. You leave the room high on your own biology." "Or dehydrated as fuck," Colin said, leaning back. I sat beside Avery. The bench radiated warmth straight through the robe. The air was thick, humming. She brushed her hair off her neck, eyes half-lidded from the heat, and for a moment I stopped pretending this was about wellness. Ash closed her eyes and stretched her arms. "Breathe through your chest," she said. "In, out." Colin cracked one eye open. "God," Jake laughed. "You'll be thanking him later." Avery exhaled slowly. "It's actually kind of amazing," she admitted. "Feels like everything's unclenching." "Exactly, sister," Jake said. "The tension leaves your body, and blood starts moving again." "Stop describing it like an anatomy textbook," Colin interrupted. "You're killing the vibe." "I'm educating you," Jake countered. "You're terrifying me." "You're a tad bit too into this shit, dude," Colin said. Laughter echoed off the stone walls, the sound low and easy, softened by steam. After a while, Ash stood. "Okay, now we're moving into the scent immersion next door," she said, slipping her hand into Jake's. 10 minutes, and then cold towels with crushed mint." Colin groaned. "Mint towels?" He eyed Jake. "What the fuck do you two really get up to with your kinks these days?" "Apparently a fuck-ton more than you," he shot back. Once they were gone, the room felt still. Only the gentle hiss of steam and the faint trickle of water from somewhere within the walls remained. Avery leaned back against the stone, eyes closed, a thin sheen of heat glistening across her collarbone. "Do you think this is all ridiculous?" "I think this shit better be everything my brother seems to worship," I said, taking her hand to help her up. She wrapped herself around me, and I couldn't resist bending down to kiss her lips. The air between us thickened, not just from the heat. Her hand slipped through my hair, holding me close as I kissed her deeply. The overhead lights dimmed automatically, the amber glow deepening into a molten orange. Outside the chamber, I could hear muffled laughter from the others and the soft sound of doors closing as attendants prepped the subsequent treatment. "We better follow the rest, or I'm going to take you right here and now," I said, after ending our delicious kiss. We stepped through the archway together, heat curling at our backs and cooling air waiting just beyond. As we stepped out of the heat and into the quiet corridor, cool air spilled over us like relief. The world felt sharper and every breath cleaner, every sound more distinct. Maybe there was some truth to Jake's theory of bullshit after all. The cold, the heat, the stillness, all of it stripped away the noise until there was only her, Avery, laughing, flushed, alive. For the first time in weeks, I wasn't thinking about work, headlines, company parties, or the countless other things waiting for me outside this retreat. Just balance. Her hand in mine, the pulse under her skin, the soft hum of everything finding its rhythm again. I might need to thank my brother for dragging all of us into this weird therapy journey of theirs. Then again, he was the main reason I was trending as a tree-hugging billionaire who ruined his family, so it was probably best not to give him the satisfaction.
29. Avery. The drive home was quiet, charged, and as if the heat from the fire chamber had followed us into our car. My pulse still hummed under my skin, every nerve alive. Whatever that ridiculous therapy had done, it left me floating somewhere between calm and craving. Jim's hand rested on my thigh as he drove, thumb tracing slow circles that had nothing to do with comfort. He hadn't said much since we left the resort, but he didn't need to. His silence was its own command, steady, deliberate, impossible to ignore. When we pulled into the driveway of the Malibu house, just as the sky was streaked in molten gold, the ocean below our deck caught the light, turning every wave into what looked like liquid metal. I barely had time to shut the car door before Jim was already opening mine, his hand outstretched. That simple gesture sent heat racing through me all over again.
"We still have time before we pick up the girls,"
he said, in a tone that sent a sizzling sensation through me. "How much time?"
"Enough,"
he said. It was the way he looked at me with this focused certainty, like I was the only thing on his mind. The spa had promised connection, alignment, balance. What it really delivered was a man who could undo me with a single glance. Last night had been incredible, more than enough to erase a week of fake fighting. But right now, my body was responding like it hadn't just missed him, but it had been starving for him. The look in his dark eyes told me he'd felt the same. He took my hand as we entered the house, the door clicking shut behind us. Before we took another step past the entryway, Jim stopped, turned back to me, and I knew I was going to love what came next. He caught my face in his hands, his touch rough from restraint, tender from knowing exactly how much power he held. When his mouth met mine, the spark that had followed us home ignited something that felt bigger than the both of us. Every inhale was his, every exhale mine. Light rolled through me in waves until I couldn't tell if we were moving or if the whole house was. The next thing I knew, I was in his arms, him taking long strides through the house, while his lips never left mine. All of this felt new and exhilarating in ways I didn't think I'd forgotten until now. He laid me down on the cold granite surface of the kitchen island. I ran my fingers through his thick black hair, tilting his head up so I could indulge myself in the taste of his neck. A low groan escaped him as he gently removed my leggings, and I peeled off my top to expose myself fully to him. His eyes were set with purpose as they met mine.
"God, I love you," he said, "and I'm taking your beautiful ass right here on this counter."
"Ice cold?" I smiled. Jim's lips lifted in one corner.
"If we're good, we can recreate that whole fire and ice technique right here."
Before I could respond, Jim's shirt and pants were on the floor, and then he climbed over to where I lay back, waiting for him to do whatever he wanted with me. His lips were firm as they moved up my sides, over my abdomen, and up the center of my chest. I couldn't resist reaching down to feel the thick length of everything I wanted and needed inside of me this instant. I arched into him when his lips captured my hard nipple, and he sucked harder than usual. The granite was glacial under me, while his body burned everywhere it touched mine. It was like the heat met the cold, and I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. All I knew was it was heightening every nerve and sensation within me, and it was enough to make me come undone. My legs fell open as I took Jim, guiding him into me. "Fuck yes," I said, as he answered my need. Jim braced himself on both elbows, his knees planted, and moved deeply and slowly into every fiery nerve that welcomed him. I contracted everything inside, tightening harshly just to hear his breath catch at the sensation of me clenching his dick.
"You're so fucking perfect,"
he said, thrusting harder. I practically growled, needing more of him. "Harder, baby. God, please." Jim's mouth captured mine in a fervent kiss, both of us tense and moving in perfect rhythm as we always had. Everything was coiling up inside me. My clit felt like it was already throbbing with an orgasm that hadn't even made its way there yet. While Jim's kiss remained possessive and powerful, I planted both feet on the counter and thrust myself into him. "I need more," I begged.
"Turn around,"
he said, pulling out and gently guiding me to lie flat against the stone surface. His lips ran down from the back of my neck to the center of my spine, while his hands maneuvered my hips to allow him to enter me from behind. "Baby," I said, feeling him deeper than before. "God." I leaned up and sat back into him, both hands up, behind me, and pulling his face back to me. His lips trailed a fiery line over my shoulders, while his hand went for my clit. The pressure of Jim's firm fingers, rolling and moving the most sensitive spot on my body, was enough to make me explode into a million pieces. Jim's cock ran hard into my G-spot, and there was no stopping the orgasm that was building and about to explode out of me. I rocked my hips back toward him, rolling my eyes every time his tip rammed into my sweet spot. "I can't hold back," I said.
"Don't."
Jim moved more aggressively, his growls coming lower and deeper, and I knew my man was right there with me.
"Come, Ave,"
he ordered, and as if my body reacted to his commands, not my mind, I shattered all over him. The coiled-up sensation that broke free in that instant had me trembling everywhere. While I continued to ride this wave of passion and desire, Jim slammed one last time into me, and then we both collapsed, gasping for air. "God, you're the best there is," I said, leaning back into where he pulled me into his chest. He kissed the top of my head.
"I feel like Nat and Spence owe us another night with no kids."
He chuckled. "You think you have one more round in you before you go? That went pretty quick," I teased, running my fingertips along the hard muscles of his forearms.
"I think that's the only fault I have with the fire and ice technique."
He chuckled.
"I can't hold back like I usually can. Everything builds too fast and releases too quickly for my liking."
I laughed and turned to kiss him. "I agree, but we can call it our new foreplay." He kissed my lips back.
"Of course we have one more round,"
he offered.
"But this time in our bed."
Getting too old for the tabletop shit?
No, gorgeous, he said. The stone is freezing my ass currently, and I won't be able to get hard again at this rate.
Excellent point, I said, gently sliding off the counter. The next thing I knew, I was over Jim's shoulder, and we were trotting up the stairs together. I had to say, he and I most certainly found the best way to complement our silly little spa visit today and get ourselves back on track again after all the lame bullshit. It had been a hell of a week, that much was sure, but the way we pulled out of it and came back together made that insane week feel like it had never happened. Thank God, too, because I had no idea how difficult the holidays were about to become with party planning and the stupid internet sending my poor husband trending over the dumbest shit. 30. Avery. It was the week before Christmas, the first time I'd truly allowed myself to think about the party Kat was furiously and undoubtedly flawlessly pulling together. Over the past couple of weeks, between the silly fight Jim and I had landed ourselves in and, of course, Jim breaking the internet, I'd forced myself to focus solely on what mattered, my family. But now, things were starting to get real again. Kat had called me first thing this morning, insisting I come see the set she'd magically finished. I didn't know what to expect, but knowing her, it would exceed all imagination.
Is there a reason I'm unable to see your Paramount venue?
Jim asked, dragging his razor in a perfect line along his jaw. I watched him rinse the blade and go back to work with that quiet precision of his. God help me. I wanted to jump him right then. Something about a man shaving oddly did funny things to me. Have we ever had sex while you were shaving? I asked, popping my lips after glossing them. He smiled at me through the mirror over his sink, opposite my vanity, where I was finishing my makeup. He'd just rinsed the blade, water running over the edge of the sink, when something about the sight of him, his bare chest flexed, jaw sharp from the fresh shave, hit me hard and deep, and I wasn't about to try and ignore any of it.
Avoiding the question, Mrs. Mitchell?
He teased, one brow arched. God, this man was turning me on in ways I couldn't explain right now. I swear, something had changed after that damn fire and ice therapy because I couldn't get enough of him lately. The best part was that he seemed to need me just as much. I'm not avoiding anything, I said, walking over and sliding my arms around him from behind.
Now you're distracting me.
He chuckled.
I'm curious why something I've spent a lot of money on and that my employees will be attending apparently doesn't require my approval.
Because, lover, I said, slipping my hand into his boxers and finding what I wanted. Your approval isn't needed. Jim's breath hitched as I gripped his length tightly and began to gently smooth my hand up and down, waking up the sensations I was already experiencing from just watching the man shave. The water stopped, and the razor clinked against the porcelain. He gripped both hands onto the sink, allowing me to continue bringing him pleasure.
Jesus, Ave,
he breathed out, his eyes focusing on me through the mirror.
Now you're just...
When I reached the velvety smoothness of his hard tip, I used the slickness gently dripping from it to glide my palm to massage just beneath his most sensitive spot that always rendered the man speechless when I focused everything on this area. Watching the tension ripple down his arms sent its echo through me. The hard lines of his stomach tightened, his biceps and forearms now fully flexed, while his eyes rolled back. I moved my hand faster. "Open your eyes, handsome," I said, loving to watch my husband's expression cross over from stern and into the bliss of ecstasy he was feeling.
"You're so beautiful,"
he said, his mind and eyes falling into that sexy trance they always did while his pleasure grew. I kissed his bare shoulder, pulled his boxers completely down so I could take in the perfect image of all of him. I managed to shrug my robe off and pressed my breasts into the tightened muscles of his back. Jim stood there, the dark hair he always had neatly trimmed, highlighting the perfection of his hard dick, glistening with pre-cum as I stroked him. God, he was perfection, the veins swelling as he grew hard, his mouth agape while leaning into all the pleasure he was feeling. My mouth and tongue tasted down the back of one flexed bicep, and I used my other hand to cover both of his neatly groomed balls. "Fuck," Jim bit out, his hand reaching back into where I already knew I was dripping with desire for more. "I need this," he said, dipping his fingers into me. I pulled back, not allowing any more from him, just wanting to watch my man come in front of me. However, that never worked with my possessive husband. The next thing I knew, my ass was planted on the vanity he was once standing in front of, and all of him was sliding powerfully into me. I gripped his shoulders and watched across to the long mirrors of the dressing section of our massive bathroom, seeing his perfect ass tightening with each powerful thrust he pushed into me. Both of us were whimpering, softly moaning, and doing everything we could to keep quiet so our daughters wouldn't need to cover their ears to protect themselves from nightmares caused by hearing us having sex before breakfast. I leaned back against the mirror, giving Jim more access to drive into me harder. He responded perfectly by planting both hands on the mirror behind me, moving faster, harder, and deeper. "Harder," I begged him.
"I love that you like it hard, baby,"
he said before his lips captured mine in a firm and powerful kiss. Both of our bodies started building together, and I massaged myself with my hand, heightening the pleasure that was already building with just Jim's dick inside of me. That's when we both exploded into the most shattering orgasm that wrecked us both before we could move another muscle. For a moment, the world narrowed down to just a heartbeat and breath, with the scent of his skin still sharp with aftershave. God, I loved us. I had to hope, though, that we could actually get our asses out of here and start moving, since we had more responsibilities than just each other these days. And right on cue, it was Jim who put us back on our morning schedule.
"Now,"
Jim said once he could speak again, voice still rough,
"why can't I visit what I'm paying your planner for?"
"Oh, I forgot about that," I said truthfully. He smirked.
"That was your intent, but I didn't forget."
"Well, you should have," I said, swatting his bare backside before he could pull his briefs up. "You're a man."
"I'm also a fantastic multitasker."
He fastened his watch and gave me a quick kiss.
"So, gorgeous, what's this big secret party I'm banned from?"
"I don't know why you even care," I said. "I'm not asking to see your venue, am I?"
"Well, considering my sorry ass has been trending on the internet this month, I'm curious if your secret party's going to cause a repeat."
"If you trend because of my party," I said, sauntering toward my closet, "then it was worth it."
"Avery Mitchell,"
he called after me.
"You may have seduced me 3 times already this morning, but I'm not letting your cute little ass leave me hanging."
"All I'm going to say," I said, flipping through hangers, "is if you start trending again because of this party, which, by the way, will be 10 million times better than yours, don't complain."
"I've seen the plans for mine and the girls' party," he countered, "and I think it's still up for debate. Renting out Paramount Studios isn't going to help you compete with what ours looks like."
I narrowed my eyes at his reflection. Are we really going back down this planning war road again?
"We never got off it, gorgeous," he said, "and you keeping your little party secret tells me that's a fact."
"You're not seeing my London set," I blurted before clapping a hand over my mouth and cursing myself for letting that important detail slip. He turned at my unintentional admission, already half-dressed, smirk in place.
"London set? Why, pray tell, are you taking company employees to a London set? Are we expected to be in a play or something?"
"Let's just say it's a fun recreation of a great Christmas tradition," I hedged, instantly regretting it.
"Ave,"
he said, laughter in his voice as he disappeared into his closet.
"Most companies host galas, dinners, balls, stuff like that."
"I know. That's what makes mine awesome." He came out buttoning his burgundy shirt.
"What are you really planning? Company morale depends on it, especially if my wife has everyone acting out Christmas roles like Jake and Colin pulled off in Switzerland last year."
"Trust me," I said, rolling my eyes. "Morale will skyrocket, and more than it would have from those cheese boards you handed out 3 weeks ago."
"That's in the past,"
he said. "And so is the crap that Jake and Colin pulled," I reminded him with a grin. He finished fastening his cufflinks, leaned down, and kissed my forehead.
"You're as stubborn as the day I met you. Who's trusting Addie to drive for drop-off this morning?"
"If you can take the girls, that would be great. Kat wants to meet early, and I promised coffee and muffins for our tour."
"Tour?"
His brows rose.
"Are we dealing with actors now?"
"You'll see. Stop prying. It's a surprise for you and everyone else."
"You're adorable when you act like a devious vixen, you know that?"
"And you're handsome when you act like the big bad CEO with the biggest heart on earth," I said, rising on my toes to kiss him. "Thank you for letting me do this, for not cheating and following me to the set."
"The only one cheating right now is my wife, manipulating me with words instead of her body,"
he said. "That's right." I turned back to my closet. "If you can take the girls, it'll help me."
"Of course. No meetings till 10.
He paused.
"Are you sure you don't want breakfast here?"
"I'm sure," I said, laughing. "I don't need you and the girls teaming up to guilt-trip me about my party." Jim's chuckle followed him out, and I couldn't help but grin. After the banter, the teasing, and the morning we'd just had, I was fired up to see what Kat had pulled off at Paramount. 31. Avery. Pulling through the private studio gate felt like stepping out of the real world and into a memory I hadn't experienced yet. God, if I hadn't believed in Christmas miracles, this would have definitely done the trick. Frosted pine garland framed the entrance archway where security waved me through, and even in the California sun, there was a distinct shimmer of Christmas magic in the air. Not the kind found in red and green gift bags or store-bought canned snow, but the kind that wrapped around your skin, sank into your bones, and whispered, "This night will live in memories forever." From what I'd seen, this was everything and more than I could have ever imagined. Waiting near the faux gas lamps at the entrance was Kat. She was perched in perfection, sitting behind the wheel of a polished, deep green golf cart trimmed with velvet ribbon and golden bells. She wore a long camel trench, sunglasses pushed into her hair, clipboard in hand, already looking 10 steps ahead and smug as hell about it. "Well, doll, you asked and I know I fucking delivered." She grinned as I slid into the passenger seat beside her. "I hope you love it so far." "Good God!" I breathed, already taking in the scale of what she'd created. "I feel like I've been transported into Narnia." "Just wait until we go in." "And here," she tossed me a red knit blanket. "You're gonna need that. I had them crank the outdoor mist machines and cold steamers so you'd feel it in your lungs." We zipped through the first stretch of the set, the area Kat referred to as the carriage entry lane. Sleek black horse-drawn carriages were being polished for guest pickup 6 days from now, while a canopy of Edison bulbs stretched above the cobblestone path, casting a soft amber glow that somehow made everyone look 10% more attractive. Guests would be dropped at what Kat referred to as the drop-off circle, where frosted firs framed the true entrance to our Scrooge-inspired wonderland. A team of staff in Victorian attire moved with flawless timing, rehearsing bows and curtsies with the precision of a Broadway show. "All guests are set to come in by the carriages, right?" I asked. "Unless they show up in a helicopter, yes." Kat chuckled. "They'll load the carriages at the main entrance and be brought to this one, which reveals Dickens Square once we go through these gates." I grinned. "You've nailed this vision better than what I even imagined." "Oh, honey, you haven't seen anything yet. The builders and designers were all fantastic to work with and went above and beyond for this project. I'm truly impressed with their efforts and how they followed all my instructions to the last detail." She guided us into the main village, and I nearly forgot how to breathe. It was like an entire village from 1840s London emerging from the asphalt as if by magic. Fog machines released gentle swirls of mist that caught the morning light just enough to make the cobblestone paths shimmer. "My God," I said, truly speechless and taking all the magic in. I inhaled the frosty air, tucked further into the blanket, and glanced up at the gaslight lanterns flickering, complemented so artfully by artificial snow drifting throughout the entire area. The giant hand-painted skyline in the distance looked believable and more realistic than I had ever imagined. Every building, every stone arch, every crooked roof looked like it had been lifted from a Charles Dickens dream. "Impressive, right?" she said, still cruising through the area slowly so that I could take it all in. "Charles Dickens himself, I think, would get a little emotional seeing this," I teased. We passed a building with a wooden, carved sign that said Fezziwig's Emporium first. It was a faux general store turned photo booth lounge, featuring antique sleds, nutcracker displays, and a wall of peppermint-colored pillows where couples could stage holiday kisses. "Inside Fezziwig's," Kat started, "we've got red and green lighting filters, hot cider dispensers, and 3 hidden ring lights so no one gets tagged in bad lighting." She noted with a laugh. "The influencer crowd can't ruin the aesthetic if they wanted to." "Nothing could be twisted on social media to make this all bad, even if they tried to," I added. "God knows I considered all of that after Jim went viral everywhere. Did you see what they were saying on Discord?" "Discord?" I questioned with a laugh. "I don't use that app. Do you?" "God knows I have no time for all that," she answered, smiling at me. "My tech department filters everything for me and protects my clients' privacy. Jim's PR team shut it all down completely, but I'm not about to let anything go on social media that I don't want there. Anything and everything will only boost Jim's presence, never shame him." "And hopefully make up for the brown tree?" I chuckled. "Sweetie, the brown tree would be dead and gone as it already is, once social media praises James Mitchell for offering his company guests the most indulgent, festive experience they could ever ask for." We curved past another perfectly crafted building, a Cratchit's Bakery sign hanging above the door, where Kat explained that fresh bread would be pulled every hour from hidden convection ovens tucked behind the faux brick fronts. "The smells!" I gasped. "They're all custom-scented," she said. "Like theme parks are known to use, we have mist diffusers scattering notes of gingerbread, vanilla, and cinnamon pecan scattered through the vents." "Well, now I'm starving. Any chance they're making bread yet?" I laughed. "I have plenty of food prepared for you to sample, darling. It's the food that will be served throughout the venue, and, of course, the dinner menu as well. I must ensure everything meets with your approval." "Jim wanted to be here to make the final approvals." I chuckled. "Ah, he's adorable, especially since he was fine signing off on cheese trays and champagne bottles for his company." "No shit," I said, before my attention was pulled to the next attraction. "This is Tiny Tim's tree lot," Kat said. "It's where guests can pick mini potted furs as favors. I assume the children will love this part. And, of course, adopting a live tree instead of a dead one, as Jim's silly prank implied people should do." I laughed as I took in the area. Globed lighting was strung throughout, making it look like an authentic tree lot with full-sized Christmas trees. However, true to the spirit of Tiny Tim, they were all adorable miniature trees. "I love that you came up with this idea," I said. "You're a genius." "I know." She scrunched her face up in a cute way. "Jim can thank me later for that little detail," she finished with a wink. "And over here," she pointed as we slowed to a crawl past a flickering street lamp. "This is where we will have horse-drawn sleigh rides over freshly packed snow. They will lead the guests through that enchanted forest over there and end with photo ops. We're also setting up antique wooden benches, fir throws, and a sign that reads, 'May your days be merry and bright' in wrought iron script." "Damn, I'm ready to go on that now." I couldn't stop smiling. "I can drive us through the enchanted forest, But it's best viewed at night and, of course, by horse-drawn sleigh. Kat smirked. I trust it's going to be amazing, and I really want to experience that with Jim and the girls the night of the event. I said, Excellent thinking, she answered. Kat, I love you so much right now, it's unhealthy. You just wait till we get to the ballroom. We continued down the side alley and into Dickens Square. A towering Christmas tree dominated the space, draped with cascading lights and framed by carolers warming up beside a mock fire barrel. Beyond them, the faux cathedral loomed, its stained glass illusions glowing, and a choir riser ready to hold golden-robed singers tonight. It looked like a scene straight out of a Thomas Kincaid Christmas painting. Is this where the blessing scene happens? I asked, motioning toward the faux altar. Yep. Nat confirmed that Spencer will give the toast here before the guests are served dinner. We'll have stringed instruments enhancing the introduction to Spencer and the start of Mr. Scrooge's evening. She chuckled. And yes, we made sure the fake stained glass window has a hidden snowblower behind it for a silent night reveal. Oh my God, I whispered. You built the most perfect real-life Scrooge event. That's what I hoped you'd say, she said. Now, wait until you see Scrooge's house. To be clear, you're entering from the back to make your grand host entrance and watch Jim arrive in that Christmas vacation RV with the guests. After that, Jim will be taken from the RV and changed into his Scrooge attire. Then he will be directed to where he'll make his official entrance to the event, through the front square in the Scrooge carriage. I groaned. Yes, we must have Jim arriving promptly in that RV while most guests are waiting to be loaded into carriages and offloading them, I said. It has to be timed perfectly. Oh, this will be perfection once the men are set in motion to retrieve Jim and bring him in that clunky old thing. Have you seen it yet? I laughed, so disconnected from all this planning that I forgot Jake and Colin bought and shipped the damn thing here. Of course, she laughed. It's behind the lot. We hid it here so the guys will arrive promptly and leave. The engine has been checked, so even though it looks and will probably feel like the damn thing is going to break down, it won't. Jim will wish it had once he knows where it's dropping him. I laughed again. Kat led us down a narrower cobbled path lined with frosted hedges and glowing lanterns shaped like falling stars. We're almost there, she said, that signature wicked grin spreading. I saved the best for last. The cart slowed down, and we stopped in front of what looked like a grand brick estate with ivy-covered windows, twin staircases winding up to Juliet balconies, and stained glass archways glowing from inside. Welcome to the ballroom, Kat announced. The double doors creaked open as she waved to the crew inside. You ready? I stepped off the cart and nearly gasped as I entered. The entire space shimmered like a scene from Bridgerton, set within a snow globe. Hundreds of flickering candlelight bulbs floated in glass orbs from the ceiling, suspended like enchanted snowflakes. The walls were draped in midnight blue velvet, with twinkling string lights that resembled a starry sky. Gold crown molding was added to the beams, while fresh white roses and magnolia garlands spilled from every mantel and chandelier. But the floor was everything. It was a custom ice-inspired epoxy overlay, designed to resemble frozen water with veins of silver and sapphire cracked through it. It reflected overhead light like crystal, and in heels, it probably felt like gliding as guests danced on a frozen lake. The far wall held a stage, already set with a live string quartet warming up near a gleaming white grand piano. They've been here practicing since last week, Kat confirmed as we walked past them. At the center of the room was a 30-foot tree, frosted and glowing with soft golden lights, surrounded by stacks of antique gift boxes and ribbon-draped chairs. Holy shit, I whispered, blinking fast. You haven't even seen the place settings, Kat said smugly, guiding me toward one of the long banquet tables. Gold-rimmed crystal, hand-calligraphed place cards, and those are real snowflake charger plates that were imported from Austria. I looked and saw that there were custom menus at each setting, printed on linen scrolls and sealed with wax stamps bearing the Mitchell and Associates logo. Kat pointed up. Overhead are hidden snow vents that are angled to drop micro-flurries in time with the music cue, and only during toasts and your personal welcome speech. Shit, I forgot about my speech. I chuckled. Not to worry. I'll have one prepared as a backup, just in case, she answered. No, I'll write one. I'm more excited to do it now than before, I said with cheerfulness. Kat tapped her clipboard. Okay, so we have 3 temperature zones, a shoe valet for anyone who doesn't want to wear stilettos on cobblestone. And yes, the Mitchell family table is centered under the main chandelier with full media lighting for those perfect candid shots. This is a masterpiece of perfection, I whispered, shockingly choked up. Kat smiled. I'm delighted you are pleased with it, she answered. Now that we're on wrap-up here, I want to bring you to the hotels to view the suites where guests will be staying after they arrive tomorrow. I forgot about that, too. I covered my heart. Oh, hell, I'm more excited for this event than I am Christmas. That's the exact reaction we want, and we most certainly want our guests to have. She chuckled. Let's head over to the first hotel. It's where we can do the food sampling of everything that will be served here. I was so goddamn excited, I didn't even know how to react anymore. I wished all the ladies were here to join in, but I wanted this to be the perfect Christmas surprise for them, too. So, for now, I would indulge in the experience, and my stomach, which hadn't stopped growling since I first smelled the custom-crafted scents filling the air, made me even more eager to sample what I knew would be amazing, delicious food for all our party guests.
32. Jim. It was the day before the event I had planned with the girls, and the only part of Avery's party planning I had seen so far happened 2 days ago, when I had visited the hotel suites, which were fully decked out for the holidays and ready for the guests. As lovely as it was, I still had no idea why we went the extra mile to decorate everyone's hotel suites, but at this stage it wasn't worth questioning. Regardless, I had to hand it to Kat. I was highly impressed by her skill and talent in pulling it off on top of planning Avery's venue. I swear, those suites had more Christmas spirit packed into them than our beach house and our main house combined. Ultimately, I wasn't complaining because Avery's success solidified that I was well on my way to no longer being labeled Clark Griswold's boss. Suppose my employees started sharing their experiences on social media, everything from their travel on our private jets to the luxury party buses and those 5-star suites. In that case, I might end up being crowned Father Christmas for real. I'd been buried in meetings with my executives who had flown in from around the globe, resulting in back-to-back strategy sessions. So I used all of this to my advantage and folded all the fourth-quarter reports and project launches into this Christmas party trip. Boring? Yes. Tax-deductible? Hell yes. This is how smart CEOs keep profits where they belong, inside the company instead of Uncle Sam's pocket. Now that my last meeting was done, I was finally free to pick up the girls from their final tailoring appointments for the dresses they'd wear tomorrow at our event. Thanks, Alistair, I said, handing a tip to my driver as I stepped out of the rolls. Have a good evening, Mr. Mitchell. You do the same. I walked into the boutique Avery always used when she needed gowns tailored for galas and company events. Mr. Mitchell, the receptionist said with a polite smile. Your wife and daughters are just through those doors. Appreciate it, I said, heading down the corridor. Mrs. Mitchell, a voice drifted through the air as I entered the dressing lounge. The girls will be an absolute vision tomorrow, a stunning statement for both the company and their father, announced Avery's tailor, Jacques. I stepped in and froze. Jesus. Izzy stood in front of the mirror in an emerald green dress that shimmered like crushed velvet under the lights. She looked utterly adorable in her white stockings and patent shoes. Her curled hair was pulled back into a perfect ponytail with a matching velvet bow. She looked like a perfect portrait of a porcelain doll come to life. My heart stopped when Addie pulled back the curtain from her dressing room. Even Jacques gasped before immediately flurrying around her, adjusting the hem of her floor-length burgundy gown. Her long black hair was curled over one shoulder, and even her irritated eye roll, aimed at the tailor fussing over her, made me smirk. She was all Avery, beautiful and poised, and just annoyed enough to remind me of the first time I dragged her mom to one of these things. Avery stood nearby, laughing with Jacques and admiring the finished looks. And before I could stop it, something cracked open in my chest. Our beautiful girls looked older. Too old. Addie didn't look 15. Instead, she looked ready to take on the world. God help me, and next year she'd be driving. And Izzy? She still had that tiny nose like Avery and my green eyes, but even she was growing too fast. God, where did our little girls go? I had to inhale and reel it in. I had to refocus. Honestly, this wasn't the time for nostalgia, nor was it time for me to be a dad unwilling to let my baby girls grow older. It was a time for celebration. Tomorrow, the girls and I would throw a party no one would forget, something magical. It would be a night that would rival anything Kat and Avery had put together. And seeing them now, knowing how they'd shine tomorrow, I was more determined than ever to make sure the night we created together would outshine every last candy cane-covered square inch of Paramount Studios. Avery turned and saw me, and as always, she looked gorgeous when she was caught off guard. Her eyes hit me like a direct current, sharp, alert, and a little surprised. But then that signature spark lit behind them. The look that said she already knew I had something up my sleeve. I leaned against the archway, arms crossed, doing my best not to let the smirk hit full tilt across my mouth. But hell, watching her try to stay composed in that sleek little coat, cheeks still flushed from being held under my gaze, it was impossible not to enjoy the effect I still had on her. "You're early," she said, walking toward me. I took her in like a man starved. I wanted to see my gorgeous wife before I stole the girls away for the evening. Truth, plain and simple. But I also wanted to take a look at the gowns and see the girls in all their holiday regalia before we headed out. And if I were being honest, I wanted to get the edge. Avery's party was going to be some type of London winter masterpiece. But mine needed to feel like Christmas morning. And it would. Also, I added, leaning down just enough that my breath brushed her ear, I wanted to get a preview of what I'm up against tomorrow. Her soft laugh was everything. Her blue eyes glistened while we talked quietly. "That's not happening here. This is just dress fittings." I let my lips graze her temple. I've been raised to understand how outfits serve the purpose of their destination. So whatever our girls are wearing just allows me another peek into your London party. She smiled. "Good. Then I hope you approve, because these are their dresses for your party." I eyed my wife, searching her devious expression for truth. "Is that so?" I questioned. "It's so." Her eyes widened, teasing me in ways I didn't need to be distracted at the moment. "Very well, then." I arched a challenging eyebrow at her. "I'll deal with your sexy ass later." I kissed her nose. "Girls," I called. "Time to go see what I've been working on." It was time to keep things moving forward, or I was going to screw up the surprise that awaited our girls. This night was all about the reveal of their little imaginations that I'd fed to my planner, and she put into perfect play. I couldn't wait to see their reactions to the fun visions we all created, which had now come to life. After I'd called the girls, Izzy had whipped around first, her curls bouncing, already halfway to my side. Addie followed a second later, still trying to act like she wasn't that excited. She failed. Miserably.
"Do we get to ride in one of the party buses?" Izzy asked, clutching her glittering mini purse as if it were a sacred treasure.
Yep. The same luxury coach fleet everyone else will be arriving in tomorrow, but tonight it's just ours. Addie gave me a suspicious look.
"Is there Wi-Fi?"
I narrowed my eyes. There's holiday magic. Better than the internet, which you know your old dad is completely over at the moment. Just as Izzy reached for the coat rack, Avery intercepted like a linebacker with impeccable fashion sense.
"Hold up, young lady," she said, holding out a hand. "Neither one of you is going anywhere in those gowns."
Izzy froze.
"Seriously, Mom?" Addie groaned. "We want to have the full effect."
"You will?" Avery folded her arms and smiled at our girls.
"Tomorrow night, when I and all the other guests get our full effect."
"But, Mom,"
Izzy pleaded with those puppy dog eyes.
"No but, Mom, kiddo. Those are for tomorrow night only. You two will not be wrinkling silk and velvet in the back of your father's party bus the night before the event."
I leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, silently enjoying the show. There she was, my wife, the self-proclaimed CEO of Christmas, a title she'd adopted weeks ago from Mitchell & Associates. In truth, the woman could organize a charity ball, outmaneuver a PR crisis, if she wanted to, and still stay 3 steps ahead of 2 teenage girls determined to look like Vogue models on a school night. Addie tried again.
"Can't we just keep them on and sit really still?"
"Nope." Avery turned on her heel and pointed toward the fitting rooms.
"Go change. I want the dresses hung neatly on their hangers, in the garment bags, and zipped."
Avery sighed, as if this were a death sentence.
"But I was going to take a picture in mine." "You can take 10,000 tomorrow, and you'll look even better when you're not wrinkled like a tissue someone sat on."
Addie muttered something under her breath and disappeared with her sister. I stepped in closer to Avery, brushing my hand against her waist. "You're sexy when you're acting like you run the company." She didn't even blink.
"And you're reckless when you let them think they're going to parade around in $500 gowns like it's a casual Tuesday. The dresses will be delivered to the venue just like everyone's outfits will be delivered for mine."
I grinned. "Ave," I started, "how many times have we gotten a little wild while you were dressed for a gala in the back of the—"
"Jim," she sternly cut me off. "All of the outfits will be delivered to their respective parties."
I studied her. Avery never gave half a damn about wrinkles, and she knew damn well the girls would be careful. There was something behind her sudden concern I couldn't quite place, especially considering she and I had done a whole lot more in her tailored event dresses in the back of a limousine than the girls could ever manage on a party bus, and not once had there been a wrinkle worth worrying about. "I promise I won't let them—"
"No."
She held her ground, to which I merely raised an eyebrow. Avery never acted like this, but I decided not to press the issue. I was ready to get the girls up the mountain and to the venue they'd dreamt up for Christmas. "Very well," I smiled and gave in. "They'll be happy either way," I said proudly.
"They're going to lose their minds, aren't they?"
she added more softly, eyes flicking to the door. "They are," I said, voice lower now, "and I hope it ruins their standards for every Christmas party from now until adulthood." I kissed her smiling lips, including their mothers. Avery rolled her eyes, but her smile betrayed her.
"Have fun tonight,"
she offered a short truce. "Never without you," I winked, and let the next kiss linger a bit longer until I could finish what I wanted it to start, later tonight. Once the girls were changed and ready, they hugged their mom goodbye, both giggling, and rushed out the door with me barely trailing behind them. The luxury coach was parked and waiting in all its grandeur outside. It was black and sleek with an LED-lit interior, complemented by plush white leather seats and silver trim. The driver greeted us, holding the door open, as if we were boarding our private jet. The second we stepped on board, Izzy gasped.
Yum! It smells like marshmallows in here.
It's a scent diffuser, I said with a shrug. Custom blend. Sugar, fir, cinnamon, vanilla bean. Addie looked around like she couldn't decide if she was impressed or preparing a roast.
You're really trying to kick Mom's butt this year.
Trying? I raised a brow. Sweetheart, we already won. The coach pulled away from the Taylors, smooth and silent like the luxury hotel suite on wheels it was. The girls, now in their cozy fleece-lined leggings and soft holiday hoodies, took up the curved leather bench at the back, while I stood up front, watching the city blur behind tinted glass.
I still can't believe you rented an entire fleet of these,
Addie said, bouncing slightly as she pulled out her phone to snap photos.
This isn't a bus. It's a vibe.
Please. Your mother flew the entire company in on private jets, and the same ones you've flown on. I'm sure this is nothing.
No, Dad.
Addie smiled at the luxury holiday decor surrounding us on the bus.
This all just feels different and much cooler.
I smiled. That's the exact reaction I was hoping for.
Can we take this to school forever?
Izzy asked, giggling. Only if you plan on bribing the district, I said, smirking as I poured cider into copper mugs from the built-in beverage station. Tomorrow, all the guests will get this experience. There will be champagne for the adults and hot cocoa bombs with marshmallow stirrers for the kids. There will be attendance on all buses, and fireplaces will be playing on the monitors. And of course, the whole Christmas experience will have a full pre-party playlist. Addie raised a brow.
Are you trying to brainwash us into thinking we won Christmas so we won't be upset when Mom and Kat win?
No. I handed them their drinks and sat across from them. Actually, I'm trying to give you something you'll never forget. It took 45 minutes to get to the venue I'd chosen after scrapping the Shrine Auditorium idea, just long enough for the city to fall away and the mountains to rise ahead. By the time we pulled through the massive stone and steel gates of the estate I had rented and reimagined for this, the sun had dipped behind the horizon, and the first lights came into view. Izzy gasped.
Oh, wow.
Addie's jaw actually dropped.
Oh, my God.
The coach doors opened, and silence hit us first. Not the absence of sound, but the kind of hush that settles over something majestic before it comes alive. Addie stepped down first, then Izzy followed, both girls in awe of being transported officially to the North Pole. Ahead of us, the estate was unrecognizable. What used to be a grand stone chateau was now the beating heart of a full-scale North Pole village, untouched by guests, pristine under layers of fresh artificial snow, and accented with real frost from the outdoor chillers Karen had insisted on trucking in from Colorado. The air even smelled like cloves and sugar cookies. I told you, I said, nodding toward the towering candy cane gates as they swung open on their tracks. We don't just do Christmas. We redefine it.
Holy,
Addie caught herself, her voice trailing off as she stared.
We did it, Dad,
Izzy squealed.
I just know we won this thing.
Me too, I smiled, chuckling softly at the reactions I'd been waiting for all day since I saw this first thing this morning on my own. Before us, a cobblestone path wound past trimmed evergreens, lit with golden bulbs and crystal stars. Rows of hand-carved log cottages flanked the village center, all wrapped in frosted garlands and topped with glowing signs in gold script for Santa's post office, the Reindeer Flight Academy, Mrs. Claus's confectionery, the Elf University, and the Sleigh Works engineering bay. Every detail gleamed like something plucked from a snow globe. We stepped into the village. The crunch beneath our shoes was real snow, imported from Lake Tahoe by Karen. Projectors mounted discreetly on rooftops cast shimmering waves of the aurora borealis across the darkening sky. Then there was a towering fir tree at the village's center, easily 60 feet tall, strung with programmable lights that pulsed in time with the soft instrumental version of Carol of the Bells playing overhead. Karen stepped out from inside one of the cottages, tablet in hand, with an expectant and victorious expression.
"Well?" she asked. "What do you think, girls?" "This might actually outdo Paramount," Addie chirped. "I think we may have won this," she said, looking back at me, then smiling at Karen.
"I know we did," Karen offered. "How about you, Izzy?"
"Mom has a ballroom, though,"
she truthfully admitted, so like me in not missing 1 ounce of detail.
"Oh, we do too,"
Karen smiled.
"You'll see. But first you must journey through Santa's village."
We passed Santa's observatory, where an animated telescope moved under a domed glass roof, tracking the night sky above the North Pole. Elf University featured long oak tables that were set up for cookie decorating, snowflake crafting, and toy blueprint drafting. Every station was pristine and ready for all the company's children to create fun, crafty Christmas memories.
"This is where the kids will check in tomorrow night," Karen explained. "Each gets an elf name badge. They'll be escorted by staff in full costume who are Santa-approved, background-checked, and Disneyland-trained."
I grinned. "And what about Santa?" Karen tilted her head.
"He's arriving via sleigh, but only after the snow starts to fall inside the ballroom."
Addie's brows shot up.
"There's snow in the ballroom?"
Karen gestured for us to follow. We walked through the final arch, this one carved from white chocolate, and entered the main lodge.
"This is what we're calling the Grand Ballroom of Winter Dreams,"
Karen said excitedly to the girls. Inside the ballroom was an ice skating rink that dominated the center, encircled by chalet-style booths trimmed in gold and holly. The tables were set with frosted glass chargers, velvet napkins, and icicle-shaped crystal candelabras. Above us was a massive sleigh, hand-carved from red cedar, hung suspended in midair, and glowing from within. Snow machines were hidden in the rafters, already calibrated for the exact moment guests would walk in. "You positively nailed this," I said under my breath. The girls wandered ahead, spinning slowly, taking it all in. I stepped back, crossing my arms, watching them. The charcuterie boards and champagne bottles wouldn't even be a thought in any of my employees' minds after they indulged themselves in the party that the girls and I dreamt up and Karen had brought to life. This wasn't just a party. It was a takeover. A statement that James Mitchell didn't just show up for Christmas. He owned it.
33. Avery. It was the morning of Jim's party, and I couldn't wait to see what he had cooked up. All I knew was that he had moved the venue to the San Bernardino Mountains. "So you're not even giving me a hint?" I asked the girls, who were dead set on making cinnamon waffles for me and their father. Addie stirred the batter while Izzy sprinkled in cinnamon and sugar. "No hints, Mom," she said. "Izzy, that's enough. It's going to taste like a cinnamon donut if you're not careful."
"Add some brown sugar,"
Jim said, walking into the kitchen behind me.
"Trust me, those waffles will have maple donut vibes, and everybody knows that's Dad's favorite."
"Good morning, handsome." I smiled at him, sharp in a suit for his executive meeting with Titus.
"Oh, it's definitely been a good morning,"
he said, emerald eyes glinting as he bent to kiss my cheek. "Gross," Addie groaned. "I hope that was aimed at Izzy believing in your dad's made-up maple donut waffle recipe." I teased. "It wasn't," Izzy said, fully aligned with her sister's drama.
"Let me ask you two little elves something."
Jim sat on a bar stool beside me, across from the waffle station. "You already know our answer, Dad," Addie said, one brow raised. Jim chuckled.
"You don't even know the question. Suppose your mother and I never kissed, barely spoke, and spent all our time arguing. Or, worse, suppose we never had mornings like this together. Is that what you prefer?"
"See, a kiss isn't so bad," I told them while they pretended to think it over. It could be so much worse. Worse, like when you both didn't talk for a week? Izzy asked.
Just like that, Jim said, and you had to hear us bicker.
So you girls can choose, I offered. Back to the days when we hid out at the beach house to avoid Dad, or your dad and I being back to normal, just in time for Christmas? Addie ladled butter onto the waffle iron. That's a tough one, she said, glancing at Izzy.
How is that tough? Jim laughed. I grew up wishing my parents would choose a hug over a shouting match.
I know, Addie said, softening. It's just, you two can be so cringy. We are not cringy, I insisted, trying not to laugh. I don't want the fighting, Izzy said, but I'd be okay with the silence again. She giggled, and we all cracked up. Oh, Lord, I rolled my eyes. A little affection never hurt anyone. Dad's right, it could be worse. I rubbed Jim's hand and smiled at him. And if we ever go back to that fake fighting mess, I'll kick your ass. Jim arched an eyebrow.
If we continue our fire and ice therapy, we'll never go silent again.
Fire and ice therapy? Addie asked, hovering over the steam emanating from the waffle maker. What even is that? Something for your Uncle Jake to explain, I said, as cinnamon and caramel began wafting through the air. Wait, did you put the brown sugar in? It smells amazing. Yeah, Izzy said, while Dad was talking about why it's okay to gross us out.
New topic, Jim advised. Are you girls excited for tonight?
Yes, Izzy squealed, but Mom won't let us change until we're there. I don't want the dresses wrinkled, I said, taking the first waffles. We've been over this. But John said all the other kids get to arrive already dressed, Addie said. Why is this even an issue? I asked, taking a bite. Holy! I stopped, eyes wide. Best waffles I've ever had. Is there peppermint? Yes, Izzy said. It was a gamble. You two never cease to amaze me. I forked a bite and offered it to Jim. You're going to melt. We watched the man, who routinely inspired the Michelin star standard of cooking in our house, savor his bite.
I have to agree with your mother, he said, pleased. They're light and practically melt in your mouth. Where'd you get the recipe?
TikTok, Izzy said, like she'd just won the Great British Bake Off. Yeah, Addie added. Once my feed stopped being about Dad saving brown trees, all the Christmas baking showed up. A lady said it was her great-grandma's recipe. Even the maple donut twist? I asked. No, that was Dad, Izzy said, handing him a plated waffle while Addie poured more batter.
So perhaps we get me trending with this recipe, Jim said, amused.
Do you really want to trend again, Dad?
Addie rolled her eyes. Meh.
He shrugged.
Maybe we keep our Christmas waffle recipe a family secret and only share it with friends who will truly appreciate it.
By late afternoon, the house buzzed with holiday chaos. Curling irons hissed, glittery shoes flew through the air, and the faint scent of peppermint lotion and pine drifted through the halls. Jim had been gone since morning for his meeting with Titus, and I hadn't heard a word from him except a single text that said, "Don't be late, Mrs. Mitchell. Santa waits for no one." That alone was suspicious enough. "Mom, which earrings?" Addie called from the bathroom doorway, holding up a pair of silver hoops and another shaped like tiny snowflakes. "Snowflakes?" I said. "They match your dress." Izzy appeared behind her, hair half curled and dress shoes in hand. "Dad texted us too. He said to be ready by 4 and pack something warm." "Warm?" I frowned. "We're going to a Christmas party, not an Arctic expedition." "Maybe he's doing it outside," Addie said. I laughed under my breath. "Knowing your father, he's probably building an ice rink on the driveway just to prove a point." "Or he's moving the party again," Izzy said. "That would be the 3rd time this week." I zipped up my coat, still half convinced he was bluffing about the mountain venue. I didn't trust the girls either. They were in on his party anyway. By 4 o'clock sharp, the doorbell rang. The girls froze mid-run down the hall, squealing. "It's starting!" When I opened the door, Alistair stood on the porch like something straight out of a Christmas advertisement. black coat, red scarf, and a smile that said he knew far more than he was going to tell me.
"Good afternoon, Mrs. Mitchell," he greeted. "Mr. Mitchell asked me to escort you and the young ladies."
"Escort?" I repeated. "As in, follow you?"
"Not exactly."
His expression didn't move, but I swore I saw the corner of his mouth twitch.
"If you'll gather your coats, I'll explain on the way."
"Explain what, exactly?" "Where's Jim?"
"I've been instructed not to say a peep,"
he said delicately. "Oh, of course." I crossed my arms. "Alistair, is this one of Jim's pranks?"
"Mrs. Mitchell," he said with practiced calm, "Mr. Mitchell prefers the term surprise."
Addie and Izzy came barreling down the stairs, laughing. "We're ready! Where are we going?" Alistair stepped aside, gesturing toward the driveway.
"If you'll follow me, young ladies."
I hesitated at the doorway, glancing past him. Parked at the curb wasn't Jim's usual Rolls. Instead, it was a black luxury coach with tinted windows and a faint hum of an engine already running. "Oh, cute," I said. "He's sending us to the mountains in the fancy Christmas bus?" Alistair opened the door for me.
"Not quite."
"Alistair, how the hell do you know how to drive one of these hoopties?" I chuckled.
"You'd be surprised, Avery,"
he answered with a smile. Well, this was comedy, at least. I never in a million years imagined being chauffeured in a damn limousine bus by Jim's driver. I smiled at the thought, then joined the girls up in the lavish holiday entertainment bus. Inside, the cabin was cozy. Plush seats, a tray of cocoa waiting, soft instrumental Christmas music playing through hidden speakers. Izzy pressed her face to the window as we started moving. "Mom, we're not going toward the freeway." I looked and saw that she was right. We weren't heading in the direction that led to the San Bernardino Mountains. "Alistair," I said carefully, "where exactly are we going?" He kept his eyes on the road.
"You'll see soon enough, Mrs. Mitchell."
"That's not an answer."
"It's the only one I'm permitted to give."
Addie giggled. "He's totally hiding something." "Of course he is," I said, sinking back into the seat. "Your father must be loving this."
"Rest assured, you all will profoundly love this as well,"
Alistair said with a giddy smile. "Well, let's just hope we'll get to the party in time after this short detour, or the girls and I will be arriving just in time to party with all the guests in sweatpants," I teased. "I'd find time to change," Addie said. "You'd be fashionably late, sister," I said. "And with all cell phone videos of you in your ratty sweats, don't think your cousin John won't be the first to get you trending next to Dad on social media." "I'd kick his butt, and he knows it," Izzy boldly proclaimed in protecting her sister. "Let's just let this music keep us in our holiday vibes for now," I said. "We don't need anyone kicking anyone's butt at Dad's company Christmas celebration." I chuckled. Whatever Jim was up to, I was a little worried, and it was only because of the silly pranks we'd started doing after we got into this party-planning war. So, knowing James Mitchell well, I knew he had to at least start the intro to his party with one last tiny prank on me and the girls. However, I was completely wrong when the bus turned onto Jim's private helipad. We pulled in, and when I saw the sleek black helicopter with the Mitchell & Associates crest on the side, I realized that my husband was actually taking us to his party in an exciting way, and that should have made me want to immediately stop the prank planned for him at his party. But it didn't.
34. Jim. Titus Hawk was one of the few men I could sit across from without feeling like I was wasting my time. That was the only reason I agreed to this meeting on a day I preferred to spend only with Avery and the girls. Rather than feeling guilty about having to review the Palisades project before Titus left for Madrid, I arranged for us to take a helicopter to make up for missing out on a ride in one of the luxurious party buses. I knew Avery would enjoy the short flight, and seeing my version of the North Pole that Karen had created from the same vantage point as if she'd arrived in Santa's sleigh. So everything would fall into place, even if I had last-minute business to attend to before my North Pole party in the San Bernardino Mountains. I glanced at my Rolex, knowing that Alistair should arrive with all 3 of my girls within the next 5 minutes at my private helipad, where all of the company's private helicopters were stored and managed by my flight staff and crews. Titus and I were wrapping up in my office on the top floors. The LA skyline stretched behind him like molten glass as the sun dipped low, setting early, as always, during the winter months. The Palisades Resort project glowed on the wall screen, its modern lines slicing into the Pacific like a cinematic statement piece. "Permits are nearly finalized on the additions we came up with 2 weeks ago," Titus said, flipping his tablet toward me. "New construction on those additions will start mid-January. You'll have your first look tour before spring." I nodded, scanning the numbers. "Palisades is certainly a beast, but you've built empires on worse odds." I glanced up at him. "You'll make the average person believe they can afford the good champagne." He smirked. "Spoken like a man who's tired of hearing about my resorts that don't include prices for the average middle-class family." "Spoken like a man impressed that you're skilled at following my vision," I said. "That all aside, I'm happy to see you make this work, not just for the wealthy, but for anyone who wishes to indulge themselves in the same lavish environment without having to mortgage their homes to do so." Titus leaned back, studying me. "Listen to you and your bragging about your visions." "Not bragging. It's exactly why you chose to enter into business with me, good friend," I smirked. "You preferred my vision as something unique and more of a challenge than anything. However, it's your vision that's bringing this to life." "Really?" "Because lately it's been James Mitchell and his visions that people are talking about when they mention you," he chuckled. "Good grief, man. You've managed to go viral twice this month over these visions. First, the dead tree rescue debacle, and then losing your wife. I wouldn't be surprised if someone posts about your company party scheduled for tonight either." "That makes 2 of us," I rolled my eyes. "I'm sure it'll be trending by the time the event starts." Titus laughed again. "You replicating the North Pole in the San Bernardino Mountains. Dios mío. I'm pretty sure that you'll be trending under hashtag Santa Mitchell soon enough." I exhaled through a laugh, pinching the bridge of my nose. "Yeah, well, none of this shit was exactly on my Q4 objectives list." "Maybe not, but it's entertaining," he said, shaking his head. "Tell me you're writing all these off as marketing expenses." "Of course I am," I said. "My accountant has a special column labeled Avery's Christmas Circus." Titus laughed, deep and genuine. "Only you would turn a domestic rivalry into a tax deduction." "You say that like it's a bad thing." "Only because I can't relate, hermano," he said, setting his tablet aside. "Bachelor life doesn't come with holiday wars or a wife hijacking my company events." "Exactly," I said, leaning back. "You wouldn't understand the thrill of this kind of nonsense. The looks on my girls' faces when they saw my venue last night, or even them making me and Avery Christmas waffles for breakfast." I smiled at his expression that couldn't figure out my happiness and fulfillment if he tried. Or the way Avery pretends she's not impressed, but lately, the woman has shown me she's beyond impressed with everything. "Is that so?" he smirked. I nodded. "That is so, and that, good friend, is the good stuff. That's the payoff." He studied me for a long moment, eyes narrowing in that way Titus did when he actually respected you. "So I take it your previous bachelor years are no longer missed?" "No." I shook my head, internally shuddering at the thought of life before my girls. Before Avery, life was all about acquisitions, headlines, and sinful distractions to fill a void I didn't realize existed before her. Now it's complete, wholesome, and I wouldn't trade a second of it. Titus grinned. "You're a sentimental bastard, Mitchell." "I've been called worse." "Well, I am familiar with the void you mention, but rather than trying to fill it, I prefer to keep my mistresses at a safe distance, and use them only when necessary." "You say that now," I smirked. "But it is only because you're buried in business transactions that you find yourself comfortable in your lonely, lavish life." "Call it whatever you want," Titus chuckled, "but I assure you, loneliness is the last word I'd use to describe how I'm living life." "Right." I laughed and stood. "So will you and this week's mistress be at tonight's event?" Titus stood and buttoned his suit jacket. "I hate to say it, but I'll be missing the festivities. My brothers and I are flying to Madrid tomorrow. In addition to meeting with my usual local lady, I'll be in meetings, finalizing open deals, and most likely indulging in some brotherly family chaos aboard my yacht." "That's a shame," I said. "I had a seat saved with a +1 for you next to a life-size nutcracker." "Tragic," he said dryly. "Send me pictures. I'll need proof of this circus of yours." "I'm sure you could just check what's trending on social media and see for yourself what you're missing out on," I chuckled. "I'm sure I'll regret missing your party while scrolling online as a Spaniard beauty lay in my arms on Christmas morning," he taunted. A vibration rumbled through the glass windows behind me, followed by the low rhythmic chop of blades. Titus arched a brow. "And even though he pretends to be a simple family man at Christmas with his wife and daughters, the man is about to make the same entrance I would make at any of my grand-scale events. Minus the candy canes, of course." Avery will clearly realize she's lost this little planning war when she sees my venue, flying in like she's riding in on Santa's sleigh to the North Pole itself. "You've lost your damn mind." Titus clapped me on the shoulder as we left the office and headed toward the elevators. "Enjoy your celebrations," he said, taking the elevator down to where his driver awaited, and I took the rooftop elevators to where my family had just landed. The moment I stepped onto the rooftop helipad, the city seemed to hold its breath. The sunset now poured like molten gold across the glass towers, and my helicopter sat waiting like a sleek black jewel, polished, quiet, and utterly unapologetic. It wasn't a standard chopper. This one had been custom-fitted when I ordered it, an ACH 160 executive conversion, for anyone who cared about helicopters, and it was trimmed in chestnut leather and brushed nickel. Inside, a low couch stretched along one side of the cabin, with a built-in bar across from it, stocked with chilled champagne, eggnog for the girls, and crystal tumblers to enjoy all of it in. Captain-style seats faced the back, giving the girls a perfect view of the skyline. The cabin was pressurized and whisper quiet, allowing us to talk at a normal volume, no headsets needed. It was nothing new for me to travel in a private helicopter like this. However, I appreciated the luxury even more, especially when my family was traveling with me in one of my choppers. Especially tonight, when I wanted to hear everyone's reactions as we flew up to my North Pole venue. As I approached the chopper, I saw Avery seated on the couch, with Addie and Izzy tucked beside her, their laughter muffled by the glass as the rotor blades spun. When the door opened, warm air and the faint scent of her perfume hit me like gravity. "Good evening, Mr. Mitchell," my pilot greeted me. "We're set for the North Pole," he said with a chuckle, playing along with the script I'm sure that Karen gave the flight department when I scheduled the chopper to fly us in tonight. "Evening," I smiled at him, then looked at the only things on the chopper I loved with all my heart. "This is quite the upgrade from the luxury bus," Avery said with a smirk, voice teasing over the roar outside. "I still assure you that your transportation to my event tomorrow will be much more thrilling." I stepped up and ducked inside, the noise falling away the second the door sealed. It was as if the chaos outside evaporated. "I look forward to it," I said with a grin. "Competitions aside, are you comfortable?" "Very, and I'm happy you're looking forward to it." Avery shot me a wry look.
However, for you, it appears you kidnapped us in style. I'll give you points for that.
Escorted, I corrected, taking the seat across from her.
Though, should your use of the word kidnap be something I should take into consideration regarding event transportation?
Avery rolled her eyes.
Not in the slightest, she said, brushing off my comment.
Dad, this is awesome,
Addie said, getting up with Izzy, and both girls sitting in the captain's seats to enjoy the view.
Can we have eggnog, too?
Of course, I answered, once we're underway. There's no better way to arrive at our version of the North Pole than with eggnog in hand, in awe of what we pulled off together.
Mom, you're gonna die, Addie said, and that's all I'm saying.
Avery grinned and leaned into me after I sat next to her on the small sofa. We may have laid down our swords in the party competition department, but I knew this wasn't over until after her party tomorrow. So, instead of focusing on our rivalry, I wanted to savor this moment with her and our girls before the joyful chaos of the event, and of my company partners and employees, pulled us apart for the night. I used this moment to kiss her gently, letting the magic of the night ahead fully embrace me and my family. I watched as the city gleamed through the windows like a string of diamonds below us as the pilot lifted off. Now we were underway, bringing everything full circle and proving to my wife that I was no Scrooge when it came to the holidays or showing appreciation for those at Mitchell & Associates. I watched as Addie and Izzy pressed their faces to the glass, squealing at the shrinking skyline. My breath caught when Avery's smile softened as she watched them. She was breathtaking, reminding me how grateful I was to no longer be a bachelor, rushing off to spend the holidays with a random mistress. Enamored by her as always, I admired the way the console's light gilded her hair and made her eyes sparkle, like the champagne I was about to pour. She was everything my heart longed for whenever we were apart, and once again, I realized my love for her was more than a feeling. She made me whole.
35. Avery. I had to hand it to Jim. This was absolutely perfect, and quite a way to kick off the Christmas party he and the girls had planned. Still, I wasn't the one judging the two parties, and this wouldn't necessarily put him ahead in our planning rivalry. Ultimately, it would be up to the company's employees and business partners to decide which event reigned supreme, and whether Jim could redeem himself for trying to cut corners on the holiday festivities this year. None of that mattered right now, though, because I planned to indulge myself in this exciting Christmas event fully. The holiday was here, and I couldn't believe we were actually celebrating it in the way we were. Hell, maybe Jim and I should do this for his company every year to really bring the spirit of Christmas alive in everyone's hearts. The helicopter broke through a bank of clouds, and for one impossible second, it felt like we'd slipped through a portal in the sky. Below us, the world had transformed. The mountains were gone, replaced by a glowing expanse of snow-covered wonder that stretched endlessly beneath a violet-gold twilight. Strings of lights shimmered like twinkling stars, wrapping through pine forests and lining along rooftops in patterns that made my breath catch. "Oh, my God," I whispered. Izzy pressed her hands to the glass, eyes huge. "Mom, do you love it?" she asked, as if she'd put the whole thing together herself. "We did it! It's Santa's village!" "I'm in love with all of it," I said, with a smile of excitement that matched hers. She wasn't exaggerating. It was precisely that. Santa's village. It felt like we'd flown straight into that movie, The Santa Claus, where the clouds opened and revealed the North Pole. Towers of light spiraled up from the ground, forming candy cane arches. Rows of toy shop cottages dazzled in soft gold and frosted white. The snow, good God, the snow, fell in perfect, weightless flakes that caught the light like crystal dust. The music drifting through the helicopter cabin didn't even sound like it came from the speakers anymore. Instead, it sounded like it floated up from the ground, faint and melodic, as if the entire mountain were singing. Beside me, Jim watched silently, one arm resting along the back of the leather couch, his thumb tracing idle circles against my shoulder. He didn't say a word and didn't have to. The look on his face said it all, that quiet satisfaction he wore when something went exactly the way he'd imagined it. I turned toward him, voice barely above a breath. "Jim, you really nailed this," I said, as I rubbed my hand over his leg. His mouth curved.
"And that surprises you?"
"After your most recent company gift choices? Yes, I'll admit. This surprises me more than you know."
"In the name of my charcuterie redemption, I believe that after tonight, no one will call me Griswold's boss or Scrooge again,"
he said proudly. I held back my laughter, knowing that tomorrow he would be thrown into those very roles at my Christmas party. But seeing what he'd done for his event made me start to wonder if my plan to have him escorted to his party might end up backfiring on me. Perhaps my party should have been first. You know, before the man could actually redeem himself by recreating a visit to the North fucking Pole for Christmas cheer. The helicopter banked slightly, giving us the full view.
"I've named it Evergreen Hollow,"
he chuckled. "Cute," I said, smiling at how damn adorable he could be when he got into shit like this for me and the girls. And something told me that's who this was really for, me and his daughters. It proved he was always about putting smiles on our faces during festive events and bringing warmth into our home whenever a holiday or fun occasion called for it. It was just Jim, the big bad CEO with a heart of gold. From our viewpoint from the chopper, Evergreen Hollow looked alive. The main lodge rose at the center. It was massive and warm, with every window spilling light like liquid gold. Surrounding it was an entire snow-covered village with gingerbread-trimmed storefronts, reindeer sculptures, and lampposts wound with garland and mistletoe. I could see tiny figures below that appeared to be people hired to dress as elves and toy soldiers. I smiled as I saw them all waving as the chopper passed overhead. Addie was videoing on her phone and laughing. "How cute! They're all waving at us like we're Santa coming home on the sleigh." Jim chuckled.
"Well, I'm no Santa, but it's close enough."
"Will the real Santa be here?" Izzy, who still believed, questioned with wide eyes.
"Oh, I'm sure he's planning to make a visit to make sure I didn't miss a beat when comparing this village to the real one."
Jim winked at her. Jim's perfect village had sucked me into its magical realm, and I couldn't look away. Every inch of it felt impossible, too perfect to exist in the same world we'd left 20 minutes ago. The air itself looked different here, thicker somehow, as if filled with magic instead of smog. Shit. Maybe I would even start believing in Santa again after tonight. We descended lower, the snow swirling harder, glittering in the downwash of the rotors. The music grew louder, turning from faint bells into a full orchestral swell that vibrated in my chest. "This isn't just a party," I murmured, the words barely forming around the lump in my throat. "It's a perfect Christmas dream." Jim's hand slipped into mine, his palm warm and grounding.
"It's our perfect Christmas dream."
The landing pad came into view, glowing in circles of white and gold, rimmed with animated snowflakes that pulsed to the rhythm of the music. And at the center, written in lights so bright they looked carved from starlight, were the words, "Mitchell and Associates and Families, welcome to Evergreen Hollow." My heart twisted. I'd spent weeks thinking this whole rivalry between our events was about who could outplan the other, putting Jim in his place for being a cheapskate. But now, as I stared down at the living, breathing North Pole he'd built, I realized it had never been a competition for him. It was always a gift for us to enjoy as a family and for the company he worked hard for to provide us with a comfortable life. Jim always went deeper, while I played on the feistier side of things, and that's what I loved so much about this man. The helicopter hovered for a moment before descending through a cloud of artificial snow. The sound softened, muffled by the flakes, until it felt like we were falling through a dream. When the skids touched down, Addie and Izzy squealed, unbuckling before the blades had even slowed. Jim rose first and turned toward me, his voice low and warm.
"Ready to see what you inspired by ensuring I wasn't a Scrooge this year?"
I swallowed hard, the world outside glowing like a fairy tale through the tinted glass. "You never cease to amaze me with anything you put your mind and heart to, handsome." He smiled, offered his hand, and with that familiar, infuriatingly confident tone, said,
"Then I must have already won our war."
"Let's not take advantage of me being overwhelmed with your big heart just yet." I smiled at him. "But I will say, you're pretty damn close to kicking my ass with all of this." "So we won?" Addie asked with a laugh. "That will be for Dad's employees to judge," I said. "And they're not coming in by helicopter." I offered Jim a challenging smirk. "Hopefully no one got car sick coming up on those buses." I chuckled. "All right, we ladies need to change. Where's the place they kept our dresses?"
"We have private rooms upstairs in the lodge,"
Jim said.
"All of our friends and family will be staying the night here with us and wake up for cinnamon rolls on Christmas Eve morning in Mrs. Claus's dining hall."
He proudly proclaimed. "Well, well," I said. "You are intent on being labeled Father Christmas."
"I am what I am,"
he shrugged, and with a tender kiss, the girls and I disappeared into the lodge to get into our dresses and brace for the night ahead. Upstairs in our suite, the air smelled faintly of peppermint, pine, and the soft crackle of the fire burning in the sitting room hearth. Snow still fell in thick, lazy flakes outside the windows, blanketing the world beyond in quiet white. I could almost believe Jim wasn't using snow machines to create this winter wonderland with how much it reminded me of our Christmas trip to Switzerland last year. I finished putting my diamond earrings in, then turned to check on the girls. I smiled when I watched Izzy twirling in her emerald velvet dress, curls bouncing as she twisted to look at her bow on the back. And Addie sat like an angel, scrolling through her phone so as not to do anything to wrinkle her dress. I was so thankful Jim fell for my no-wrinkles shit. It was the only way I knew I could get away with having his wardrobe for my party delivered to Paramount without him asking why the girls and I were wearing Victorian-era costumes to a Christmas party. I smoothed my hands down my gown, a stunning, long, winter-white gown with gold embroidery along the hem, when a knock came at the door. Addie darted to open it before I could say a word. "Whoa," she breathed. "Dad, you look like you're about to walk into a magazine." Jim leaned in the doorway, all tuxedo and confidence, snow dusting his dark overcoat. His tie was undone, collar slightly open, and he smiled when his gaze met mine.
"You're all stunning."
Izzy grinned. "Are we going through the village now?"
"Not quite yet,"
he said, stepping inside.
"First, I have a surprise. For all of you."
I folded my arms, suspicious. "You and your surprises." He smirked.
"You seem so concerned about them that I am starting to feel I need to worry about your party."
"I just don't trust you entirely yet." I walked up and stood on my toes to kiss his cheek.
"I'm done with the pranks, love."
He smiled at me.
"I've had enough of social media for one lifetime."
He extended his hand.
"Now, come with me."
The girls squealed and rushed ahead of us, nearly tripping over their satin skirts as they raced down the corridor toward the elevator. Jim looked at me, that half-smile deepening.
"You ready, Mrs. Mitchell?"
I couldn't help but be dazzled by him and this moment. "I am," I said, leaning into where I held on to the inside of his arm. We stepped out into the softly falling snow, and that's when I saw it waiting just outside the lodge. A horse-drawn sleigh. It sat beneath a canopy of lights strung through the trees, black lacquer gleaming beneath the snowfall. 2 snow-white horses stood harnessed to the front, their manes brushed to silk, their tack threaded with tiny golden bells that chimed as they shifted. The seats inside were lined with fur, and a bright red wool blanket was folded neatly across the bench. "Jim," I breathed. "Oh my God." He grinned, slipping a gloved hand around my waist to help me up.
"I wanted you and the girls to see it the way everyone else will tonight. We'll take the sleigh through the forest, and then through the main entrance of the village."
"This is just beyond me," I said, staring at him with a smile that I knew wouldn't leave my face for the rest of the night.
"I was hoping you'd feel that way,"
he answered, his emerald eyes gleaming. After Jim helped both girls up into the second row of the sleigh, he stepped in to sit with me. Once we were all settled, the driver tipped his hat, and with a soft flick of the reins, the horses began to move. The sleigh glided soundlessly through the snow, bells jingling in time with the soft clip of hooves. Lanterns hung from the trees, their golden lights glimmering against the frosted branches, casting everything in a dreamlike shimmer. The chilly air smelled of cedar and cinnamon, and faint music drifted through the forest, blending with the whisper of wind. Izzy leaned forward, eyes wide. "It's like we're inside a movie." "Mom, look." Addie pointed to a glowing sign just ahead. "It says Evergreen Trail, where every magical journey begins." "Well, aren't you just adorable?" I said, looking at Jim.
"It was actually Addie's idea to give our village a fun trail."
Jim's mouth curved.
"She gets the credit for that."
I turned back to where my daughter sat in awe of how her dad brought her cute little vision to life. "You have a brilliant imagination, Addie," I said. "I love this idea." "Thanks, Mom, but Dad made it all real." The path wound deeper into the woods, and every turn revealed another layer of enchantment. Carved snowmen waved from beside lantern posts. Tiny woodland cottages glowed through the trees, each one dusted in snow. A small bridge arched over a frozen pond, lights reflecting in the ice like stars blanketing the sky on a pitch-black night. I glanced at Jim, warmth swelling in my chest. "I love that you made all this happen with the girls, and for them."
"Well, all I know is that it wouldn't have happened without their magical minds seeing Christmas so much more differently than we boring adults do."
The sleigh rounded one last bend, and the trees began to thin. Beyond them, a soft golden glow spread across the snow. The lights of Jim and the girls' brilliant Santa village known as Evergreen Hollow. From this angle, the view was even more breathtaking than from the helicopter. The village opened before us like something out of a dream. Every rooftop glittering, the main lodge radiating warmth and light, garlands and wreaths draping every railing and archway. The music grew louder, blending with the laughter of guests arriving by the main gate. The sleigh passed under a massive archway twined in garland and lights. Snowflakes shimmered in the glow as we entered the main square, where a towering Christmas tree glittered in gold and crystal. I thought my tree was going to blow minds, but Jim's was something out of the fucking Polar Express. It was surreal. The sleigh slowed as the music swelled, the scent of roasted chestnuts and cocoa filling the air. Jim's hand found mine beneath the blanket, warm and steady. "This is like Christmas just swallowed us up," I whispered with a laugh. "It's just unbelievable that you created all of this, Jim."
"Well, I wanted everyone to be filled with the fun magic of Christmas."
Jim turned to me, eyes soft and certain.
"Lately, the world is a different place. It seems every year wears us all down a little more. I just wanted this to be something that felt rejuvenating."
"Well, you certainly landed this in the best way possible. I think a lot of people, whether they celebrate the holidays or not, would love this enchanting escape from life for a night." I smiled at him. "Leave it to your CEO ass to figure out everything that radiates joy and happiness." He shrugged.
"Tinsel and twinkling nights and a little bit of Santa's white magic dust."
He laughed at his own silly joke. "Cocaine?"
"Snow, gorgeous."
He ran an index finger down the center of my nose.
"Though I do wonder if Santa needs that dust to hit every single house in one night."
He laughed. The horses stopped at the center of the square, The laughter and music surrounded us. Addie and Izzy hopped out, spinning in the snow, their joy lighting up everything it touched. This was the most enchanting and thrilling experience, and I was so thankful that even if Jim kicked my ass with his party, we made this fun little competition together.
36. Jim. The moment the first champagne cork popped, I knew I was screwed. Not because the event wasn't perfect. It was. The place looked like Santa himself had handed over his design blueprints. Inside the lodge glowed gold. The music drifted from the string quartet near the hearth, and snow fell just outside the towering windows in perfect cinematic timing. Outside was spectacular on its own, and that's where most of the guests had ended up. Instead of being anywhere near the ballroom, they were out making memories with their children, enjoying horse-drawn sleigh rides, decorating Christmas cookies, making Christmas candy, you fucking name it. They were in Santa's village, truly immersed in the magic of the holiday. That wasn't why I was fucked. It was because the people I expected to be outside running around like elves at Christmas were here, waiting for this exact moment, after I'd peeled myself away from most company executives and had 3 moments of peace. Jake, Spencer, Colin, Alex, and Sebastian were standing at the bar like a pack of wolves waiting for blood. "Jimmy!" Jake called, raising his glass. "Are you sure this isn't the North Pole's new resort launch?" "Careful," Colin added. "One more mistletoe arrangement, and Santa's gonna sue you for copyright infringement. I did see where you had my idea of nutcrackers trending all over the fucking place. Nice touch, man. I appreciate it." Speaking of trending, Sebastian, the most composed of the group, said with a smirk, "Your ass is all over the internet again. Hashtag Mr. Christmas." "Of course it is," I groaned as I ordered a bourbon. "But I would be surprised if it weren't, because I just created a Christmas party that my wife will never be able to top." As I took a sip of bourbon, I watched Jake and Colin eye each other just long enough to raise suspicion. "Hashtag blessed," Spencer said with a grin, clinking glasses with Jake. "You might as well lean into it, pal. You've achieved every husband's worst nightmare. You've made the rest of us look like underachievers." "What was that look you just gave Colin, Jakey?" I questioned, knowing those two always had something up their fucking sleeve around the holidays. "What look?" Colin asked. "A look that tells me that my trending tonight is going to be nothing compared to tomorrow night," I said, eyeing the men's guilty expressions. "Whoa, Mr. Paranoid," Jake chuckled, taking a sip of his scotch. "Just because I'm giving my best friend fuck-me eyes doesn't mean you're going to be trending on social media tomorrow, too. Arrogant much?" "I agree." Colin clinked his glass to Jake's. "Tonight he trends. Tomorrow we shall see if Avery's party trends just the same." Well, after the amount of money spent on her London set at Paramount Studios tomorrow, I imagine it will do the same as this event, I said, still eyeing both men, but feeling a little more at ease that they were just dumbasses sometimes, and I probably had nothing to worry about with Avery's party. But I'd be damned if my gut instinct didn't keep insisting otherwise. "Why are you paranoid anyway?" Alex questioned. "There's nothing Avery can come up with that can top this, man. My twins are lost with Bree and the ladies somewhere out in Santa's village, making cookies with Mrs. Claus or something. That's pretty hard to beat. And we're in here, boozing it up, just like dads always do when the ladies take over the holiday fun for us," Spencer proclaimed too loudly. "Say that loud enough for Nat to hear, and we'll all be watching you give tours through the elves' workshop with all the kids," I teased. "I will admit, big bro," Jake said, "I did not think you had this shit in you. This is something out of a classic Christmas cartoon brought to life." He touched his glass to mine. "I'm impressed." "So you thought that this dipshit here," I nodded toward Colin, "was the only one who could pull this off because of his epic office nutcracker decorations?" "Oh no," Colin chimed in. "This comes nowhere near my creativity." Your creativity is more like turning Christmas decorations into crude sexual innuendos, Sebastian said with a laugh. You saw Jake's office too, I said, surprised that Sebastian had seen the bullshit pranks that Colin pulled on my brother. No, he laughed. I saw what Colin did to my brother's office. Dear God, I looked at Colin. What the hell is really wrong with you? You got John's office flanked with snowballs painted blue too? In an OBGYN's office? Of course not, Colin said seriously. Jace was the one who earned the blue balls this Christmas. Dr. Astor's was a bit more unique. You realize John and his wife both share an office, right? What did Mickey do to deserve this? Spencer asked with a laugh. Of course I know that. I'm there every day of my life, Colin said. Why do you think I nailed his ass like I did? Well, what did you see? I asked Sebastian, hoping he would tell me what their patients' reactions were likely to be to Colin's bullshit, rather than have Colin explain it. Well, you know how John and Mickey's OB office usually looks like something out of a Pottery Barn ad? All white garland and tasteful gold bows? Right, I said. Well, it now has a life-sized elf on the shelf, dressed in scrubs and motion-activated, that says, Sugar and spice and naughty or nice, that's what seasonal babies are all about. Holy fuck, Jake nearly spat out his scotch. What the hell is wrong with you, dude? I questioned Colin. Do you realize that some might take offense to this? Chill out, Grandpa, Colin said. I gave instructions to the admins at the front desk to shut the damn thing off when patients who might take offense dare to enter their office. And how would they know? They're not mind readers, I questioned. They don't have to be. They only turn it on for John anyway. And of course, they had to have that elf doing its job when Big Brother Sebastian showed up, he chuckled. I'm impressed by the OB staff for playing along with my little prank. I stared at Colin, amused with the man, and still trying to figure out how he got away with this nonsense without an HR complaint slapped on his ass. You seem to be at a loss for words, big guy, Spence cut in with a laugh. How the hell am I the one trending all over the fucking place this Christmas, but this practical joking dipshit isn't? I asked the group. Because I know how to keep it under the radar, Jimbo, Colin said with a smirk. Trust me, if you had followed my advice about your fake argument with Avery earlier, you wouldn't have ended up trending as a lonely bachelor the morning after poker night. He laughed with the group. We continued to joke about Colin's ridiculous pranks, which I still couldn't fathom how he managed to pull off, and then I glanced toward the main entrance and saw Avery arriving with some of the wives. Nearby, the kids were being watched by hired staff dressed as elves, keeping them entertained in the village while the adults enjoyed champagne and the freedom to follow their own desires. When Avery walked in, every conversation seemed to fade, replaced by that collective hum that always arises when perfection enters a room. All the wives were stunning, but Avery stood out in a way that made my heart seize. She was beyond radiant, with her hair gleaming under the light, her white and gold gown making her look like every wish I'd ever made come to life. The other wives and her friends flanked her, each carrying that same spark of joy I'd built this entire night for. Jake followed my gaze and whistled. Damn. No wonder you built Narnia. I'm most definitely getting laid tonight. Ash's smile is contagious, he said, his eyes only on his bride, after the women walked into the room and stole their husbands' hearts all over again. Easy, buddy, Spencer warned, smirking. I'm not drunk enough to hear about what you're going to be doing 2 doors down from mine and Nat's room. Please, Jake rolled his eyes. Nat informs everyone about everything between you two. At least you're not getting the details. He's not wrong, Colin said with a laugh. Yeah, no need to act like Saint Christmas, I chuckled, glancing at Spence, then back to Avery. I shook my head, hiding a smile. And if we're being honest, you're all idiots. Expensive idiots, Sebastian said, but still idiots. I had to take my mind off Avery's beauty, or I wouldn't make it through the night. So I turned back to the men and leaned on the bar. You do realize you're standing in the middle of the most profitable tax write-off of the year, right? That shut them up for exactly 3 seconds before Collins snorted. Only you would justify Christmas with a tax deduction. At least my seasonal decor comes from the heart. Your shit comes from somewhere that most men believe is their hearts, Spencer taunted. Jimmy's comes from tax deductions, apparently, my brother added. It's merely semantics, I muttered. Their laughter rolled over the music again, and despite the sarcasm, I felt what I'd hoped to feel tonight. Contentment. For once, everything was good. No emergencies, no work calls, no PR disasters. Just my family, my friends, and a ridiculous party that somehow managed to pull every version of my life into one room. Spencer tilted his drink toward the entrance, where a photographer had stopped Avery for a quick shot. You realize this entire setup seriously is going to be viral by morning, right? Let it, I said, watching as Avery laughed at something one of her friends said, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. If the world wants to see what perfect looks like, take pictures of my wife to give them a good view. Good view, Jake laughed. You turned a mountain into a Hallmark movie. Correction, I said. I turned it into her Hallmark movie. That got them quiet for half a heartbeat. Colin grinned. You've officially gone soft, Jimmy. Soft? I arched a brow. My house still runs on spreadsheets and caffeine. Don't mistake execution for sentiment. Alex smirked, rejoining us at the bar after being pulled away by some of the architects who worked for his and Bree's firm. Sure, buddy. Whatever helps you sleep at night. A burst of laughter erupted from the far side of the room as Avery and the girls reached the bottom of the stairs, guests parting around them like a royal procession. Music swelled, camera flashes sparkled, and I swear the temperature in the room rose 10 degrees just watching them. Jake nudged my arm. You gonna stand here or force us to watch you drool over your wife? Patience, I said, straightening my cufflinks. Timing is everything. God, Spencer said. I'm going to need another drink. I smiled faintly, ignoring their laughter, as I stepped away from the bar and crossed the room. The crowd shifted, and Avery's eyes found mine across the floor. For one suspended moment, the music, the noise, the flash of cameras, all of it blurred into static. Her lips curved into a soft and certain smile, the kind of grin that told me she knew exactly what this night meant. It was that easy, confident curve of her lips that always reminded me she was both the calm and the chaos in my life. I slipped an arm around Avery's waist and leaned in to kiss her temple. Enjoying the festivities? I questioned, heart full just by the sight of her sparkling eyes. Of course. Avery leaned into me. And now I'm here as advised by Karen for you to start the festivities with a dance? Indeed, I said. I took her hand in mine, gently rested my other hand on her waist, and began to lead her. I thought I'd offer the bonuses at your event tomorrow. That wouldn't be because you can't drag everyone out of the North Pole cottages, would it? She chuckled. That's the exact reason, I chuckled, as we whirled around the ballroom floor. I had no idea I'd turn all of my company execs into children at Christmas again. Avery laughed, and I stared in awe at my beautiful wife. Wasn't that the point, Mr. Mitchell? It was, I answered. Will it interfere with your plans? I know I insisted the bonuses be at my event last week. It will be the thing that pulls my event together flawlessly, she said with a wry smile. Should I be concerned about tomorrow's event? I questioned. No, she said. You should be excited. I had no idea what to expect, but whenever Avery's party came up, Everyone had a look in their eyes as if they were imagining some particular scenario playing out, and I could only imagine that thing would end up making me the laughingstock of social media again. Oh well. How could anyone laugh at me after I pulled off a show like this for all my employees? They couldn't. The night was perfect. Everything was perfect. Nothing could happen tomorrow that would take away from what my girls and I dreamed up and brought to life for everyone's holiday cheer.
37. Avery. I woke up to the soft hum of wind outside the chalet windows and the faint smell of Jim's usual Christmas cinnamon rolls and coffee drifting up from the kitchen. For a moment, it felt like Christmas morning. Everything was quiet, warm, and filled with the peacefulness Jim usually brought every morning, waking us all up with his delicious cooking. Then I picked up my phone, and peace officially died. Dear God, I muttered to myself, squinting at the notifications lighting up my screen like a slot machine. The hashtags themselves were enough to cause a minor panic. Hashtag tax write-off Christmas. Hashtag spirit not spreadsheet. Hashtag Grinch in Gucci. Hashtag Billionaire Santa fail. Hashtag North Pole bougie AF. Hashtag Billionaire bastard. Oh, perfect. A full-blown PR snowstorm. Again. I felt bad for Jim this time, though, because that's not what his party was about. Sure, it started off as some fun Mitchell family competition, and now it was the whole twisted mess of bullshit attacking my husband for going overboard for his Christmas party. The first post I saw was a photo of Jim standing in front of his $6 million Santa's Village with that perfect CEO poker face. The Jim Mitchell expression that said, "I built this, but I'm already mentally editing the budget for next year." Then came the taglines. At Office Tea Daily, when your boss says, "It's about the joy," but the receipts say, "It's about the depreciation schedule." Hashtag spirit not spreadsheet. Hashtag tax write-off Christmas. Hashtag billionaire bastard. I groaned, dragging a hand over my face. "Oh, Jim," I said softly. "The man pulled off a magical, breathtaking party last night. Was it over the top? Yes, but even I hadn't expected how much he'd poured into it. A literal winter village carved out of the mountains. Real sleighs. A light show. A toy workshop that made Disney look like it was on a budget. It had been stunning. But more than that, it truly was heartfelt. Jim and our girls created this. And sure, spending millions for a man like my husband was like spending a couple of $100 for the average person. But that's just how Jim's life was in the business world and the mindset he lived in. And somehow the internet turned it into a fiscal crime scene. I scrolled to the next post. At the luxury leak. Rumor is the horse-drawn sleighs alone cost $500,000. But hey, at least Santa gets to write it off. Hashtag tax write-off Christmas. Hashtag Grinch in Gucci. Hashtag company party scam. I covered my laugh. Oh my God. They think he did it for a tax deduction. From the doorway, I heard Izzy's little voice call, "Mom, Dad says breakfast's ready." "Be right down," I called, tossing the phone on the bed and exhaling. God help us all. The dining room smelled like cinnamon rolls, maple donuts, and roasted coffee beans. The long wooden table looked like something out of a Christmas magazine, complete with flannel napkins, Jim's cinnamon rolls stacked high, and everyone still half asleep, but glowing. Jake, Ash, Spencer, Nat, Colin, and Elena were already there. Jim sat at the head of the table, coffee mug in hand, phone face down beside it, which told me everything I needed to know. "Oh no," I said, sliding into the chair beside him. "I assume you're aware of your latest trending holiday theme?" He gave me a dry look over the rim of his mug. "Aware? I'm practically trending in every time zone." "Grinch in Gucci is my favorite hashtag," Colin said, already scrolling. "Oh wait, no. Shit, here's a good one. When you spend 7 figures on Christmas and still forget the spirit of giving." He looked up. "Classic, Jimmy." Ash grinned. This one says, a holiday miracle for his accountant. She held her phone up for everyone to see. Hashtag tax write-off Christmas is trending everywhere. Jim rubbed his temple.
Fantastic. The hired elves will be thrilled. You saw that too?
Spencer chuckled.
What was the hashtag? Elfgate?
Jim took a sip of his coffee.
That was the first one that lit my phone up. What was the other?
It was, Jim Mitchell's Christmas gala looked like the North Pole had a nervous breakdown. Nat added with a laugh.
Jake laughed. To be fair, that snow machine malfunction was epic. It did look like the North Pole had a nervous breakdown.
He forked another bite of his cinnamon roll.
So, that isn't twisted truth. I told them not to double the output pressure,
Jim muttered.
But of course they didn't listen to me.
I rested a hand over his. Hey, the party was beautiful, Jim. The employees loved it. When the snow machine malfunctioned, it looked like we were inside a Christmas snow globe. It was pretty fucking magical, actually. He gave me a weary, crooked smile.
I'm thankful you loved it, gorgeous, because I'm done trying to make the internet happy. They can call me Scrooge, Santa, or Spreadsheet Claus. I don't give a damn. Last night, my people were laughing and acting like kids on Christmas morning again. That's what it was all about.
And there it was, the soft truth behind the exhaustion. The man who'd built an empire out of precision and deadlines had built a winter village just to make other people smile. And the internet still found a way to crucify him for it. Across the table, Nat was laughing at something on her phone. Oh my God, Avery, look at this one. Someone edited Jim's face onto Scrooge's where he's counting money. Spencer leaned over her shoulder.
Hey man, you make Scrooge look sexy.
Jim sighed, dragging a hand through his hair.
At least there's that.
He half laughed. Well, I'm thrilled to announce, I said with a bright smile. My party tonight fixes all of that nonsense. Jim glanced at me, one eyebrow raised.
You really think a movie set full of fake snow and Christmas carolers is going to change the internet's mind about me?
I smiled, reaching for my coffee. No, but a speech about what Christmas really means might, which you will be doing, so I hope you have another one prepared. My eyes darted to Colin and Jake, my partners in crime, who would be kidnapping the man around 7 o'clock tonight. Then this whole prank about him being Clark's boss and Scrooge would work through his speech as to why his wife planned his party this way. My party would be known as the Redemption Party. Jim tilted his head, studying me for a moment before a faint smirk curved his mouth.
You're planning something, aren't you?
I lifted my mug in a toast. Let's just say my party will help explain exactly why you're trending on the internet as the billionaire who went over the top for his Christmas parties this year.
You sure about that, sis?
Colin eyed me with a smile.
The internet loves to break when it comes to twisting up shit about Jimmy.
Well, my party planner just so happens to be Catalina Velez, and that woman would never allow one of her events to trend with anything less than the perfection she puts into them. I said, Now, give me a damn cinnamon roll while they're fresh. That evening, everything was set for the guys to kidnap Jim and haul his ass to my party wearing Frank Shirley's Christmas pajamas. The girls were still here, but I would be bringing them to Ash's place after I staged my meltdown in 3, 2, 1... You've got to be fucking kidding me! No! I shouted in horror.
What the hell is wrong?
Jim said, rushing out of his office and into the living room where I sat next to the fireplace. My party! I shrieked. It's not going to happen!
What do you mean? What happened?
Jim questioned, sitting supportively at my side. I showed him Kat's staged text and waited for him to read it.
That's impossible,
he said.
There's no way they can shut the set down without...
Kat forgot to get the final safety checks done by the city, I said, trying to think of something sad so I could cry and make it believable. Crying wasn't my thing, and Jim knew it. Instead of crying, I usually got pissed. That would be more believable to the man.
That seems highly unlikely,
Jim said.
Kat is known for saving shit like this, not failing her clients. Ever.
I know! That's why this is more shocking and upsetting than anything.
I'll call her,
he said, Jim, I'm not a child. I don't need you to call Kat and chew her out on my behalf. I sighed. Fuck.
Ave, I've got millions poured into this event, and as the one who bankrolled it, I demand an explanation,
he said.
People have traveled from across the globe to this event at Christmas time. It's unacceptable.
Fine. Call her. I snapped in the bitchiest way I could to keep the drama high. It's not fixing anything.
Why don't we do this? We'll redirect the employees back to the venue from last night. They'll love it, he said in a supportive tone. We'll fix this, gorgeous. I'm only sorry you're finding this out now.
Isn't that how all of these things go? I said, trying to cry again, but failing.
Hey, I prefer to spend Christmas Eve alone with my family anyway. Last night was fantastic, and I'm sure it will live in my employees' memories for a lifetime.
He grinned. Well, the whole point was to make up for the cheese boards you were going to legit screw everyone over in the company with.
Exactly, he said. Perhaps we put on Christmas Vacation or Scrooged with the girls and just enjoy a quiet Christmas Eve together.
We never watch those movies until after we unwrap our traditional Christmas pajamas, I answered.
Then that's what we'll do, he said.
Okay, I said, inwardly too excited that this was going better than planned. Even Kat was on standby with her excuse, just in case Jim called. But the man easily opted to relieve my fake stress by watching the Christmas movies he would be starring in within the next hour. All I had to say to the girls was that we were unwrapping a present early, and they were in the living room in a flash. After the girls opened their matching onesie pajamas, I unwrapped a stunning silk gown and robe that Jim had purchased while overseas. Then Jim finally opened his.
This looks strangely familiar,
he chuckled, holding a replica of Clark Griswold's boss's pajamas, the matching robe, slippers, and all. I was so excited to give those to you. It was a little thing I thought would be funny since we're all calling you Frank Shirley this year. I shrugged, trying to act depressed.
Well, let's all change and we'll put the show on in the movie room,
Jim announced. What? Addie said. No, we're going to Mom's party, aren't we?
Sadly, Mom isn't able to have the party tonight, Jim said. And instead of being upset, we're just going to have a simple family night here tonight.
Fuck. I had to get out of here with the girls, and I needed to come up with an excuse quickly. God damn it, I really didn't think this through. This is all so depressing, I said, being the drama for them. No, it's not, Mom, Addie said. We can make it fun. Yeah, like Dad said, Izzy chimed in. Just us. I probably should have let the girls in on this part of the prank. While you guys decide which movie to watch, I'm going to put my pajamas on, and hopefully that will help your mother be less depressed. Jim winked and then left the room. This was my shot. My only shot to scoop the girls out of here, get them to ashes, and with 30 minutes before Jake and Colin arrived, I hoped I could nail this. Why don't we go get Chinese takeout and surprise Dad? I said. We want to change, though, Addie said, as Izzy nodded in agreement. So do I said. But this is the season of giving, and getting Dad's favorite takeout dinner on Christmas Eve is a super way to repay him for the party he gave us all last night. That's true. All right, I'll tell Dad we'll be back in 30 minutes, I said, jumping up. After letting Jim know we were getting takeout, which he totally believed, the girls and I piled into the Rover. Things were moving right along, so we could get to the Paramount set and change into our Scrooge-era attire. Jake and Colin were officially in the clear to roll up to the house in Eddie's RV and kidnap my husband, who was most likely already dressed in Frank Shirley's pajamas and robe. This was going to be the most fantastic and fun night ever. I called down to the estate security office and requested that all cameras be turned on and recording, because this shit had to be documented. From the moment that RV rolled into the driveway to the men tying up Jim in ropes and putting him inside, I needed everything on record. Jake and Colin had better have installed the cameras inside that rickety old RV, too. My party was going to take the grand prize and break the internet in all the best ways. Once the online trolls heard about it, they'd be wishing they were part of our family, our fun, and our festivities.
38. Jim. Christmas Eve. The house was unusually quiet. Too quiet, in fact. Even with the faint crackle of the fire in the fireplace and the lingering scent of the Christmas cookies the girls had baked for Santa tonight, something was missing. The laughter, the clinking of everyone's hot cocoa mugs, and Avery's voice echoing down the hall, all that warmth had drifted out with her and the girls when they left to pick up Chinese takeout. I smiled, shaking my head. Only Avery would decide to go out on Christmas Eve for lo mein and dumplings because she thought it would cheer me up from all the bullshit about me on the internet. The truth was, she didn't need to cheer me up, especially after the news she'd received. I was actually more upset that her party had been canceled, since she'd been so excited about and looking forward to this silly little competition. Now, thanks to a major slip-up by her planner, it was as if the event had never even been planned. Was I disappointed for Avery? Absolutely. But for myself, I wholeheartedly welcomed the idea of a quiet night. No cameras, no staff, no trending hashtags calling me the Grinch in designer boots. It would just be my wife, our girls, me, and takeout on the living room floor while Christmas Vacation played in the background. Tonight we would be the normal family we are outside of the fancy events, like the one we went to last night and were scheduled to go to again tonight. I'd worry about the canceled party and how much it was going to cost me another day. Today I was just happy not to have to go anywhere. For once this year, there were no expectations, no audiences, no dress-up, just us. I looked down at my Frank Shirley pajamas, cracking up that I was the first and only one dressed in these damn things, when it was usually the girls racing to pull on their jammies and me bickering over the fact that I didn't need to be involved in pajama gift exchanges. Oh well. This put a smile on Avery's face, and since her party crashed and burned, it was doubly worth it. I glanced at the clock, then out toward the front gates. It had been nearly half an hour since they'd left. They should have been back by now. Maybe they hit traffic. Or maybe Avery got distracted talking to the restaurant owners, something she did all the time, charming everyone within 10 feet of her. I poured myself a glass of bourbon and sank into the sofa, trying not to think about the hashtags still lighting up my phone. Every time I thought about checking them, I could practically hear Colin's voice reading them aloud in that exaggerated tone of his. When you spend 7 figures on Christmas and still forget the spirit of giving. Right. Because apparently, building an entire village to make your employees feel like kids again was selfish. I rubbed my temple, letting out a chuckle. Fucking social media. My thoughts were interrupted when I heard a faint rumble in the distance coming from outside. At first I thought it was a delivery truck making its way up the hill, but as it got louder and closer, my brow furrowed. What the fuck? That contraption was most definitely not a delivery truck. It was an enormous pile of shit on wheels. It was old, obnoxiously loud, and absolutely out of place in my driveway. The damn thing's engine coughed and sputtered, most likely leaving a trail of oil on my driveway and a permanent hole in the ozone. I stood, bourbon still in hand, and stepped toward the front window. The second I saw what it was, I froze. It was a rusted, half-collapsing 1980s RV. And not just any RV, it was Uncle Eddie's RV from Christmas Vacation, complete with the busted exhaust pipe, plastic wreath duct taped to the grill, and the words, "Merry Christmas, Shitters Full," sprayed across the back. The psychopath driving it nearly ran over 2 lawn statues while it peeled through my manicured front lawn and came to a stop. I blinked and set my bourbon on the side table. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Before I could process the absurdity of it, the RV door swung open, and out stepped Jake. I was right about one thing so far. A psychopath was the driver. Then the next one to step out was Colin. Colin was wearing what I could only assume was the same thing Eddie wore during Frank Shirley's kidnapping. Then there was my brother, dressed like Clark Griswold. Oh, for the love of... I opened the front door just in time to hear Colin yell, "Merry Christmas! You about ready to do some kissin'?" Very original, I said, rolling my eyes at his memorized lines. What the hell are you two jackasses trying to pull off? Jake raised his arms. We heard Avery's party got canceled, so we brought her party to you. On my lawn? I shouted back, laughing despite myself. Have you both lost your damn minds? Us? Never, Colin said, walking toward me with a rope in hand. The one who seems to have lost his mind is you. I can't believe you actually wore the damn pajamas, he trailed off laughing. What is the rope for? I eyed it. Let's just say the rope is the final addition to your cute little jammies, Jake laughed. And now it's time we throw your sorry ass into the role you wanted to play before your wife saved your ass with Christmas parties this year. I will literally play the role and call the cops on you sons of bitches without concern about who might miss you on Christmas Day, I said as firmly as I could manage. This whole thing was beyond me, but part of me found it more hysterical than annoying. I swear to God, if Jake and Colin couldn't truly prank someone, namely me, during the holidays, they'd most likely be pouting by Christmas morning. All right, we're on a time crunch, Colin advised Jake. Tie his ass up and throw him in the RV. Where the fuck are you taking me? Your house? Abe's party was canceled. Pay no mind to where we're going, Mr. Shirley, Colin said. All you need to know is what's happening right now. And that is? I questioned. We're kidnapping you and reminding you that next time it would be wise not to offer the entire company your lame-ass version of a Jelly of the Month club. Seriously? That is so far in the past that the fucking hashtags don't even exist anymore, I said. That's what you think, Colin chuckled. Only these dipshits would hang on to that 6 weeks later, after millions were poured into holiday parties for the company. Now I was playing the victim as they recreated the movie scene where Cousin Eddie kidnaps Clark's boss and drags him to the house, wrapped in a bow. I pinched the bridge of my nose. You idiots couldn't have picked a better time. Oh, this is the best and only time, Colin said, looping the rope like a cowboy. Besides, you're trending as the Grinch in Gucci. We're actually doing you a favor. By getting me trending as the boss from Christmas Vacation? Precisely, Jake added. I shook my head, but the smile crept in anyway. You two are out of your damn minds. You're saying that now, Jake said. But by the time we're through with your sorry ass, you'll wish you were as gifted as we are. Gifted? I muttered. I don't think that's the right term to describe the two of you. They lunged. And just like that, I had two monkeys tying me up and slapping a bow on my damn chest. I stared at both of them, laughing like idiots, and before I could say another word, they dragged me across the lawn toward the RV. You don't need to fucking drag me into that contraption, I said. Avery's due back any minute with takeout, and she's going to kick your asses for making her husband disappear on the night her party got canceled. Trust me, she'll love watching the videos your surveillance is catching, Jake said. She'll forgive us. Hell, she'll probably stop crying over her canceled party, too. That's for damn sure, Colin said, trying to start the RV. You think this piece of shit is really going to start again? I questioned, shocked that it managed the hill on my driveway. Just sit back, Jimmy, you'll see, Colin said, as he kept cranking on the RV and stomping the gas pedal. Come on, sweetie. Daddy needs you to fire up again. Sweetie? I choked out a laugh. Gotta sweet-talk these old ladies, Colin said, still cranking on the starter. You're going to flood it, Jake said, eyeing Colin as he kept pressing on the gas, but the engine still wouldn't turn over. Come on, baby, Colin said through his teeth, frustration apparent now. I smiled, watching the plan fall apart right in front of my eyes. You're too frustrated, Jake said. Speak to her as if she were your lover." "Right. Fuck," Colin said. "I'm being too forceful and demanding." "Exactly," Jake said. "God, tell me you're not like this with Lainey in the bedroom." "Depends, really," Colin said. "Sometimes when it's, can we call this shit what it is? A failed prank. Now can you please untie me?" "Oh, hell no," Jake said. "We'll hire a team of people to push this old gal to our destination if we have to." "Wait, there it is, baby," Colin said softly as the engine tried to turn. "You like that, don't you?" The sweet spot," Jake nodded. "You both are sick fucks," I said. The engine coughed, sputtered, and then finally roared to life. The goddamn thing was loud enough to wake the neighborhood. A plume of black smoke filled the air, and I had no idea what to expect next. "Where the hell are we going, anyway?" I asked, bracing as we lurched forward. "I'm not sure this thing will make it out of the driveway." "Oh, once her engine gets running," Jake started. "Purring," Colin corrected him. "Right." Jake patted the cracked dashboard. "She's a dream out on the highway." "And don't you go falling in love with it either, big guy," Colin said. I ignored the dumbasses in the front and glanced out the cracked window. I felt my stomach drop when we eventually merged onto the freeway, straight to the 101, the route from the Hollywood Hills to downtown and toward Paramount Studios. I exhaled a laugh, shaking my head. "You've got to be kidding me. You two dipshits are taking me to Avery's party that was supposed to be canceled, aren't you?" Neither of them answered, just smiled wider. "Unbelievable," I muttered, settling back into the seat. "If anyone can fake a cancellation and recruit two idiots with a replica RV, it's my wife." Jake laughed. "Hey, at least she knows how to follow our lead with pranking spouses, unlike your sorry ass." "The best part?" Colin grinned. "You're about to make the best speech of your life, Frank Shirley." I leaned back, finally laughing. The ridiculousness of it all. The RV, the ropes, the kidnapping on Christmas Eve, my Christmas Eve pajamas, all of it was so absurd I couldn't even be mad. I was actually impressed that Avery pulled this off. My wife was the only one who would keep things moving since the moment she called me out for trying to get away with giving cheese boards and champagne as company Christmas cheer this year. She must have had her response ready from day one. I couldn't help but love her for it. At least it was a fun reminder of what a greedy and selfish dick I'd been at the start of the holidays this year. Of course, I didn't see it that way then, but after last night's party, seeing how happy and joyful everyone was, hell, I deserved to walk into my company party looking like the ass I'd been. The freeway lights streaked across the cracked windshield, catching in the tinsel garland duct taped to the rearview mirror. Every bump made the RV rattle, as if it were held together by prayer and duct tape. I had no clue how they'd even gotten this thing past security, but I'd stopped asking questions from the moment it hit 50 on the freeway and didn't explode into pieces. We hit downtown, and the skyline shimmered ahead. I viewed Paramount's arches glowing gold against the night sky. "Tell me this thing has seatbelts," I muttered. Jake laughed. "Seatbelts? You think Cousin Eddie's RV has seatbelts?" "I think this entire trip qualifies as reckless endangerment," I shot back. Colin just grinned in the mirror. "Relax, Jimmy boy. You're about to have the night of your life. This is only the beginning of what your lovely wife has planned for you while you redeem yourself with everyone in your company." I glanced out the window. The studio gates were getting closer, and then I saw it. A massive banner stretched across the archway, lit in soft white bulbs. "Welcome to A Christmas Redemption, hosted by Avery Mitchell." My mouth curved. You've got to be kidding me. A guard at the gate waved us through, as if this kind of chaos happened every day. The RV rattled into the lot, and as we turned the corner, the sight hit me square in the chest. The entire back lot had been transformed into Victorian London. Snow dusted cobblestone streets, shop windows glowed amber through frosted glass, and carolers sang near lampposts wrapped in garland. The air shimmered with stage fog and laughter. And there, in the middle of it all, stood Avery, my brilliant, impossible, show-stopping wife. Her crimson gown glittered beneath the lights, the fabric catching gold every time she moved. How she managed to look regal and composed when I knew she was coming apart with laughter on the inside was beyond me. Jake clapped me on the shoulder, pulling my eyes off her and back to the shithole I was still sitting in. "Showtime, Jimmy." The RV door swung open, and an assistant with a headset appeared. "We've got him! Bring Mr. Mitchell to wardrobe." "Wardrobe?" I repeated. "Yep," Jake said, grinning. "This was just the introduction. The next scene is the part you'll be playing for the rest of the evening." "Now that you're on video and pictures have been taken," Colin said, "you're due on set in 15 minutes, Ebenezer." "Huh?" Before I could even question my wife, who was currently doubled over with laughter, I was whisked away again. This time, 2 assistants flanked me, guiding me through a maze of back corridors strung with lights and garland. Every corner smelled of pine and stage powder, and every extra we passed looked as if they'd just stepped out of a Christmas carol. "Where exactly are you taking me?" I asked. "To wardrobe," one of the assistants said sweetly. "You're our Scrooge for tonight's event." Of course. These were the 2 characters my wife had mocked me with since November. Well, fuck it. I wasn't about to resist the Scrooge costume. It was far better than showing up to a company party in pajamas, at least. Minutes later, I was surrounded by stylists in blazers, one yanking off my robe, another fitting a waistcoat over my shoulders, a third adjusting a cravat that felt like a noose. "Easy," I warned. I'd like not to be completely choked out. They laughed, unbothered, while the head stylist smirked. "Ms. Velez said you'd say that. Now hold still, Mr. Mitchell. This must be perfect." I stared at my reflection once they finished. Black wool coat, silk waistcoat, silver pocket watch, and a top hat that looked older than my company. I looked like the ghost of tax seasons past. Jake stuck his head through the doorway, grin wide, and already dressed in his Victorian-era clothing. "You ready, Scrooge?" "No," I said flatly, grabbing the cane they handed me. "But I'm assuming that doesn't matter." "Not even a little," Colin said, tugging his waistcoat and barely containing his laughter. They led me toward the double doors opening onto the sound stage. The noise hit first, a swell of applause and laughter, the brass band playing a medley of "God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen." And then the lights hit me. 1,000 twinkling bulbs, fake snow drifting from the rafters, a sea of familiar faces, employees, families, investors, friends, all gathered beneath a giant sign that read, "The Spirit of Christmas lives here." Avery stood at the center of it all, glowing. When her eyes met mine, her smile deepened, pure mischief and pride wrapped into one look. I walked toward her, cane tapping against the cobblestones, every step echoing through the hush that fell over the crowd. "Welcome to your redemption, Mr. Scrooge," she said softly when I reached her. I leaned closer, just enough for her to hear. "You're enjoying this far too much." "Immensely," she whispered back, eyes gleaming. "Now, go show them that the Grinch in Gucci actually has a heart." For the record, I'm craving the Chinese food that your cute little ass lied about. I arched an eyebrow at her. "Enjoy your evening, baby," she smiled. "We'll do Chinese tomorrow. It'll be like in the movie, A Christmas Story." She laughed. By tomorrow, I'll be done with reenacting Christmas movies. I laughed, and then straightened, exhaled, and tipped my hat. "Where do they need me, Mrs. Scrooge?" I winked at her. "Right over there. Cameras are rolling, and all the employees are waiting for their bonuses and your formal Christmas wishes of gratitude for them this year. One thing was certain. I was going to have to wing this shit. Still, I figured there was no better time than now to be honest about how I almost screwed the entire company over this Christmas, the fun planning war my wife and I had gotten ourselves into, and then to announce their bonuses so everyone knew this was all for them. I saw smiles radiating through the fog on the London streets as a massive crowd of guests gathered to hear me virtually confess that I was this close to becoming both Clark's boss and a Scrooge this season, until my gorgeous, thoughtful wife stopped me in my tracks and was now literally forcing me to live out those roles. Fuck it. If the world wanted a show, I was going to give them the best damn redeemed Scrooge they'd ever seen.
39. Avery. The moment that rusted heap of metal rumbled onto the studio lot, everyone around me lost it. I even had to bite my lip hard enough to prevent myself from bursting into laughter. The shrill sputter of the engine echoed off the soundstage walls like a dying chainsaw, and the sight of it, the dented panels, a duct-taped wreath, and Merry Christmas, Shitters Full written across the back, it was perfection. Colin was behind the wheel, obviously, grinning like a maniac and dressed head to toe in Cousin Eddie's outfit, hat with ear flaps, robe, the whole commitment. And Jake sat shotgun, waving a beer can out the window like a parade marshal from hell. Snow from the machines drifted through the air, catching the glow of the studio lights as the Victorian London set froze in place. Carolers halted mid-note, and extras in horse-drawn carriages turned to stare. Even the kids gasped when the RV fishtailed over fake cobblestone, peeled in, and screeched to a stop. "Oh my God," Nat breathed beside me, clutching her mulled wine. "They actually pulled this off." Ash snorted behind a gloved hand. "Are you seriously surprised, Nat?" Darcy tilted her head, lips curving. "I'm more surprised we didn't get a call that they broke down on the 101. She laughed. "Can you imagine?" Nat snickered. "I wouldn't even expect the cops to help them call a tow." "I'm shocked the muffler didn't just combust and take the whole thing with it," I said. I should have stayed composed, but my stomach hurt from trying not to lose it this entire time. Our girls were pressed to the velvet ropes, eyes wide and sparkling. Addie absolutely lost her shit, along with her sister, when Jake leaped out first and nearly ate it on the fake snow. Then Jim appeared, with Colin behind him, pretending to kick him in the butt. Pure chaos. Ridiculous, glorious, over the top, the kind of spectacle only those two could pull off. I covered my mouth at the perfection. Jim was the perfect Frank Shirley with an oversized red bow across his chest, those ridiculous pajamas, staring like a man abducted by certified lunatics, which, technically, he had been. Jake and Colin each took an arm and marched him down the RV steps, phones lifted everywhere to catch every second. "You thought your husband was breaking the internet before?" Nat said, wheezing a laugh. This is forever." "And that's exactly the point." Kat's voice cut in smoothly. "Okay, Jim's off to wardrobe. Avery, you'll greet him before he takes the stage." She flicked that calm, controlled gaze at me, a general with a run of show. "Does he have a prepared speech?" "I hope so." I winced. I was busy faking that the party was canceled. "If he needs it, I have one," she said, smirking. "But your husband has salvaged more than one event by giving a speech when another CEO was too drunk. Timing is tight, so I need you in place for his stage entrance." When Jim came out of wardrobe dressed as Scrooge, my heart tripped. Devastatingly handsome didn't cover it. The overcoat and top hat did nasty, wonderful things to my self-control. If I didn't haul him back into the wardrobe room to prove it, it would be a Christmas miracle. Before stepping on stage, he declined the paper Kat offered, leaving him without notes or a safety net. Only my husband could get dragged to his own company party as Frank Shirley, be transformed into Scrooge, and still command the room as if none of it fazed him. He wasn't Ebenezer up there. He was James Mitchell, shoulders easy, presence effortless, and ready to open our night.
"First of all," Jim began, motioning toward me, "please give a round of applause to my wife, Avery, who worked tirelessly to make tonight everything you hoped for on Christmas Eve."
The applause swelled. I waved, enjoying the sight of his employees, business associates, and their families, who were spending this night with us instead of at home in their slippers, and loving that they were happy to be here.
"She's also responsible for the jets that flew you here, the suites that are decorated even more than our house, and, more importantly, for reminding me that I was, at first, in fact—"
He paused, brow up.
"What was that hashtag again?" "Billionaire bastard,"
Jake hollered, hands cupped like a human megaphone.
"Right."
Jim pointed at him.
"Leave it to my brother to memorize every hashtag."
Laughter filled the area. I couldn't help joining, reliving the madness of this season that had finally resolved into something adorable.
And while the whole brown tree rescue nonsense was just a prank I played on my adorable wife and completely untrue, everything suggesting I was a careless billionaire CEO was entirely fair.
He glanced at me wryly.
"I didn't mean to offend anyone by trying something different this year, like giving fancy charcuterie boards and champagne. But what I've realized, especially this past week, is that the holidays should be joyful and uplifting. If you work for a billion-dollar empire, you deserve to be rewarded in a way that feels heartfelt."
His eyes found mine.
"Down to the janitor. Right, my love?"
"Yes," I said, warmth climbing my throat. Our first battle line, the one that started this whole Christmas war, still sat with him. Jim went on to say how I'd planned the party, how he'd refused to be the Scrooge I accused him of being, and how he worked with our daughters to build the event they all attended last night to prove it.
"If you had a few things to say behind my back before the invites went out, trust me, my wife beat you to it the second she found out that this year I only signed off on cheese boards and champagne."
He deadpanned, setting off another wave of laughter.
"Hence my arrival as Clark Griswold's boss tonight."
He swept a hand toward the cobbled streets and glowing windows.
"But I won't stand here and let tonight be remembered as the night I was Ebenezer Scrooge. We're filling the streets of London out of a Charles Dickens dream. And before I turn you loose on everything my wife has planned, I'd like to say one thing."
He paused, smile slow and lethal.
"Whatever bonuses you received last year, expect triple."
The roar cracked through the set. My eyes stung, pride and love and relief crashing together. He really was the best man on the planet.
"I'll turn the party over to your host,"
he said, gesturing for me to step up,
"so she can welcome you all and let you explore her amazing venue."
I took Jim's hand as I stepped onto the stage, and the roar of applause nearly drowned out my heartbeat. The snow machines continued to fill the air with soft, glittering flurries, and under the studio lights, it almost looked like magic. Honestly, both last night and tonight felt that way. "Wow," I started, glancing at the crowd. "I didn't think we were going to pull this off, but we did. And I'm so grateful to every one of you for being here tonight," I said, smiling. "Even though my husband and I had a very interesting month with our party planning war, all of this has doubled my appreciation of him and all of you, those he works hard for and those who work hard for him. The season is about joy, about how this company, this family comes together every year and creates something bigger than any of us could do alone." The lights shimmered over the crowd. The set staff, employees, and their families, and the crew that had worked around the clock to turn a studio backlot into Victorian London. "When Jim and I started planning this," Jim coughed dramatically. "Correction, when I started planning this," I said, to another round of laughter. "The goal wasn't just to throw a party. It was to remind everyone, including my husband, that you can be successful and sentimental, ruthless in business and soft-hearted at home. You can lead a billion-dollar empire and still believe in the magic of Christmas. The applause swelled again. I looked at Jim. His expression softened, that quiet look that always undid me. And while tonight may have started as a prank war between my husband and me, I continued, it ended as proof that he's exactly the man I fell in love with. He's the man who would rather make people laugh than impress a boardroom, who'd triple your bonuses without hesitation, and who is always giving back to those who help make his vision a reality within the empire he works tirelessly to run. He truly is selfless. Despite being worn out by parties and galas, not only did he arrange for us to have 2 this year, but he made sure both would bring everyone the laughter and happiness this season is meant for. He may have started on the wrong foot, but that's what this little wife of his is for, to give him a gentle nudge and remind him it's truly about the smiles I see here tonight. That's what makes this year so different and special to me, with all of you. I smiled while everyone applauded, and I let the warmth of it sink in. So before we turn you loose on the streets of London, please raise your glass, hot cocoa, champagne, whatever you've got, to each other for your hard work throughout the year and the people who made this magic possible. To our staff, our families, and to every crazy, messy, wonderful person who makes this company what it is. I paused, holding Jim's gaze, and to my husband, who reminded me that even Scrooge deserves a second chance. Jim grinned, kissed my temple, and the band struck up a jazzy version of God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen. The lights dimmed to create the most enchanting Christmas in London set ever, and the servers swept through with trays of champagne as snowflakes drifted through the air. A very merry welcome to the Mitchell & Associates Christmas Gala, I said into the mic. Let's make it a night we'll never forget. The applause came like a wave, steady and real. Not polite, not performative. It was joy breaking loose, and the whole street of our London set came to life as if we were in the enchanting movie itself. Snow fell harder. Fake, but perfect. Gas lamps flickered against frosted windows. Servers stepped out with trays of champagne and mulled wine, and the sound of laughter rolled through the square like music. Jim's hand brushed my lower back as I stepped off the platform.
You handled that like a pro,
he murmured. We both did, I said, smiling up at him. The laughter around us filled the air. Even the board members standing near the bakery building couldn't help but grin with the magic in the air. Jim slipped his arm around me and leaned close enough for his breath to warm the top of my ear.
You realize, he said quietly, even with all of the crazy bullshit we've gone through this season, we really did put a smile on everyone's face.
We sure as hell did, I said with a laugh. For a moment, we just stood there, watching his employees turn into kids again under the falling snow, the sets glowing gold, our daughters twirling in their Victorian dresses. At the same time, all of our friends were being roped into some impromptu caroling circle near the carriage, their kids dragging them there with pleading expressions. It was chaos and charm and everything I didn't know I needed this Christmas.
This feels different,
Jim said after a beat.
Like the point wasn't just winning.
I looked up at him. It never was. He held my gaze for a long moment, then nodded, almost to himself.
Good thing you're on my team now, Mrs. Mitchell.
I always was, I said, and meant it. That's why you'll be trending nicely over the internet by morning.
Is that my Christmas present, my love?
He smirked. Oh, you know exactly what your handsome ass is getting for Christmas this year. I arched an eyebrow at him.
If only we could leave our own party early.
He winked, then pulled me in close to him. I laughed, the sound getting lost under the swell of the orchestra and the distant chime of church bells piped in through the set speakers. Snow drifted through the air, catching in his hair, melting on his collar. For one perfect heartbeat, the chaos, the rivalry, The weeks of planning, our fake fight, all of it fell away. There was only us. The man who once swore he didn't have time for Christmas, and the woman who refused to let him forget why it mattered. And for the first time in a long while, James Mitchell looked like he had found peace in running his company and sharing it with his family. Our sweet and silly Christmas miracle turned out to be so much more than I ever imagined. And as I stood there, watching everything unfold around us in happiness and fulfillment, I truly felt its magic. From our happy holidays to yours, we wish you all the joy of giving and enjoying your holiday season with friends and family. 'Tis the season to be merry and bright. The Mitchell Family. We hope you have enjoyed this production of The Holidays with Mr. Mitchell by Raylin Marks, narrated by Jeremy York and Stephanie Rose. Copyright 2020 by Raylin Marks. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated. Tantor is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.